Dedication, Preface, and Chapter 1 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dedication. To my dear wife, in affectionate remembrance of many days of self-denial spent at sea with me. Preface. Boating and yachting men may be roughly divided into two classes. Those who go to sea for the sake of competitive sport afloat, and those who do so for love of it, their boat, and all that moves on the waters. A sporting yachtsman's craft is worthless to him after, owing to some change of racing measurement, she fails to end a season with a string of prize flags from topmast to bowsprit and boom ends. While as soon as the racing season is over, he quits the sea for the moors and stubbles. And though sometimes, as he grows older, a racing yachtsman here and there tones down into a cruiser, the line which marks him from the cruising yachtsman becomes, I think, more distinct every year. What may be called the seamanship of large racing craft and the watermanship of smaller ones is usually left to their skipper and crew. But much of a cruising yachtsman's pleasure consists in acquiring some knowledge of the details of handling his craft and of the seamanship required for making passages, while the smaller boating man, who loves it as an art, is equally desirous of becoming proficient in what may be termed watermanship, by which I do not mean the mere steering a boat under sail, but the art of placing her in varying conditions of wind, weather, and tide alongside a landing place or quay, boarding a vessel at anchor, picking up a mooring, getting under way, or bringing up in or from a crowded anchorage, mooring and legging up his boat on a hard for a scrub, etc. Beachwork, again, is another distinct form of watermanship, and may be described as the art of launching or landing in a boat, under sail or oar through a surf. Little, of course, can be taught or learnt about such matters in books. But people like to read of the accidents and experiences of others in any art they care for. I have, therefore, in the following pages of Waterbiography jotted down, among other personal experiences, one or two actual squeaks or shaves met with during a boating life of 50 years, hoping they may have some interest for the rapidly increasing number of those who delight in boat sailing and watermanship, and the healthy tax on mind and muscle entailed by it. Robert C. Leslie, Southampton, June 11th, 1894. Chapter 1. I am put into salt water. Make a voyage to America. Come back. Return to London. Want of education. Early pursuits there. Learn to swim. Don't run away to sea. Why? Explore the River Lee with a cousin. Don't get drowned in it. Milkmaids replaced by savages on its banks. Under fire on the Lee. A council of war. Some dangers attending being able to swim. Adrift seaward. Under a boat's bottom. I join a rowing club. Race with a Putney steamer and result. Ram a coal barge in an outrigger. An honest owner, etc. I was born a Cockney. Footnote 1. When this took place in 1826, there were genuine English Cockneys. Englishmen now are born all over the world, while London has so extended that it is not easy to be born a Cockney even there today. And first introduced to salt water by a stout, strong old lady of Brighton in a blue serge suit, who took me by main force from the top step of a little rickety bathing machine, round which small waves were rolling, and selecting one of unusual size and fury, soused me under it. This she repeated 3 times, after which I scrambled into the machine again, with eyes, nose, and ears full of salt foam and sand. I was about 4 years old at this time, and remember seeing nothing of the sea afterwards until 4 years later. I crossed the Atlantic for the first time in the Black X sailing packet Philadelphia, and after 6 weeks at sea was told that a low line of flat grey cloud on the horizon ahead of the ship was American land, Long Island shore. Matters over which I had no control led, 6 months later, to another delightful trip over the sea in the same ship, and in 3 weeks to a sight of the chalk cliffs of the Isle of Wight. I have no recollection of any storm or nautical incident of importance during either of these voyages, nor even of seasickness, and was only sorry to change the pleasant deck of the little 500-ton packet for the outside of the Portsmouth coach for London. Boys, however, never look far ahead, and a sail from the ship at Spithead to Portsmouth in a small cutter-rigged tender consoled me greatly at the time. Having now crossed the Atlantic twice in a full-rigged ship, I of course felt at once competent to take charge of anything in the shape of a boat. This was 60 years ago, and I have held that opinion ever since, and seldom missed the chance of doing so whenever one was offered. Luckily for me, being the eldest of a large and rapidly increasing family, I had the advantage of a judiciously intermittent and well-neglected education. And this period of my life appears now to me to have been one long half-holiday, spent on the banks of suburban ponds and canals, sailing homemade model boats, or bathing and catching sticklebacks and gudgeon. Nothing, I think, tends more to habits of self-reliance than an early and well-neglected education. But my Pickwickian tastes for the margins of the Hampstead and other suburban ponds led my father, about this time, to try and add the art of swimming to my other desultory studies, and I was handed over to an old boatman of Margate, who professed to teach me this noble art at the rate of 2 shillings a lesson. This was a mistake, for perhaps if the job had been a contract one, I might have learned something even from this experienced old expert. As it was, I really first learnt to keep my head above water in the Paddington Canal, finishing my education in the old Holborn Baths, and that then deep, treacherous lake, the Serpentine. According to all ordinary or well-regulated water biographies, I ought now to at once have a comfortable home and indulgent parents, and stow myself away on board a collier brig, or on what I should then have liked better, one of the great brown-sailed Thames barges. The course of true sea love should, I know, run in this direction, but even love of the sea does not always run smoothly, and in my case was probably marred by a too early personal observation of some aspects of real life on the ocean wave before the mast, so that even after a long course of study of my Robinson Crusoe and other nautical fiction, I never remember at any time being tempted to leave my base of operations on good family bread and butter by running away to sea. And thus it came to pass that at this time my most ambitious nautical rovings were limited to short inland explorations of that Cockney haunt, the River Lee, where, near Upper Clapton, in the company of my cousin, a blue-coat boy of intensely nautical tastes, I spent what little pocket money I got in the hire of crank skiffs, well found not only in sculls, but mast, sail, and rudder. There were many other places nearer home where boats might be hired, but none where the owner of one fitted with mast and sail could be persuaded to trust it in the hands of enterprising youngsters of our experience. Most of the craft on the Lee were owned by 2 old waterman brothers of the suggestive name of Solomon. And the chartering of one was always a serious matter, which my cousin, being a city man and a year older than myself, always negotiated. He was also the actual owner of a watch, which, together with the combined cash in our pockets, remained in the hands of the Solomons as a form of insurance upon their craft, or guarantee for the hire of her in case of accident to or desertion of her by the crew. General holidays or long summer Sunday afternoons were usually selected for these cruises, when, for the outlay of 1 shilling each, we were able to enjoy 3 or more hours of this kind of boating. And as both of us were agreed that sailing, whenever practicable, was the only mode of progression for boys of our nautical ability, a windy day was always chosen for them. It was upon one of these early cruises that I first nearly came to grief in a boat, by being carried by a strong current under the great water wheels of certain mills. Just above these mills was a low bridge, where in turning our boat she drifted, and we got her jammed broadside across it with the full strength of the stream running under her in such a way that any movement on our part to clear her caused her to heel over toward it until the water poured into her on that side. We at once saw that in a few seconds, if we capsized, we should be under those mill wheels, and this, I believe, made us keep quiet and think what was best to be done. Luckily, our mast was not up, and the bridge was wide enough if only we could get the boat round, head to stream, to use our sculls under it. So that, keeping very carefully amidships in the boat, and pulling the bow oar, with the after one ready the moment her head was round, after a few anxious moments we got out of this awkward fix, and clear of what we called that beast of a bridge, with the strong dark stream below it. Divided counsels, I think, led to our getting athwart the bridge, and before we were clear of it, the importance of one directing head in cases of emergency became evident to us both. This incident, however, had the effect of much increasing our confidence, not only in small boats, but ourselves, because we both felt that it did not happen through any fault of the boat, while as to our share in it, the truth of the saying was evident, that it takes a good man to keep out of trouble, but a better one to get out of it. Sunday boating in those days was looked upon by people who did not indulge in it as a surer road to ruin than it is today, while at the end of the journey it was then easier to get hung than now. We were therefore both logically safer from a watery grave than boys of the present day, while to save any anxiety in home circles, all such expeditions were really carried out under sealed orders. That is, on the sly. In those days, the River Lee was for the most part a quaint silvery stream, which quite near London still wandered among cowslip banks and green meadows, as it did when old Isaac Walton and his scholar Venator angled in it for trout and chub. Walton's milkmaid, Maudlin, and her mother had, however, long vanished from its shores, their place being filled in our time by dark native races engaged in the discharge of brick and coal barges. Harmless savages enough on working days, but I shall not easily forget one Easter morning afternoon when a gang of 20 or more of them had gathered on 2 barges moored to a coal wharf, and under the influence of much strong Waltham ale, etc., were killing time between their drinking bouts by discharging coal not on to the wharf, but into every passing pleasure boat. On our outward voyage, the coast was clear of them, and no doubt they were then all busy over pots and pipes. But on our return, the moment we opened the bend of the river where the barges lay, we saw what was in store for us. So long as a boat had females on board, even these light-hearted roughs let her pass with some innocent river chaff and a handful of coal dust. But whenever a boat manned only by lads hove in sight, they poured a heavy broadside of lumps of coal into her as long as she was within range. This blockade had to be run, and a council of war therefore was held on board our skiff as to the best tactics to be followed. We had observed among the boats on the river that day that the crews of many consisted of boys or lads who, though not able to return the coalie's material fire for lack of ammunition, were well supplied both as to quality and quantity with strong below-bridge slang, the effect of which was rather to concentrate the coalie's fire on these boats. After resting, therefore, on our oars for a time out of range, we determined to start under convoy of one of these boatloads of young roughs, on the principle that a big lump of coal could not pitch into more than one boat at any time. We were lucky in the selection of a very foul-mouthed convoy, closely following which, until abreast the coalie's battery, we put on a spurt, and with faces toward the shower of black missiles were quickly out of range, with nothing more than one bruised finger and a splashing thrown on board by some large lumps of coal which just missed our boat. Many smaller ones fell into her and were carried back as trophies of war to the brothers Solomon, who merely remarked that they would "'elp bile the kettle," which stood upon a rusty old boat stove in their riverside cabin. But the playful conduct of these natives of the banks of the Lee gave us rather a shake as to the pleasures of boating upon it on a general holiday. Being able to swim, of course, gives confidence in the water, but after a long boating experience, I am inclined to think that at times the mere fact of being a swimmer leads to risks from which a non-swimmer would be exempt. I do not, of course, mean danger incurred by jumping into deep water to save another's life, one I have never personally had the honour of running, but in the course of over 50 years' boating, I am able to recall only one case in which I can really say that I owed my life to being able to swim, while I know of more than one risk which would never have been run had I been unable to do so. The first happened through my early preference for a plunge from a boat in place of a sea bath from the shore. I had with me a younger brother, and had got the loan of a punt or dinghy belonging to one of the Cowes pilots when lodging with him, or rather his missus, at Bembridge. And after rowing down to deep water in the mouth of that little haven, and finding the tide taking us faster seaward than I expected, I threw over the boat's painter with a small grapnel attached, to keep her in place while I undressed. This would have been all right had I weighed anchor again before going overboard, which, boylike, of course, I did not do, with the result that when, after some easy strokes down tide, I endeavoured to regain the boat, I found that, spite of hard swimming, I was steadily and surely drifting away from her toward the sea. My brother was a mere child, so that I was practically alone, and I remember feeling more bothered as to what he would do left alone in the boat than about myself. But with a rapidly widening channel to right and left, there was little time to think, and less to waste in a useless struggle against the strong ebb tide. I therefore shaped the course downstream and toward the nearest shore, and after a time, to my great relief, was able to gain soundings, and the land, though a long way from my boat clothes and little brother. The rest was easy enough, for after a short repose I had merely to run back along shore until far enough above the boat to regain her with the tide. I need not say that this was my last attempt at a bath from anything anchored in a strong tideway. I was at this time a fairly good swimmer above water, but had given little attention to the valuable art of diving and swimming under water, until, bathing one day with some friends from a broad, rather flat-bottomed boat off Brighton, I tried to follow an experienced underwater swimmer, who dived easily below the boat, coming up on the opposite side, and was much surprised at finding myself firmly jammed up against the boat's bottom and keel in the buoyant salt water. In such a position one cannot take long to decide on what to do. But I must have remained some time under the boat before I cleared myself by placing one foot against her keel as a bearing to strike from, for I felt her lurch from side to side more than once. Caused, I found afterwards, by my friends on board moving quickly across her to see on which side I would come up. I am not certain now whether it was to starboard or port, but after this first experience of some of the sensations of a keel haul, I took care, next time I tried it, to dive deep enough to allow me time to turn and swim under the boat clear of her bottom. A bold, first-rate swimmer, bathing from the shore, constantly runs greater risks than one who dare not venture far beyond his depth, or than anyone bathing from an unmoored boat. The strong swimmer will dive through the first line of breakers, and start seaward for a quarter of a mile or more beyond them, at which distance in rough water he is nearly lost to sight, and if seized by cramp, quite helpless. Again, in all ordinary boat accidents, people find themselves not only in the water, but their clothes, and it is not so much the weight of these which impedes a swimmer as the greatly increased surface friction which reduces his speed almost to nothing. The truth is that in such cases swimming should mainly be relied on as a means of support in the water, aided whenever possible by sticking to the boat, or if she goes down, to anything remaining afloat. I once picked up a man in Erith Reach who had capsized his sailing canoe. There was a strong wind and tide, but I felt pretty sure of him because I saw that he had an arm over the bottom of his canoe. After hauling him into my boat, I asked him by chance whether he could swim, and was not a little surprised at the answer of "Not at all." He was a small, delicate-looking person, and there was quite a little boiling sea on where he was capsized. On the other hand, he was a teetotaler, which accounted perhaps for the quiet nerve he showed in difficulties. I have also never forgotten the fate of a strong young swimmer who with a friend was swamped on a stormy dark evening in an old-fashioned pair-oar or racing wherry. The wind was against the tide and the water so rough that their boat took in wave after wave until she rolled over with them in crossing the river above Vauxhall Bridge. The strong swimmer at once got hold of his companion who could not swim, and showed him how to support himself with his arms across the bottom of the boat, and then struck out himself for shore to obtain help. The man on the boat held on until picked up below the bridge by a waterman, and at once hurried off to his boat club at Westminster, expecting to find his friend there. Nothing, however, was heard of him again until his body was recovered a fortnight later. This sad incident is fixed in my memory, because shortly after it I joined the club to which this boat belonged, and heard of it first on board her on a windy night near where it happened. This club's racing wherry, or in-rigged pair-oar, was then considered the fastest boat of her kind on the river, and I may say that it was in her, under the able teaching of an older member, that I first learnt to really pull an oar. The headquarters of London boat clubs were then at Searles, near Westminster Bridge, and many young men engaged all day in town met on summer evenings for a pull up to Putney and back. Ours was an old-fashioned city club. Real watermen then plied on the Thames, and like them our uniform was a single-breasted, long-waisted blue cloth coat, with upright collar and a wide skirt set in pleats around the waist. As the evenings grew short in autumn, our return trips from Putney were mostly after dark, and the club wherry, which was nearly always at our disposal, being rather a low, ticklish craft, we had to be careful in her, when crossing the wider reaches of the river from point to point, to avoid filling her in lumpy water. On all these trips during daylight, we of course tried speed with every decent pair or four-oared boat we fell in with, also with the old-fashioned river steamers, which we could hold easily for a short time. But in one of these spurts just below Putney Bridge, while keeping too close to a steamboat to speak some members of our club on board her, a big swell, not one of our club, ran over the wherry's bow and filled her up to the thwarts. The following one swamped her, and though we contrived to keep her right side up under us, we had to get out into the river as soon as we reached soundings, under a fire of chaff from our friends, and drag her to shore before we could empty her and re-embark. Outrigged boats had then only just come into fashion, and our club did not own an outrigged pair-oar, so that whenever my friend and I wished to practise in one, we had to hire the boat. Being the heavier and longer man, I always pulled the stroke, or after-oar, and had therefore little to do with the pilotage of the boat. My companion, however, was a good oarsman and river pilot, so that I was much astonished one evening on a return trip from Putney in one of these hired outriggers with a strong ebb tide at finding myself on my back in the bottom of the boat, with my feet in the air, and on looking forward to see how in the same position, and beyond him a black, bluff-bowed boat into which nearly 18 inches of the sharp beak of our narrow craft was firmly sticking. This was just below Battersea Bridge, and the first thing I remember doing was sounding with my oar close alongside the boat for bottom, and finding it to keep that oar stuck upright in the river mud close to the boat, so that she might not slew with the tide and break her nose off in the bow of the barge or large boat we had rammed. Bow then crawled forward as far as he safely could, and with his oar placed against the planking of the barge, tried to shove our craft astern. She proved, however, to be too firmly wedged, and we at once decided that the only thing to be done was for us to both roll carefully out of her on opposite sides at the same moment, and then try and haul her nose out of the hole. The river here was not quite breast high, and we had barely got over this very ticklish operation and were wading ashore with the outrigger in order to get into her again, when we saw that we had become objects of interest to a grimy-looking person pulling hard against tide in a heavy boat toward the barge. Here, no doubt, was the owner or skipper of the barge. He kept an eye over his shoulder on us between each stroke, but did not waste breath in words until close alongside our boat, when, as he followed us ashore, he opened fire with, "A nice afternoon's work you've been and done." We replied at once by asking, what was the damage for the hole in his rotten old barge, and began to think we had to deal with an honest fellow, when, after a moment's thought, he mentioned 10 shillings as the very lowest figure what any one would take for to repair the damage we had done, pointing out that, to make anything like a job of it, 4 planks would want shifting. We were in flannels, and the joint contents of our damp pockets was 3 shillings and 6 pence. The honest fellow was, however, very civil, and readily took this small instalment, saying that with our names and that of our club he was quite satisfied. As it turned out, we never saw or heard anything again of that grimy man, so that perhaps, after all, he had merely a passing interest in the barge, or the hole in her. We were also greatly surprised and relieved on examining the slight, brass-bound beak of the outrigger to find it was hardly scratched, because, being a hired boat, if she had left her nose in the barge, the cost of her repair would have fallen entirely on us, instead of being shared by the club. We never, of course, gave the hole in the barge a second thought, looking upon her very much as the burglar in Punch did the coal scuttle left by some careless person in the passage of a house, and over which he broke his shins in the dark. Naval experts who look to the ram as a means of offence in sea fights of the future are welcome to the above practical little experiment, which was made, just as related, some years before rams or ironclads were thought of. The rather dry, brittle planking of the barge, which was clench built, was nearly an inch thick, while our speed would be almost 8 miles an hour. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. I am in danger of drifting into art. My cousin goes to sea. Is proud of his ship. We go and look at her and meet his captain. I narrowly escape becoming a naval architect. Interview Sir William Simons. His answer. Make a second voyage to America. Learn a little navigation. At sea in sailing ships. A hungry crew. Icebergs. Arrive in New York. Visit Baltimore. An early twin-screw boat. See Niagara. Take a shower bath under it. Return to London. Get hopelessly involved in art. Become a student at the R.A. Work there. A sailor's view of the sea, not the popular one. Another trip to New York and back. A winter passage. Ship pooped. Wheel takes charge. Getting down Royal Yards. 30 days of 21. Hard a port. A near shave. Cod fishermen on the banks. Their risks. Force of wind. A deck hatch in the air. A calm after a gale. How I calculated ship's angle of heel. The captain's joke. Return trip of the Hendrick Hudson. How my cousin saw the last of her. It is a curious fact that, though on whatever part of earth I may find myself, I have always selected the first and steepest downhill road, which, steadily followed, surely ends in a river bank or the seashore. That about this period the watery tide of my biography showed signs of ebbing, and left me for a time aground among the enervating shoals and mud banks of an artistic career. This was just after I lost the companionship of my sturdy, blue-coated cousin, whose true love of the sea now led to an honest apprenticeship to the captain of a smart little clipper barque of 400 tons, bound round Cape Horn for certain Pacific ports. She lay in the London docks, and had real gun ports and carronades on a flush upper deck. My cousin was immensely proud of this his first ship, and before joining her, as they say in the Navy, took me down with him to the docks, just to see what a beauty she was, where we were met by his burly skipper with, "Look here, Mr. B, I can't have you a-dancing aboard my ship in the garb of a gentleman, with your friends, and 'ands in your pockets. I want you aboard here with me, with your 'ands in the slush and tar pots." After which seaman-like snub, the skipper turned on his heel, and my cousin and I left him alone in his glory, pacing the after deck of his ship. My own desultory education, which was drawing to a close, was now followed by an attempt to obtain a berth as naval draftsman in a government yard, with a view to which I received, through a friend of my father, an introduction to Sir William Simons, then Surveyor of the Navy, who at once politely told me that appointments of that kind were all strictly reserved for relatives of those who had held similar berths for generations, adding that to give one to an outsider, even if it were to be his own nephew, would bring a hornet's nest about his ears. Many a time since then have I blessed Sir William, or I should say, the good old conservatism of his department. For had I unluckily got that berth, I must certainly have lost what wits I ever had in striving to solve that hopeless problem, the design of a modern ironclad which should fulfil a fourth part of the conditions required of her. Sir William Simons was the last of our real old sea-going and sea-keeping ship designers. And it must have been hard lines for him to see his noble fleet of sailing cruisers converted one after another into bad screw steamers, or raised down to mere harbour defence ships, just when he had reduced the art of naval construction to a system in which each class of vessel, from a revenue cutter upward, was to be as permanent in type as the specimens in a case of butterflies. It was in 1841, as I continued to busy myself in the study and construction of models of ships and boats, both on paper and in other material, that a friend gave me a passage on board a ship of which he was part owner and captain. This voyage was made chiefly with a view to a look at the shipbuilding yards of New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. And thus I found myself one bright morning afloat in a fine new American ship, bound for New York, with nothing to do and plenty of time to do it in. I was now old enough, however, to pick up some knowledge of handling a square-rigged ship, and under the practical instruction of her captain to take and work out from an observation the latitude and longitude. Not, as he said, that I was likely to ever want such knowledge, but that it was a good thing to know the reason why of anything. A westward voyage from London to New York was then rarely made even by the smartest sailing ship in less than 30 days, while 5 or 6 weeks was not considered a long passage. But so far as I was concerned, a headwind or a flat calm, with the ship building a chapel, or slowly heading round all the points of the compass, was a gain. I had my sketch-book to fall back on, and to me it mattered nothing when day after day our packet was bounding over head seas, with head north-northwest on one tack and south-southwest on the other. On board a sailing vessel, indeed, life at sea is seldom long of a monotonous character, especially in the North Atlantic, where more than one day of calm is rare. Continual change in the strength and direction of the wind entails frequent trimming of yards and taking in or shaking out reefs, and when, after standing for a few days on one tack, the wind draws more and more ahead, there is quite a bustle on deck at the word, "Call the watch to tack ship," after which the long, steady heel of everything over to port is changed for a list to starboard. And when this occurs at night, all those below in athwartship bunks find themselves with their heels higher than their heads unless they rouse out and shift end for end. At the same time, unfastened cabin doors on the lee side all fly open, and those on the weather side shut with a bang, and remain obstinately closed with one or two heavy pieces of loose baggage piled against them. We had a pleasant and uneventful passage. One calm day was spent rolling in the company of a small barque, until, as the two vessels drew nearer and nearer together, a small speck of a boat was lowered from her, manned by four swarthy-looking fellows who pulled alongside our ship and begged for a bag of potatoes and a little fresh biscuit. They were 90 days out from Calcutta. As we neared the banks of Newfoundland, we spent another calm day in the company of several large, steep islands of ice and some small cod-fishing schooners. Soon after which, about 200 miles from Sandy Hook, we fell in with a brightly painted white, red, and green pilot schooner, out of which we took a dapper-looking little man who handed about among the passengers some New York papers about a week old, together with the news that the yellow flag was up in many streets on account of smallpox. After we got inside Sandy Hook, our handy little ship was accompanied by a squat-shaped tug. But as the wind was fair, she did not require her assistance, and only clewed up her main and fore topsails just before she glided into her berth alongside of Peck's Slip at the bottom of Number-something Street. There I left my friend and his ship, and while she was unloading and lading again for London, I spent some weeks among the shipping ports of the Eastern States. American shipping and wooden shipbuilding was at that time making rapid strides, and all the slips between the wooden jetties round East and North rivers were full of smart-looking, square-yarded sailing craft bound to all parts of the world. Iron had not yet entered the soul of oak, elm, and hemp. The Great Western and a few other English Cunard paddle boats had, it is true, begun to interfere in the passenger trade on board the old sailing liners, and, as my friend the packet captain said, "You might get across in one, but if you wanted to make sure, you'd better take your passage in one of his ships." The most interesting American port to me was Baltimore. In going there from Philadelphia, a night was spent on board a canal boat, or steamer, fitted with twin propellers under each quarter, after the fashion of our modern battleships, her two little screws being driven by an old railway, or, as the Yankees called it, a locomotive engine. We crossed the upper part of Chesapeake Bay in her, and I shall never forget the night in her narrow, crowded cabin, which, though little over 6 feet high, was a three-decker as to tiers of temporary sleeping shelves, or how, when these were all rapidly stowed away, in the morning her passengers disposed of a breakfast of fried pig's liver and sausages supplied to them at an almost nominal price. Baltimore was then the headquarters of the builders of fast schooners, some of which were still engaged in trade between American southern ports and the west coast of Africa. And I see that the round, spoon-shaped bow of these Baltimore clippers has been revived in several modern racing yachts. I was, of course, not allowed to leave the States without making a pilgrimage to Niagara. It was then a long steamboat and railway journey of 4 days or more, the pace of the train never exceeding 16 miles an hour. The line cut through a narrow lane between the primeval forest, the tall, bare stems standing in dank, boggy ground so thickly that there was hardly room to swing an axe among them, while even the few improved lots were cumbered with stumps 3 or 4 feet high, round and among which the plough had to be driven. On the Canadian shore of the falls, the celebrated Table Rock had not yet fallen, and I made a sketch of the great horseshoe fall from it. The vibration of this overhanging shelf felt exactly like that on the afterdeck of a fast screw steamer. Near it, a spiral wooden stair, built round the tall stem of a great fir tree, led down to the Cave of the Winds, and from there, by means of a narrow ledge cut in the rock, one could pass 200 feet or more behind the Horseshoe Fall. This was something more than a damp expedition, and a bathing suit and sou'wester were put on before undertaking it in the company of a negro guide. I do not know whether the fall of Table Rock has since altered or interfered with this pathway behind the fall, but in those days a certificate to the effect that he or she had stood 200 feet behind the great fall was always given. On first entering the passage, one had to keep the head bent to avoid being blinded by the heavy shower of spray. But toward the end of it there was little of this, so that I was able to look up and admire the thick sheet of amber water as it shot out from the black shelf of rock overhead, 20 or more feet in front of one, and rushed down until pounded into a mass of foam among enormous blocks of rock 80 feet below the ledge we stood upon. On my arrival in London, upon the return voyage, certain sketches made at sea were thought too much of, and led in those good old easy days of art to my drifting into it. Born and brought up among pictures and the smell of the painting room, I scarcely recollect the time when I first began to handle a brush. But, lest I might become prematurely dexterous in the handicraft of a painter, I now entered as student at the R.A., where, under the casual and gentlemanly supervision of the keeper, Jones, R.A., I began to slowly acquire the art of stippling, with Italian chalk and breadcrumb, studies from the antique. It took about an hour to reach Trafalgar Square, and by the time I had entrenched myself behind an academy board and successfully returned a fire of bread pellets from fellow students, and got rather more than a square inch done of one of these antique studies, it was time to pack up my traps and walk home again. These episodes of art study have, however, no place in a water biography, and long before I had made any attempt to rise above them into what is known as the life, I was temporarily rescued from them by my friend the Yankee skipper with another offer of a voyage to New York and back. On looking back upon this part of my artistic life, I fear that though, like Turner, born a Cockney, I was not born an artist. I never took much pleasure in art, except as a means of recording incidents at sea, which, though of interest to seafaring men, had little or no pictorial value. The sailor's view of the sea and ships has never been the popular one, and judged by my own experience, even members of the R.A. do not always care for technical accuracy in marine painting, while their public delights more in the sea as seen from the foreshores of a seaside watering place than from the deck of a ship. In my various trips across the Atlantic, I had plenty of splendid opportunities of studying the dark, ink-like waves of the North Atlantic, and in many shorter ones between London and Spithead in the same vessels, the greener seas and moving ship life of the Channel. Ever since the song of "As We Lay All That Day," etc., was written, or when our frigates cruised for months at a time blockading the French, summer and winter, in the Bay of Biscay, the sea there has been credited with or expected to play terrible freaks in that corner of the Western Ocean, while equinoctial gales have quite a proverbial reputation. But among the old Atlantic packet captains, the dreaded bay was merely regarded as a sample of any part of the North Atlantic, taken at random between the chops of the Channel and Sandy Hook. While as to equinoctial gales, these old salts stuck to it that no bad weather meant by them compared with that of the 3 winter months of December, January, and February. And one of these winter passages I was at this time lucky enough to fall in with on board the good ship Hendrick Hudson, in which I left New York November 21st, 1842. She was in charge of a very smart young captain on his first voyage as skipper. The old man, by which name her former captain, my friend of 40, was known, staying to hum with his family for the winter. He was, however, part owner, and on going over the ship's side into the tender at Sandy Hook, wished his mate a pleasant voyage, adding, "Take care of yourselves. You're deep as a sandbarge," which was true, for 18 feet draught left but 5 feet freeboard. We started in light easterly headwinds and wet, gloomy weather, which on nearing the banks suddenly backed in squalls of rain to southwest. Yards were at once squared, and under double-reefed topsails and foresail we were soon making 12 knots on an easterly course for London town. Day after day the same fair gale followed the ship, varying a trifle in direction, but always increasing in strength, until sail was reduced to a close-reefed fore topsail and fore topmast staysail under which we were still able to stagger along with our head to the eastward. Each day, however, the following seas grew bigger, as the increasing wind howled louder through the naked rigging, until now and again one threatened to overtake us, owing to the fore topsail being becalmed by a sea towering astern, so that for a moment, in spite of 4 good men at her wheel, the ship would lose steerage way. Everything, however, held on well, and the young captain rejoiced, as he reckoned upon having made over 800 miles in 4 days under that straining strip of canvas. But on the evening of the 4th day, with a heavy thud aft, a larger sea than usual did really overtake us, and splitting 2 stern deadlights, poured 6 inches deep through the poop cabin, knocking down at the same time the men at the wheel, while at once, as sailors say, took charge. The captain and mate were the first to grapple and arrest that madly spinning helm, and just saved their ship from slewing broadside to the gale, or as it is called, broaching to. After which, in spite of his fair wind, our skipper guessed he'd heave to, and before midnight succeeded in doing so under a main trysail, though we had to man the capstan on the poop and take the lee trysail sheet to it before he could get it aft. This weather continued with a few hours' lull between each gale, until near the English coast, so that we counted 8 gales in 3 weeks. Soon after the first of these gales a man was missing, though how or when lost was never known. The ship was not overmanned, and her crew had become so fagged out with double shifts at the wheel, spells at the pumps, and illness, that out of 25 all told, they now only mustered 15 fit for work aloft, and with all available hands on the yard, including the mate and carpenter, 1 topsail only could be furled or reefed at a time. Packet ship fashion, our royal yards remained aloft until the weather became almost too bad to send them down. And when, in a lull between 2 gales, our skipper sent 2 of his strongest youngsters up the fore and main topgallant masts with this object, the excitement on deck as to the fate of one of them was for some time considerable. The fore royal yard was sent down all right, in spite of the heavy rolling of the ship, but the lad on the mainmast, by some mischance, lost control of his yard, which then, as it swung to and fro from the yard rope, threatened every moment either to break his legs or knock him off the topgallant mast, to which he clung by them, until at last his skipper, in a voice like a watchman's rattle, fairly yelled at him to come down by the topgallant backstay. He was too good a hand, however, to give in, even to the swearing commands of his captain, if indeed he clearly heard them where he was, and after many unsuccessful efforts and risk of life and limb, he at last secured his yard and sent it down safely on deck. We had among our passengers an old traveller who had crossed the Atlantic 27 times under canvas, and his remarks to our skipper on this occasion, also when pooped by the sea, were not complimentary. We had 10 cabin passengers, all men, who passed most of their time below playing 21 by lamplight, the skylights being battened down, and the words, "I stand," "double all around," "pay up," became terribly monotonous. But I remember how, on a dark, moonless night, when running before one of the strongest gales, a loud, quick shout on deck of "Port, port, hard a port," startled even this group of players, most of whom knew that such an order when scudding before a heavy sea in mid-Atlantic meant something in the way. Even the eternal "double all around" was hushed for a moment, as the card players paused and listened for the next order. None came, however, and I was alongside the captain on deck just as a huge black phantom tore past us and disappeared in the darkness astern, our captain waving his binnacle lantern over our rail in answer to a feeble spark of light frantically waving to and fro on the deck of the other vessel. "I guess that was close enough, Bob," was all the captain said, adding, "A miss is as good as a mile. Did you see her? I made her out to be bark rigged, hove to under a close reefed topsail." Ships then carried no lights, and at any risk we, being before the wind, were bound to keep clear of a ship hove to. Though had we gone over her, it is not likely that a collision that night would have been followed by a trial at law. In the long, dark winter nights, low, deep vessels like ours must have often crossed one another's course within hail without seeing anything of each other, especially when the seas between them were big enough to hide a ship halfway up her topmast rigging. While on the banks, we constantly ran close by small cod fishermen, mostly French, hove to under a scrap of storm trysail. One such we passed in daylight near enough to look down upon her low deck as she lay like a duck in the hollow of a sea. There was not a soul on watch on her deck, and this gave rise to a yarn of how a Liverpool packet must have run clean over one of these schooners at night, and only discovered it in the morning by finding a small scrap of her upper rigging hanging about the ship's jib boom. When running before it, the strength of the gusts in a gale are hard to measure. But in one of the hardest of these blows, the skipper and I nearly came to grief by being knocked on the head by a heavy hatch, or covering of the wheelhouse aft, which was lifted into the air by the wind and carried forward just clear of our heads, to the break of the poop where we stood holding on to the rail. It struck the deck between us, and cutting a large splinter out of it, bounded over into the waist below. The kick-up of the ship's stern on a sea helped the wind no doubt to lift this piece of stout woodwork, which was 8 feet long by 4 feet wide, and 14 inches high above the wheelhouse deck, under which the men steered. It was a strong-made hatch, and so securely fitted over a deep ledge or coaming on the deck that it had never been known to move before, even when the ship was pooped by the sea. The short, sudden spells of calm between each breeze often gave far more trouble than the gales, because continued bad weather had so strained and stretched our nearly new rigging that when, for want of steerage way, the ship fell broadside into the trough of the sea, she threatened to roll her masts overboard. All that could be done under the circumstances to help the slackened shrouds was to cat-harpoon them by means of capstan bars lashed across below the futtock shrouds, and get a strain with a tackle upon ropes passed across between these bars from one set of shrouds to the other. Preventer backstays were also rigged to support the topmasts. But in a heavy rolling ship these operations were not easily carried out, it being difficult to get about or even stand on deck without holding on or taking a turn of rope round one. The captain's joke on me at these times was that my length, 6 foot 2.5 inches, did away with all risk of falling overboard. I might, as he said, veer or pay myself over, but there would be always plenty of time to take a turn of me round something before I left the ship altogether. No doubt this was a very funny joke, because, like judges' jokes, those made by captains are always funny. Besides, it was made one day when, owing to the ship's angle of heel, I found myself dangling from the rail with both feet clear of her deck. Another source of anxiety after a spell of heavy rolling was our cargo of raw turpentine. The big, flimsy casks in which it was stowed, working one against another until quantities of the viscid stuff oozed out of them into the ship's bilges and choked the pumps, which, as we wanted pumping at least a quarter of an hour each watch, had to be lifted several times during the voyage to clear them of it. And so, after all, in spite of strong and often fair gales, the voyage was a long one. For after making the land, we had baffling winds up channel, and it was 2 days after Christmas Day before we hauled into dock. We had lost a man, and all our bulwarks on the port side between the poop and forecastle. I met that young skipper in London on his return trip in spring, and he said, "Yes, I guess that was a rough time, but you ought to have made the westerly trip back with us in January, when we were 70 days from the Downs to Sandy Hook, and when, after beating down Channel to the Lizard, with a cow's pilot on board, the weather being too rough to land him, we fell in with a gale, and after lying to, first on one tack and then the other for a week, drove back to the Downs." The Hendrick Hudson was built at New York in 1841, in 89 days, and launched ready for sea with spars, etc., all standing. She foundered in mid-Atlantic with a cargo of rails 13 years afterwards, my blue coat boy cousin being then first mate. All hands took to the boats, and were picked up by a passing vessel, and, as my cousin said, That was the last I saw of the old Hendrick Hudson. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. I exhibit at the Royal Academy. Get married and moored for a time near London as an artist. But gravitate toward the river at Greenwich. A floating dockyard there. I charter an old boat. The lower Thames in those days. I make a studio in a boat. Too late for a tide. Join watermen's boats in tow of a West Indiaman. Pleasures of towing. Under the bows of a brig. Save my tide. Cheating the tide. Blackwall Point. Men ashore take an interest in my boat. Discover why just in time to save her mast. Meet J.W.M. Turner early in life, and in the Royal Academy later. The English merchant seaman of 1842. I quote Shakespeare on tides, but not taking his advice, move my family to Sidmouth. Regret of conscientious R.A. at this step. How I consoled myself for loss of his friendship. Harry Conant and England's Rose. A fisherman's life on Sidmouth Beach. I build a boat. A rival boat builder. Soon after this trip to New York, my name appeared in the Royal Academy catalogue as the painter of a picture called Morning at Sea. And 3 years later, I exhibited a large picture, a deck scene with many figures, entitled A Complaint from the Forecastle, suggested by Dana's wonderful book, 2 years before the mast. I was now regularly moored in the London swim of artists, and known familiarly among them as Bob Leslie. But a far stronger link in my ground tackle was a young wife and home of our own. This, however, was at Blackheath, whence, as all Londoners know, a steep descent leads easily down to the Thames at Greenwich, following which, just below the hospital, I fell in one day with an amphibious old naval architect who, hermit crab-like, had appropriated and roofed over the derelict hulk of a Margate hoy, on which he lived by tinkering up boats and barges, a better trade, as most shipbuilders know, than building new ones. His floating dockyard was reached by a long plankway projected from the adjoining marsh, while moored in the stream beyond it lay a small, open, sprit-sailed pleasure boat, with a board hanging over her side stating that she was for hire, together with the well-known signal at her masthead that she was for sale. I had formed a plan of establishing a small floating studio on this part of the lower Thames, and here under my nose was the exact article. It is true she appeared well stricken in years, but after a survey I concluded that there was enough paint and old tar about her, both inside and out, to hold her together, and that in my trade she might be classed A1 for the next 2 months, especially as her owner was ready to let on a repairing lease at a weekly rent of 12 shillings, which included not only all marine stores then on board, but a well-worn bit of chain to which she rode when in port. My objection to the age of this mooring being wisely overruled by her owner, on the ground that a stronger one might lead to her being sunk if fouled by a passing barge, in place of merely breaking adrift. No one today would care to sail on the lower Thames above Erith Reach, and even below it. The river is so crowded with heavy steam traffic an hour or two before and after high water that one has to wait some time for a chance of crossing it in a small sailing boat. While scientific arrangements of sewage outfalls, etc., gas and glue works have so changed the flavour of Thames water between Greenwich and Gravesend that clothes once wetted with it are not so nice to wear until washed again. 50 years ago, however, this part of the river had quite a pleasant, tidal, tarry flavour, and more traffic was then carried on under canvas than steam. Fleets of collier brigs, sailing barges, and fishing boats, it is true, filled the river in places, with now and then an East Indian man slowly picking her way among them in tow of a feeble paddle-tug. And there were the old Gravesend, Margate, and Ramsgate packets. But few of these craft move very fast, when colliers and even small sailing ships worked under canvas through Blackwall Reach almost to the dock gates or into the pool below London Bridge. Woolwich and Galleon's reaches were then my favourite cruising and sketching grounds, with now and then an extended trip down to Longreach or into the Hope. My plan of operations when the tide suited was to drop down the river under sail or paddles with the ebb, and having selected a spot suitable for sketching, to let my boat ground upon a shelving mud-flat, after which, as the tide left her, she would sit quietly upright, affording a steady platform for an easel or sketching stool for several hours, or until she floated again with the returning tide. Thus I became, as it were, a kind of artistic tide waiter. One drawback to this arrangement was the loss of the first part of a flood tide on return voyages. And on one occasion, after a longer trip down the river than usual, and making many tacks across the lower end of Longreach against a fresh wind, a shrimper in company hailed me with, "Why don't you haul down a reef?" And on my saying, "Because I'm in a hurry," he asked, "Why, where are you bound?" And being told Greenwich, gave me the comforting information that I should not save my tide, adding, "If I was bound up as far as that, I'd get a pluck up astern of one of them big weasels under steam," alluding to some large merchantmen then towing into the reach. The man was right, and I struck my mast at once, and lay by on my oars just clear of the track of the first, a bark-rigged West Indiaman. She had a long train of watermen's skiffs, etc., astern, and throwing my painter to the last of these, I found myself speeding rapidly up the river against the wind, a very pleasant change after thrashing to windward in a dumpy little boat, with spray flying over one at every jump. I have often observed that a state of real content or comfort, either afloat or ashore, is rarely allowed us for over half an hour, or, say, the time it takes to smoke a pipe, without some petty matter or person turning up to mar it. And sure enough, I had hardly got through my first pipe astern of the bark, then she began to thread her way among a fleet of coal brigs beating up the river under sail, in doing which they continually crossed our track. And I soon saw that though the tug and bark took care to keep clear of those lumbering craft, no allowance was made for the string of boats astern, which were expected to look out for themselves, either by shortening up their tow lines or letting go altogether. Unluckily, I was the last of the string, and began to foresee an early end to my rapid progress. For one great brig was actually standing across the river in such a way that though she might go clear of the leading boats, she appeared certain to cut off the two last. All the watermen in the boats ahead, of course, took this view, and to make sure of clearing the brig, had shortened in their painters until they were close under the West Indiaman's stern. The men in the boat ahead of me were of the Thames pilot class, and used to close shaves of this sort. I, of course, was not. And as the great bluff bows of the brig came nearer and nearer to my little cockle shell, I asked them rather anxiously whether I had not better drop astern, and the answer of, "Well, I don't know. Hold on a bit. You can always let go," was not altogether satisfactory. With a wave of yeasty foam before them, the brig's bows were within a few yards of us, and I was on the point of casting off my tow line when the man ahead called out, "Hold on! Sheer your boat straight at her, and then 'ard over t'other way. You'll clear arter all." While I did by a foot, or close enough to fend my boat off the shining, pitching bow of the brig with one hand as I steered with the other. This evolution, however, cost me 18 pence, for as my boat sheered across and across in the wake of the waterman's skiff, and jumped in the swell, my painter contrived to unship his rudder yoke, for the loss of which, of course, I had to pay. But I saved my tide, and was home in good time for dinner. In those days, single-handed, floating studios were rare upon the lower Thames, and as I lay high and dry on a mud bank, I was often an object of pity or sarcastic congratulations to passing bargees with "A nice tide you been and made of it, young man," etc. While as a Gravesend packet swept past my carefully selected resting place, even her passengers seemed to understand the helplessness of my position. On the other hand, as the wash from her paddles broke in miniature rollers against my mudbank, I, in turn, thanked my stars that the floor of my little studio was undisturbed by the swell of passing steamers. It was by carefully following the light draught Thames barges that I first learnt the art of cheating an adverse tide by working the eddies, and how to make the best of a fair one by a mid-channel course from point to point. One fine morning, however, I narrowly escaped coming to grief in making the best of a fair tide around Blackwall Point, which separates Blackwall from Bugsby's Reach. I was running dead before a strong, fair wind and tide, when all at once I found myself an object of unusual interest to a gang of riverside navvies ashore. They said nothing, but I was near enough to note that they all stopped work and looked at my boat as though they expected to see her blow up or go to the bottom. She was not a boat to do anything in a hurry, but at this particular time she was swinging round that low point of Thames mud at something approaching 6 miles an hour. Some minutes before coming to this point, I had noted the masts of a sunken schooner standing almost in midstream, and was about to round the point inside them without seeing the real cause of the men's interest in my boat, in the form of a hawser stretched taut as a bar about 3 feet above the water from the mainmast of the wreck to the shore, where it led to a winch or capstan at which the men were at work, and which they had only stopped just to see whether my boat's mast would go by the board or capsize her on fouling the rope. There was no time to get my mast down, and I had barely brailed up my sail and got out my paddles to get her head to wind before she was within a few yards of the hawser. The tide was running so strongly round the point that, pulling hard against it and the wind for some time, I only just held my own. My brailed-up sail held a lot of wind, and I dare not quit my paddles an instant to lower it by taking down the sprit. But after the first flutter of excitement was over, the sight of those grinning navvies gave me strength, and I found, to my relief, that slowly but surely I gained ground, and after 15 minutes' hard work I was far enough to windward of the wreck to set my sail again, and pass outside her and the long rope connection with the navvies ashore, who now lost all interest in me and my boat, and continued their work of righting the sunken vessel, with a view, no doubt, to her ultimate resurrection. There are, I suspect, few among living artists who made the personal acquaintance of J. W. M. Turner earlier than I did, as a boy, in the year 1834, when staying with my father at Lord Egremont's at Petworth, and I shall never forget how, while watching some trimmers set for pike in the lake in the park, Turner gave me an early lesson in seamanship by rigging scraps of paper torn from his sketch book upon three little sticks stuck in a bit of board to represent a full-rigged ship, which, to my great delight, he then launched upon the lake. It was 16 years later that I met him for the last time at the Academy, when he did me the honour of walking up to a picture of mine entitled A Sailor's Yarn, and after looking at it for a moment, said in his strange, laconic way, "I see a gull. I like your colour." I have this picture now, and have reproduced it here, as it gives the type of English merchant Jack of 45 years back, as compared with the narrow-chested, round-shouldered steamboat deckhand of to-day. Thanks to sail drill and training, our naval bluejacket still retains a sailor's figure, while among the crews of our large merchant sailing ships one still meets fine, broad-shouldered Scandinavian seamen who have been trained on board some smart Norwegian brigantine. There are many nice sayings and proverbs about what we ought to do to secure success in life, any one of which, strictly followed, should no doubt lead to eminence in any career. Shakespeare's "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries," sounds well here. And I lost that tide, I fear, together with my swim in the art world of London in the year 1854, by moving my goods and chattels by road van from London to Sidmouth, Devon. This was before Mr. Ruskin's dictum had gone forth, that no landscape painter had any business in London, and this step was much deplored by certain elder brethren of art. Among these was one who said terrible things about talents stowed away, etc. But he was a man who kept a 10-horsepower conscience, and as one of the hangers had that very year kindly and conscientiously rejected my picture at the R.A. I feel now that he was a true friend, but consoled myself for his loss at the time, or soon afterwards, amongst the Sidmouth fishermen and their boats. The first of these new friends was a weather-beaten looking man I met as he landed on the beach after his night's work among the crabs and lobsters in a small 14-foot boat. He looked worn out and tired as he stepped out of his boat with a heavy basket at his back, and merely dropped a small anchor on the sand, and giving his boat a shove seaward, left her riding to it a few yards offshore. It was a fine spring morning, and I asked him if he were going to sea again. He said no, he was bound home for a nap till high water. I had not been afloat for months, and as she lay offshore, head to wind under her mizzen, the little boat looked so inviting that I offered the man a shilling for an hour or two's use of her. He answered in a simple, confiding way, "Take her, sir, for as long as you like." England's Rose was rigged with a lug sail forward and a mizzen, and I had a delightful cruise in her along shore under the lofty cliffs. Harry Conant and I were friends from that day, and I had the use of his boat for anything I liked to give him, whenever the tide and his work suited. Unlike most of the local fishermen, I found that my new friend had sailed in the coal trade, and began life on board a small West Country coaster of which his father was skipper, and that, like all the old school of seamen, he was an accomplished rigger and sailmaker. He was also carpenter enough to keep his own boats in repair, besides making his own sails and those for most of the other boats on the beach. The work and life of a fisherman who goes down to sea in small open boats among the surf rolling in upon an unsheltered shore is precarious in more ways than one. His boat must be small and light, yet strong and seaworthy to stand the weather and heavy strains in launching her through and hauling her out of the surf. While in spells of bad weather he has to pass days of enforced idleness on shore, when day after day the sea rolls in upon his port in a way that defies any attempt to go out to his work from it. All this kind of thing was new to me, but I could have hardly selected a better spot for the study of it than the half-mile of shifting shingle across the valley between Peak Hill and the Ham, or mouth of the Little Sid under Salcombe Hill. This beach is backed shoreward by a strong sea-wall, built years ago by Rennie, when a pier and harbour was proposed for the place. And the older fishermen said that in preparing a foundation for the western arm of this harbour, masses of rock were blown up and destroyed, which, when they were young, afforded some shelter from southwesterly gales in landing or launching. Now there is none. The sea-wall, though a fine piece of work, causes such variations in the level of the beach that at times the only retreat for boats after a succession of southwesterly gales is by means of a kind of ladder, upon which they are hauled over the wall to a place of safety. Though after long spells of fine weather the shingle will lie against the wall within a foot or two of its top. These are some of the difficulties the men have to contend with in rough on-shore gales, while, owing to the lofty cliffs for miles on either side of the valley, the sea with an offshore wind is vexed with squalls such as are only met with on mountain lakes. It was on this inhospitable strip of beach that I first really became the owner of a boat, because I found, as summer came, and with it the mackerel season, that every boat on the beach, Conant's included, were at sea nearly all day. I did not buy my boat ready-made, but in the form of half-inch elm planks, and other wood, which, being a bit of a carpenter, after many consultations with Conant, and the help of some copper nails, I contrived to put together during the winter in an empty coach-house. Her sails were made, of course, by Conant, and when finished A low pair of wheels was arranged, so that, when balanced upon them, she was easily moved by one man down to the sea, from which my house was a mile distant. Long, however, before the boat was finished, it was known on the beach that Mr. Leslie was building a boat. And one after another, nearly every fisherman in the place dropped in upon my dockyard. So that if the finished boat had turned out a failure, it would not have been for want of practical criticism and advice. I heard in this way that I had a rival amateur naval architect at work at the same time, in the shape of a shoemaker and fisherman combined. And in spite of the fact that the art of shoemaking is rather akin to that of boat building, I learnt from some of my visitors that my rival's craft had, after all his efforts, developed a midship section 6 inches wider than he expected. Competition, however, brings out the best qualities even of amateur boat builders, and though she rather exceeded her designed beam, my rival's boat cut mine out altogether as a bit of decorative colour on the beach. It is surprising what an interest every tap of a hammer has when riveting together the planks of your own craft. And what a pleasure it was when the foam was ready at last for sea, to find oneself the owner of a handy little boat, 15 feet 6 inches by 6 feet 3 inches wide, at a cost of a little over £8. And here I may note that on leaving Sidmouth, after many years' use, I sold her for the same money. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. A trial trip, whether or no in my boat. 5 hours to windward. Bailing out. Gain on water. Conant's opinion of the boat versus a London friend's. Arrive at Exmouth. Boatman's opinion there. Take lodgings for a week. Explore the Exe in boat. Return to Sidmouth whether or no in her. Early morning. Mackerel fishing. Caught in a mackerel breeze. Sea too heavy to land at high water. A run for shore under sail. Foam's life on the beach. A gale at Sidmouth. Boats afloat and moored round a freshwater pump. Conant's parlour that evening. Mrs. Partingan's mop at Sidmouth. Long sea trips in the foam with wife and children. Some friends remonstrate, etc. My wife criticizes the foam's speed. A launch with the plug out. The first real trial trip of the foam was on a certain Monday, on which I had arranged a week before to sail in her with a friend for Exmouth. Harry Conant was to go with us, as I was a stranger to that port. Anybody can go almost anywhere by sea, provided they can pick their weather, which in this instance we were unable to do, so that our start on this particular day was not exactly a case of weather permitting, but rather one of if possible. The evening before, the weather looked unpromising, with a fresh west-southwest wind, and all Conant would say as to the next day's trip was that with that wind an early start would be advisable, in order to make the best of what little tide we should have with us. By an early start, Conant would mean 3:30 a.m., but out of deference to the domestic arrangements of my friend, the late hour of 7 a.m. was fixed upon. The sun rose among crimson streaky clouds, or as fishermen call them, the Reds, that morning, and all Conant would say about the weather, or the probable time of our arrival at Exmouth, was not encouraging, though he allowed it might be done in the run of the day. My friend was not what is called a boating man, but rather one of that game class of dry London men who thoroughly enjoy what they call a sniff of the briny. There was, as Conant said, a bit of a jump outside, but which, in the present state of the tide, did not run high enough inshore to make it hard to launch. And when everything was on board, including my friend and self, Conant gave the boat her last shove through the wash of a breaker until, as he said, she smelled water enough to float her, after which he tumbled in over her stern, and with her head a trifle off the wind, she soon gathered life under sail with a crunch, crunch over the breakers seaward. The mouth of the Exe was 10 miles dead to windward, and our pilot said the only chance of fetching it was to stand at once well off shore in order to save the last of the ebb. Professional boat builders rarely go to sea in their own craft, and probably don't experience unusual pleasure when they do. But as we left the shelter of the bay, and the little foam splashed her way through the rougher water outside, I confess to a feeling of wonder and pride in her strength and sea-going powers, which I have never felt since in much larger and finer sea-boats built by others. But all that sort of thing was soon checked by Conant remarking that if we meant to do anything, we were bound to drive her now, and that he should advise the larger mainsail to be set, and an oar used to help her to windward. His word was of course law, and the smaller mainsail, under which we started, was shifted for the large one, 3 bags of ballast being trimmed to windward to enable the boat to keep her lee gunwale up under the larger sail, Conant taking my place at the tiller, while I took an oar and began rowing, or rather catching a stroke when possible, the net result of which driving process, or, as Conant called it, keeping her at it, being that not a moment passed without a cloud of spray flying over us to windward, with a fair share of solid water at times over our lee bow, all which kept Conant busy bailing with one hand while he steered with the other. Conant seemed delighted with the boat, because, as he told my friend, "You see, sir, she don't stop to look at nothing, but she goes right through everything." The London man, however, persisted in calling her a wet boat, and said he would as soon be on a duck's back, etc. We went on in this style until the high cliffs of Sidmouth were almost out of sight, the wind rather freshening all the time, but, as Conant said cheerfully, it would not do to ease her nothing, and so far as the water inside her went, he thought he rather gained on it. It was a good day for a sea boat's trial trip, and as we went about we met a bluff-bowed collier under reefed topsails on the other tack, her black shining bows rising and falling in a stately way as they plunged through the sea, which ran in streams of foam from her headgear. On board the little foam it was doing rather more, and the large mainsail was lowered and the smaller one hoisted in its place, under which she became a trifle drier. Conant, who in summer time despised all protection, was now as wet as a shag, and in spite of our oilskins and sou'westers we were far from dry. We had been under way more than 2 hours when we again came in with the land, and found ourselves only 2.5 miles to windward of our starting point. It was therefore suggested, under these circumstances, that it might be wise to hard up and run back for Sidmouth. But this step was overruled at once by Conant, who said that so much sea would by this time be running on the beach that with a flowing tide a return to it might be risky, while if we stood to sea again for an hour we ought to fetch to windward of Otterton Head, and after that we should smoothen the water on every tack. The latter part of this prophecy was not verified, and 3 hours later, when we fetched a long ledge of black rocks known as Strait Point, there was a nasty, untrue sea breaking over them and upon Exmouth Bar to the westward. 2 more short tacks, however, enabled us to fetch the western passage between the Pole Sand and the Warren, where we could ease our sheets for the desired haven, and after being cramped up 5 hours to windward, it was pleasant to stand up again in the warm sun and wind, which nearly dried everything as we ran along under the friendly shelter of the sandbank outside us. The trial trip was over, but on reaching the landing hard at Exmouth, the boatmen there looked curiously at the foam and inquired where we came from, and when told Sidmouth, were half inclined to doubt our word. The oldest among them, shaking his head, pronounced her as too small, in which he was perhaps right. But there she was, and we felt that the foam might be trusted in any weather in which it would be possible to launch her from Sidmouth Beach. My wife had engaged lodgings at Exmouth for a week, with a view partly to some smooth water boating on the Exe. But distrusting the fickle ways of the open sea, had wisely made the passage with her 3 little ones overland. It was quite 2 o'clock before my friend and I, 2 damp, unpleasant, hungry bodies, turned up at those apartments. Conant was rather fagged out, but after lunch and a hot, strong glass of rum grog, assured us, as we wished him good-bye in the empty carriage on his return to Sidmouth, that he felt beautiful now. It was arranged, however, before he left, that the next Monday he was to come to Exmouth and go back with me in the foam to Sidmouth. During the week we had a pleasant time exploring the tidal estuary of the Exe in her as far as Topsham. But the morning fixed for returning to Sidmouth proved if anything more dirty-looking than the day we left there. And after I had walked down to the shore before breakfast, and was informed by some Exmouth pilots that with that sea on the bar it would be out of the question to land at all on Sidmouth Beach, I went back to the lodgings, determined to leave the foam in charge of a man where she was until the weather improved and return with my wife by carriage. The wind was strong at south-southwest, with what sailors call small rain, and had been so since daylight. But we had scarcely begun breakfast before our landlady informed us that there was a man at the door who wanted to see me. And there, to my surprise, shining in a suit of oilskin, stood Harry Conant, after having tramped in the rain from Sidmouth. When I expressed surprise at his coming in such weather, he merely said, "Well, sir, you remember you told me you wished to return to-day, if possible." And I continued, as we came here in a strong foul wind, that a fair one oughtn't to stop us going back, adding, "Still, if you prefer to go by carriage, I can take the boat home alone." While as to the Exmouth pilot's idea of not being able to land at Sidmouth, Conant said, "You leave that to me, sir. That kind of folk knows nothing of our sort of beach work." And so, after a good breakfast, Conant and I went down to the Hard, and soon had the foam afloat and ready for sea, the local boatmen, of course, watching critically our proceedings, the only one of which they approved of being a reef in our small mainsail taken in preparation for a beat to windward out of the river. This beat out took some time, but once outside, the wind was abaft our beam, and Conant set the large mainsail, with the smaller one boomed out, spinnaker fashion, before which we rolled along as dry as a chip, and were even able before the wind to enjoy a pipe. When, however, we arrived off Sidmouth, nearly abreast of Conant's capstan, the sea was too heavy to run for it under sail, and I had a splendid chance of seeing how a landing in a boat like the Foam should be made through a sea tumbling in at high water against a steep beach. All sails in the mainmast were lowered, and carefully stowed and lashed out of the way. All but one bag of shingle ballast were emptied overboard, and after the bow or cut rope had been hooked into the stem, Conant took the pair of short oars or paddles and under them backed the boat in until within a few seas of the beach, and with an eye over his shoulder kept her there for some minutes, or until three or more larger seas than ordinary had run under us and broken upon the shore. Then, with a half-dozen powerful strokes, he brought her round, and pulled in so that we were carried on the shoulder of a sea, and left almost high and dry upon the beach in front of his capstan, where his son, a stout boy, and an old fisherman were waiting for us. Other help was at hand, and the foam was quickly hauled or hardened in out of the reach of the surf. It was arranged between Conant and myself that I should have the use of his capstan and wooden skids on the beach, when launching or hauling up my boat, at a small fixed rate each time they were used. And as he and his boy were often ashore about the time I was ready for a cruise, this plan suited both of us. In the mackerel season, however, I was frequently on the beach before sunrise or in time to get the foam afloat before Conant put to sea. Once launched, in ordinary weather, I wanted no more help until the morning's fishing was over, after which there were always plenty of hands on the beach, the maxim among the fishermen, especially in rough weather, being that of mutual aid, so that the last boat ashore generally got the most help. In this way I often had 3 or 4 hours' sport with the mackerel before breakfast, landing sometimes with more fish in the bottom of the foam than a man can carry, all which, after a few taken for home use, went to swell Conant's catch. The rig of the foam was well adapted for reeling for mackerel, as it required no attention in wearing round before the wind over a school of fish. This was not the case with the larger, lug-sailed boats in this kind of fishing, but they nearly all carried 2 hands. In the season, I, of course, had mackerel lines out sometimes during a midday cruise, but seldom met with the same sport that attended the first hour's fishing after sunrise. In fact, later in the day, a fresh inshore wind, or what the fishermen call a mackerel breeze, was best for sport. But I remember one morning when a doctor friend and I had started rather early on one of these mackerel breeze days, that after a few hours' capital sport, the sea had increased so rapidly by the time we intended landing, the spray was flying over the sea-wall. There were only 3 other boats left out, one of which I hailed, asking what he thought about a landing. He said that neither he nor his brothers in the other boats meant to try it for the next 2 hours, or till the tide had fallen so that they could see Chit Rocks, when he could run in at that end of the beach, adding, "And you'd best wait till we be all ashore, when there'll be plenty of help there." This end of the beach was a 1/4 of a mile from my usual landing and Harry Conant's capstan. Both of us were a trifle more than ready for breakfast, and the wind and sea were rising fast. But there was no help for it, and we had to knock about outside till 1 o'clock, when, after the 3 fishermen had successfully landed, we made a dash for it under sail. Quite a crowd had by this time got together on the esplanade to watch the boats come in, and I was not sorry when, after a rush on the back of a big sea, the foam ran well up the beach without shipping a bucket of water, and was seized by the strong arms of 5 or 6 men who had landed before us. There is a certain amount of luck in landing through a surf under sail. But on the whole, it is perhaps the safest for a non-professional, especially if alone, the boat being kept rather by the stern. And even if filled before beaching, she must be kept fore and aft to the sea to the last. Besides the want of a capstan, a great objection to landing at this end of Sidmouth Beach was, that in case of a sudden gale there was no retreat from it landward. The cliff meeting the beach here only a short distance above high water mark, so that after a landing in dirty-looking weather, boats had to be dragged along the beach parallel to the shore for some distance before they could be safely left. For the most part, however, the foam, carefully tended by Conant, led an amateurish, lazy boat life among her tarry, fishy-flavoured, scale-smeared consorts, basking idly for days in the sun, or when too hot, shielded from it under a well-fitted boat cover. While the long winter months were spent by her snugly housed in her native coach-house, a mile from the sea, and my wife used to say that she was where she should always keep her. Her immediate neighbours on the beach in summer, of course, Conant's two boats, the Friend's and England's Rose. And I knew for certain that in case of a sudden gale with a spring tide, she would be the first boat hauled up beyond the reach of the terrible sea, which once in every few years would make a clean sweep, not only of everything on the beach, but off the esplanade above it, piling up sometimes beach 2 feet on the road, and filling the basements of many houses facing the sea not only with water but solid shingle. One such night I recollect about 9 p.m. hurrying off in a pair of sea boots to see how things were going on, and found the sea pouring in sheets of foam a foot deep between every opening it could find into the town, so that it was hardly possible to wade safely across the end of one opening to the next, owing to the rush of water. I found the foam that night with half a dozen other boats moored to a fresh water pump. And when I asked a fisherman how they got so many of them there in such a short time, he said, "We'd no trouble about that. After getting them on to the walk, we'd only to keep them straight, and the sea carried them into the street." The boats then lay aloft in nearly 3 feet of salt water, safely moored and rubbing noses together in this newly made port round a western town pump. Conant's cottage door looked out upon the place, and stepping inside, it was strange to see him and his old father-in-law standing in 2 feet of water by a table with a lighted candle on it, and in the grate the remains of a fire, everything reflected in the calm water about them, while outside the gale howled, and the sea thundered against the sea wall 150 yards off. The rest of the furniture had been carried either upstairs or to relatives' houses further inland. All but an old Dutch clock hung near the ceiling, the pendulum still swinging, and hands showing the time 9:30, which, as the old fisherman said, must be 10 minutes past high water, so that he hoped they'd had the worst on it. I asked him if he had ever known a higher tide. He only pointed to a dark stain near the top of the room as the high water mark of a tide 50 years back, when we took folk out of first-story windows in boats. Sidmouth did not entirely recover from one of these invasions by sea for months. And when one considers that not only every boat, but all the capstans and gear had to be hastily uprooted and removed from the beach to a place of safety in an hour or two, some idea may be formed of the work a gale of this sort gave the fishermen. The well-known story of Mrs. Partington's ineffectual efforts to keep back the sea with her mop is founded upon a fact which occurred at Sidmouth, no doubt before the building of the sea wall by Rennie. But when the wind, tide, and sea meant business, the work of that great engineer seemed almost as useless against their combined attack as Canute's will or the old lady's mop. We have only to live long enough to arrive at years of discretion. I suppose this is my case, for I often wonder now how I ventured to undertake, and still more how I contrived to persuade my wife to trust herself and 3 small children with me in the foam on the long open sea voyages we used to make in her between Sidmouth and Teignmouth, Dawlish and Babbicombe to the west, and Bear and Lyme Regis to the east. Quite alone, such expeditions might be easily accomplished by any foolhardy young amateur, but handling a small open sailing boat under those squall-breeding cliffs with all you cared for on board was a nervous matter, especially when the lady in command often insisted upon sail being shortened or taken in altogether at the very moment when, with a freshening land breeze, the canvas carried was the sole means of keeping the boat from being blown offshore. Everything in the shape of masts, sails, and rope on board the foam was of the strongest and best, and constantly overhauled with a view to cruises made chiefly with the wind offshore, which, when at all strong, rendered any attempt to gain the land impossible under oars. Her yawl rig was also selected for this reason, as it enabled one hand to keep the boat on her course during a squall under a mizzen and foresail, without losing ground while taking in a reef or shifting a large sail for a small one. I have gone into these details to show that the actual risks incurred upon these sea trips were not so terrible as some of our neighbours and friends at Sidmouth used to make out. Many of them, however, were retired old naval men who had arrived at something a trifle beyond years of discretion, men who would try to undermine my wife's faith, never too strong, in me and my boat with, "Look here, Mrs. Leslie, I must really come and have a look at this boat of your husband's, and see what sort of craft it is that you trust yourself with him in along the coast." Among my wife's various criticisms on the navigation of the foam, one was that upon a long trip we never appeared to get on, but seemed always stuck for hours off the same headland. This was, of course, an optical error, due to being some distance offshore. Nevertheless, I was never able to explain to her how, when sailing up or down a river, the foam apparently made better progress than she ever did at sea or when sailing along the coast. But somehow or other we always reached port, and the three children proved in a breeze most efficient and patient as shifting ballast. The launch of a small family boat like the Foam, with wind and sea on shore, was a business requiring some care and foresight, especially with one or more lady passengers on board. The boat had to be placed ready upon three or more well-greased cross skids or ways, and when all were on board, I took my place on the middle thwart, ready to row her out until beyond the breakers before making sail. Conant would then watch for a smooth, and with the words, "Are you all ready, sir?" start, and follow her seaward through the wash until she was fairly afloat, after which he left us to our own devices and the tender mercy of the surf. In this way we were often able to utilize and enjoy a southerly or sea breeze, which, as Conant used to say, if it did not overblow itself and become offensive, was more steadier-like and less puffy than a smooth water offshore wind. On such days, once clear of the broken water, it was plain sailing. Accidents happen, however, in the best regulated boats, and in spite of all Conant's careful preparations, I noticed one day, after passing over the first breaker, that the cork had started from the plug hole under the stern sheets. I had 2 ladies on board that day, and there was too much surf to allow a moment's time to leave my sculls or find the cork and replace it. And when one of the youngsters moved the stern sheets to look for it, the water was seen spouting up into the boat 8 or 9 inches high, to the consternation of my lady passengers. The cork, of course, had hidden itself among the timbers aft, and I had to call for a pocket handkerchief, which, stuffed into the hole with a spare thole pin, did duty for the cork until we had gained a good offing clear of the broken water. Little incidents of this kind break the monotony of boating. But how that cork came to start was a mystery, because a heavy flat beach stone was always placed over it before launching. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. The repose of Sidmouth disturbed by a man of enterprise. He gets up a regatta, and to avoid being mixed up in it, I go to sea in the foam for the day. But, after all, owing to bad weather, do get mixed with it, and sail round the course with 2 other boats. How Sidmouth was supplied with coals. The foam launched to board a light collier caught in a breeze. Rowing out through a sea. A vessel drives ashore. Night of royal charter gale. Some beermen land on the beach at night in heavy gale. England's Rose, driven to sea with a gentleman and 2 ladies. Towed back by foam. I build a smaller boat as tender to foam. A year later, begin to think of building a vessel large enough to leave Sidmouth in. Her dimensions, etc. Other reasons for building her instead of buying one. I begin to take long walks with a boat builder to find timber for this vessel. I buy a big tree. The felling of it and getting it upon a saw pit. No railway in my time came within 15 miles of Sidmouth, and the few enterprising visitors who reached there by coach from Exeter called it dull. It was certainly not a gay place, but most of those who resided in that happy valley did so rather with a view to quiet, and among them it was rare to find anyone disposed to tamper with the grave routine of country life there. In the summer, however, of there blazed out among us a brisk, retired North Country shipowner, who bought a little place, and after blowing off some superfluous energy upon it for a year in altering and adding to it, and driving a pair of ponies up and down the steep adjacent hills, began to attack people all round on the want of enterprise and energy in their slow southern town. Why didn't they build a pier? Or, seeing how cheap and plentiful timber was, start a shipbuilding yard? When did we have our last regatta? And being told we never had one, said, "Then it's time you did." He owned a 20-ton yacht and was vice commodore of the Royal Something Yacht Club, and no doubt all the members of that club would enter their craft. And so a committee was dragged together, and money to the amount of £50 collected, to be expended in prizes, flags, and fireworks. What are termed coast regattas are common enough, and sometimes the weather permits of the programme being carried out. But Sidmouth was far from any yachting centres, while its position in West Bay made it a most undesirable rendezvous for racing craft. This, of course, the fishermen knew, and therefore expected that the money subscribed would be duly divided into a number of prizes to be rowed and sailed for by them. The committee, however, thought otherwise, and after allotting £30 to be sailed for by the expected yachts, and £10 for fireworks, etc., divided the remaining £10 into small prizes for local boats. When this was known on the beach, the regatta and its committee became a very unpopular subject of conversation among the fishermen. A day in September, however, was fixed, and the forthcoming Sidmouth regatta was duly advertised in a local weekly. I had been asked to help to carry out the sailing arrangements among the fishing boats, but knowing the dissatisfaction likely to follow any attempt to do so, declined. And to make sure of not being pressed into this service, put to sea in the foam on the appointed day before most of the sailing committee were out of bed. And having victualled my boat for the day, started with one of the fishermen's sons for a cruise seaward. As the day advanced, the wind steadily grew stronger, and by 10 o'clock there was a fair amount of surf on the beach, so that some trouble was experienced in launching 3 of the 18-foot fishing boats. 2 mark boats had been anchored the evening before, 4 miles apart, to the eastward and westward of the town and about 2 miles offshore. So far, however, no yacht of any rig was in sight, and the fishermen in the boats already afloat told me that none of the smaller ones were likely to leave the beach in the present state of the weather. About noon, however, the Vice Commodore's 20-tonner, under a trysail and a small jib, hove in sight, followed by a smaller cutter and a very large half-decked sailing craft, the Swan of the Warren, from Exmouth. The weather showed no signs of improving, and communication with the shore was fast getting more difficult, even when carried out in boats manned by 3 or 4 of the smartest fishermen. I don't know what arrangements were made at sea about a match between the yachts. But about 1 p.m. they started themselves somehow, the Swan of the Warren leading the way round the course, followed by the little cutter and 20-tonner. The weather had now become not only rough, but very thick, with small rain, so that the yachts were not easily seen as they sailed round the course. And when the 3 18-foot boats slipped their cables and dashed off under their forelugs and mizens for the eastern mark, they were soon out of sight in the rain and sea drift. So that, as seen now from the shore, it must have been a very dim and mysterious-looking regatta indeed. Rather to my surprise, I now saw 2 of the 16-foot boats afloat, and a boat from the shore came out to me to ask whether, in order to make up a race, I would sail round the course with these 2 boats, as none of the other small boats would leave the beach. These boats had each 3 men in them, and I agreed to go if they could find me another hand. The men were much obliged, and said that my friend Mr. G., the son of a clergyman, was on the beach, and no doubt would be glad to go. He was a first-rate hand, and after some delay joined me in the foam. The sea had gone on rising, so that as we lay ready for a start at our anchors about 1/4 of a mile from the town, it was not easy to see anything far, either shoreward or seaward, and the 2 boats riding just inside of mine were often almost hidden from us by the shoulder of a passing sea, while the roar of the surf among the shingle quite drowned the sound of our starting gun. I fancied I saw a puff of smoke, but could not make the men in the other boats believe it had been fired, until I pointed out to them a signal made by flag that it had. We were all soon off after that. And though, owing to her rig and smaller size, my boat had no chance against the fishermen's lug sails, we hoped by the way we went soon after starting that we might come in a good second. But the weather had become so thick that in the rain and driving spray it was impossible to see either of the marked boats. We therefore followed the boat ahead of us, knowing that he would sight the easterly mark first. And we were not far astern of him when my friend G made out an empty boat on the top of a sea only a short distance to windward of us, and said, "By Jove, there she is, and Ned," alluding to the leading boat, "has gone on without twigging her." We then stood on just far enough to round this boat, and went about close to her, but only to find that she was one of the yacht's boats adrift, and that the real marked boat was a quarter of a mile from us and still ahead of the leading boat. This, of course, put us out of the race, even as second, for we had to tack again before rounding this first mark just astern of the second boat. It was a long, rough 4 miles sail to the western mark, and we might have claimed second prize after all, for we saw the second boat tack for shore without rounding it at all. During this cruise round we were constantly bailing, the boy with a dipper and my friend with a sea boot. We found any amount of help ready for us on the beach that day, and by the time we landed the wind had increased to half a gale. The 3 yachts were almost out of sight, making the best of their way for Exmouth under storm canvas. The little North Country yachtsman was not afloat in his yacht that day, and in the local weekly's account of the regatta it was said, after the first round the race was given up, as those on board the 20-tonner could see no fun in knocking about pitching bowsprit in off a place like Sidmouth. Thus ended the first and last coast regatta I ever took part in. In the earlier part of the day an effort was made to start a race for gigs, and 2 were very pluckily manned and launched, but had to make for shore again, one of them filling outside, and her crew were taken care of by the men in one of the larger fishing boats. The cut shows how the other took the beach head first. Sidmouth was then only supplied with coal by sea, landed in large boats on the beach from collier brigs anchored nearly half a mile offshore. And one of the small excitements of the place was when one of these coal brigs, after discharging her cargo, was caught by a southerly breeze either empty or before she had taken in ballast. During a stay off Sidmouth, these vessels were placed in charge of one of the older beachmen, who for the time was styled pilot, his local knowledge of tides and weather being considered useful, while his boat in bad weather formed the most efficient link between him and the shore. Harry Conant was one of these men chosen for this service, and at times had to go off and remain on board a collier until the weather moderated, or, if sufficient ballast in the shape of undischarged coal remained in her, until she was safe inside of Exmouth Bar. But when caught quite empty, these vessels were sometimes left with two anchors down to take care of themselves until the gale was over. The questions, however, often arose at such times. Was the weather bad enough to take this step? Or how long would it be safe to leave the crew and pilot on board? It chanced that one morning I with many others was on the beach during a discussion of this kind. A light collier with nearly a clean swept hold was riding rather heavily off the town. Her crew had been landed the night before, leaving the captain and a Sidmouth man on board, and the question was, should a boat be launched to go off and offer them a chance of leaving the brig before the sea became too heavy? Very little time was wasted in talk before Conant and his relative Ned decided to go. It so happened that most of the handier small class of boats suited for the trip, except the Foam, had been hauled that morning off the beach on to the esplanade, and Ned suggested that if I would let her go, she would be just the boat for the job. I confess that I felt rather flattered at this selection, and said they might take her if they would take me with them. My friend G, who was standing near, also wished to go, and after some hesitation on Conant's part, it was agreed that we should form two of the four hands required to pull off to the brig. I had landed in the Foam several times in quite as heavy a sea, but was anxious not to lose the rarer chance of launching through one, especially in the little Foam. She was, as they said, one of the floatiest boats on the beach, and lay handy with no fishing gear on board. There was plenty of help ready to launch her, and after she was down on the skids just in the white broad wash of the surf, my friend and I took our places at the two midship oars, Ned being the lightest of the party taking the bow oar, while Conant was to take charge of the tiller with one hand and the after oar in the other, which he used standing in the stern sheets and sheaving or shoving with it facing the boat's bow, gondolier fashion. In this way he was able to see well ahead and direct us when to pull hard or easy, according to the height and character of the surf. It was some minutes before he gave the word to those lending a hand at our launch of, "Here comes a pretty smooth. Mind and follow her well out," which he did himself almost waist high before jumping into her over the stern. The first rush down with the back suck or undertow of the wave as it carries the little boat forward to meet the curling crest of the next is a ticklish moment. The shallow, yeasty mixture of air and water gives little grip for oars, and two or more strokes are made rather in the sand and shingle below it. This first sea must be taken at speed, and a cloud of spray almost hides our bowman, as the boat crushes her way through and over it, while for the next 2 or 3 seas Conant coaches us with, pull up, Mr. L. Pull up hard, Mr. G. Keep her going," etc. But as we get farther seaward, the interval between each breaker grows longer. And when a higher wall of water than usual rises some distance ahead of us, Conant's order at times is, "Easy a bit. We'll let that one break." Then at the next it is, "Pull up hard again all." This went on until we were past the wide belt of broken water which extended nearly halfway out to the brig. After which it was only steady hard work for all hands, until we were as close under the lee of the light collier's tossing stern as we dared go. The men on board threw us a line, and we rested on our oars, while Conant climbed on board the brig by it and a short rope ladder hanging astern. What took place in that collier's little cabin I am unable to say, but it was quite half an hour before the debate was over and Conant dropped down the line again into the foam with a letter to be posted for the captain's wife, and the news that he and the pilot had decided to bide where they was. The return trip, before wind and sea, though easier for us, required more care than the outward one. The wind veered next day to northwest, and the old brig was ballasted and sailed for the north again 2 days afterwards. In fact, during the 12 years I was at Sidmouth, none of these colliers were lost there, though several other vessels drove ashore at or near the place. One of these, a large, timber-laden ketch, came ashore the night the Royal Charter was lost, and was thrown up on the beach almost level with the top of the sea wall, or far above ordinary high water mark. Her owner, a Jersey shipbuilder, relaunched her with her cargo on board 2 months afterwards. But curiously enough, 2 years later, the same ketch, laden with oak timber, drove ashore again within a mile of Sidmouth after losing all her canvas off Berryhead, and was again relaunched with little or no damage. I remember also a tremendously heavy gale in which one of the Beer Head luggers got caught in the broken water outside Sidmouth about midnight, and seeing the gaslights of the town ran for the beach, and without help made a safe landing upon it. It was a fearful night, and I and others were astonished next morning at finding the stranger high up on the beach, with her crew of 3 men on board, one of whom must have been 80 years old, quietly mending their nets and gear. But to return to my own little affairs, I may say that the Foam's trip to the light collier was not the only time she took a share in useful work, for I had the honour on one occasion of taking 4 kegs of Her Majesty's powder from Sidmouth to the Coastguard station at Budleigh Salterton. And another day the Foam was the happy instrument of, I won't say rescuing 2 ladies and a gentleman from a watery grave, but from the far more awkward fate of being blown alive out to sea in a small open boat, in which, after starting for a row and pulling, or rather drifting, for some time pleasantly before the wind, the gentleman, in spite of all efforts to regain the land, found himself, like Crusoe in his pirogue, fast drifting seaward. I was not surprised at this, because on coming within a few yards to windward of him in the foam, he was quite incapable of pulling his boat near enough for me to get hold of her. There were two elderly ladies sitting in the stern of the boat under parasols, and their companion, who had lost his hat, was bald-headed. The boat he had hired was Conant's England's Rose, and when I reached Sidmouth with her in tow, he said, "I was afeard after I let the gent take her something would happen when I see how he rowed away dead to leeward." I have often thought since that if that little party on board England's Rose had only been 20 years younger, it would have been a pity to have spoilt such a good opening for a 3-volume sea story by towing their boat ashore. Though the Foam was a small boat to require the attentions of a tender or dinghy, there were, during summer at Sidmouth, spells of offshore winds with smooth water, in which she could be safely left at anchor with ballast and gear on board ready for sea. I therefore now built the Foam's little sister, or tender, a handy, full-bodied boat 11 feet and a half long by 4 wide. After a short training on Sidmouth Beach as tender to the Foam, she began a wandering life as the boat or dinghy of the Rip Van Winkle, the keel and planking of which celebrated craft was standing as a fine elm close to my house 2 years after this dinghy was built. The Rip Van Winkle was a craft of 36 tons old measurement, and I believe 20 decimal something register. But the tonnage of ships, like a lady's age, is not easily got at even by experts. She was certainly 45 feet long overall by 14 wide, and drew a little over 6 feet of water, and was christened Rip Van Winkle, because in her we first really drifted clear of or away from a long, sleepy 12 years' repose in the valley of the Sid. We might perhaps have effected an escape by other means, but they did not occur to us, or we wanted the energy to use them. It is, however, even now rather a mystery to me why or how I came to build her. My wife never cared for the sea, and my own idea is that this vessel was the result of sheer idleness. There was a foolish saying that time is money, which may have some truth in London or New York, but had no local truth about it for me at Sidmouth. And though I turned much time and some money into yacht when I built Rip Van Winkle, I did not find it easy to convert yacht into either again on trying to sell her some years afterwards. She took me over 2 years to build, being taken in, so to say, in monthly parts, as people of humble means do a big, expensively bound and illustrated Bible, or the working man does his pig, which grows by little and littles, and comes in a lump, after eating its last peck of barley meal at Christmas. Of course, for ready money I might have acquired my yacht in a lump, advertising for her in the Field or the Yachtsman, and have gone to Cowes, Southampton, or Wivenhoe, and after some scientific progs with a knife among her timbers, and going through her inventory from a nearly new mainsail to a rusty frying pan, have become her owner at what the local agent says ain't the valley of her lead, the hull and gear being chucked in for nothing. But even such bargains are not always cheap, and the man whose time is really money had better turn some of it into a good yacht builder's pockets, when, after seeing his vessel on paper in all the glory of a polished half-block model, he will in 2 or 3 months find himself in possession of a magnificent craft, radiant in polished teak, mahogany, and brasswork, to be manned by an extravagant skipper and crew who will rule over him and his ship from the moment she is fitted out until laid up again on the mud. Such a vessel would have cost more in a season to fit out and cruise in than the Rip Van Winkle did to build at Sidmouth, where not only was timber cheap, but the help of a good boat builder could then be had for 18 shillings a week. When, like Crusoe or Peter the Great, you have once turned shipwright on your own account, it is curious what an interest the standing or felled timber of neighbours and friends has for you, and how you go about with a measuring tape and 2-foot rule and calculate the cubic contents, etc., of their timber. Or again, how interesting country walks become, especially in the company of your new ally, the boat builder. "There," he says, "is that great elm in Farmer Grip's orchard hedge, which, if it don't open full of rampin' big knots, which edge elms is liable to, will cut our keel in one, and what's left of the clean tough butt ought to make enough inch stuff to aft plank her bottom," as he allows that tree have got over 130 foot of solid timber in it, let alone top and lop what'll pay for fellin'. The acquisition, however, of even a large tree is surrounded with small difficulties. The tenant farmer would be glad to be rid of the toady ellum what's been killin' of 2 of his best Red Street apple trees for years, but it don't lay along of he, and Miss C, his landlady, can't abide to cut a stick o' timber. Everything, however, comes to him who can wait, and after some months even Miss C, as a personal friend, was induced to part with her big elm at per foot, provided she was secured against all damage it might cause in its fall to neighbour B's garden hedge. Now, though a first-rate hand at his own trade, the boat builder was wanting in the nerve and knowledge of woodcraft of a certain eminent statesman, especially when risk to other people's property was involved, and would sooner let a big tree alone than have anything to do with the risky job of felling it. The aid, therefore, of a tough, sturdy old wheelwright was called in, who minded that tree 50 year agone, where he were a youngster, and it wasn't bigger than an overgrowed hedge stake. Even this experienced forester would, however, not touch the job until the damp early winter weather had hardened up a bit, or the road was bound firm and dry by frost. Anything is fun in the country, particularly in the short days after Christmas when farm work is at a standstill, and the throwing of a large tree is then a local event, like a ship launch, important enough to attract a crowd of idlers, including a flock of school children and the village idiot. While the farmer is glad of a job for his team in moving the tree when down, either seaward or to the old wheelwright's attack upon a tree in such a position was not made until, like a good general, he had taken rough bearings of everything within reach of its fall. While even a slight change in a light winter breeze, indicated by the drift of blue smoke from a farm chimney, does not escape his notice. Once, however, the plan of assault is settled, he and his big apprentice, with heavy axes, soon hew a gaping wound close down to the broad spreading base of the elm. And a rope having been made fast high in a topmost fork, there is no scarcity of strong arms ready for a pull on it, or of advice as to the direction their efforts should take. All traffic on the road has been at a standstill for nearly half an hour before the word is given, "Stand clear, all," followed by, "Now then, all together, once more, all together now." And there is a sound of cracking in the hedge as the great tree sways for a moment, before, with a crash of huge broken limbs, the first number of our yacht lies prostrate on the frosty road, so that upon the side on which it has fallen scarcely a branch remains to be cut away. The boat builder is, of course, the first to observe. That one large limb have cut an ugly gap in Squire B.'s hedge after all. But no one minds this or him now as they gather round a bright can of foaming ale, and the old wheelwright is the hero of the moment, all arguing that things have turned out better nor they expected, while even the timid boat builder no longer fears the fallen tree, but boldly attacks the top and lop with an axe preparatory to the removal of the huge trunk out of the Queen's Highway. After which the heavy butt end is scientifically slung between the lofty wheels of a timber carriage and drawn by the farmer's team into a neighbouring meadow. The boat builder remarking to me truly enough that it aren't altogether the price that makes a big tree expensive, as the money it runs into every time you touches of it. In order, therefore, to minimize this expense, a temporary saw pit was formed by deepening a dry ditch in the meadow where the tree lay, after which the old wheelwright and his apprentice, with the help of rollers, bored windlass fashion to receive handspikes, soon moved this unwieldy first number of the Rip Van Winkle on to the pit, ready for reduction into a keel piece and inch planking, which was then all left stacked to dry until the following summer. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. I leave my keel piece and plank to season, and take a trip in a steamer with my wife and children to New York. The U.S. paddle steamer Arago, Captain Lines. We land in New York, up the Hudson. A musical boat, the Calliope. Breakdown at Tarrytown. We take to the rail. Niagara. Not improved since I first saw it. Why? Down Hudson by night. Dragging over the flats. We embark for Liverpool in the Canada. Description of her. A fog. We run down the Rover's Bride. A steward's first idea of heist on hearing our engine stop. Why? The Rover's Bride forsaken and her crew taken on board our ship. A rough passage and near shave after landing passengers at Queenstown. Heavy gale in Irish Channel. Soldiers on board ship at night. Land at Liverpool and return to Sidmouth. In the meantime, with a view to increased efficiency in the personal crew of the Rip Van Winkle, a scheme of mobilization was carried out in the shape of a short preliminary cruise across the Atlantic and back. To which end, after shutting up our house at Sidmouth and confiding the domestic cat and dog to the care of Harry Conant, my wife, 3 children, and self sailed from Cowes Roads for New York on April 4th, 1860, in the United States mail steamer Arago, Captain Lines. This well-known packet was one of a line of 2 American-built paddle-wheelers, the Arago and Fulton, between Havre and New York, touching at Cowes each trip. We therefore joined our ship in a tender or tug from Southampton. The weather was roughish all the way across, the captain telling my wife that it was a regular winter passage. If so, it was not a bad one, for we made Sandy Hook in 14 days. Captain Lines had been for many years skipper of one of the old Havre and New York sailing packets, and the Arago was one of the most comfortable, well-appointed vessels I have ever been aboard of. She was flush-decked over all, and had large, dry, well-ventilated staterooms and cabins warmed by steam, and lighted all night by mineral oil lamps. She was entirely free from any shippy smell, and the French cooking on board was excellent. Captain Lines, who was part owner, looked personally into all details on board and to the comfort of every passenger. "If, sir, you have anything to complain of on board this ship," said he, "don't make your complaint to any subordinate or steward, but just come straight to me." In a word, he was captain of his own ship, and all his officers and servants knew it. If ours was a rough passage, or, as the captain said, a regular winter passage, the Arago must have been a remarkably dry boat, for from first to last she shipped no solid water, and at no time would a man right for'ard on her deck have had anything over him but light spray. She carried corrugated iron boats, two of which were upon the forecastle just abaft her anchors, and asking the captain whether he had ever lost either of these, he said, no, he had carried them there winter and summer for 8 years, or ever since the ship had been running, and except for painting, they had never been moved. There were numbers of very pleasant American passengers on board the Arago, and I was amused on leaving the ship to see how, in order to get through an unruly mob of Irish cab drivers gathered on the wharf, the American lady passengers led the attack, the cabmen making way for them while their lords and masters followed through the opening made for them by the chivalrous cabbies. We landed on April 19th and spent a pleasant 5 weeks in the States, visiting Niagara, Trenton Falls, etc. During these trips, I was struck with the alteration in the country we passed through. Nothing left now of primeval forests or even remains of the log cabins which, when I was last there, dotted all the clearings. Our first water travel was an attempt to ascend the Hudson by steamer, ending soon after starting at Tarrytown, where, after the boat had stopped for some time, I was informed that she would go no farther, the crosshead of her engine having broken. This boat, the Armenian, had a powerful organ or calliope on board, operated by steam, which discoursed hideous music continually until this accident, when an accumulated head of steam blew off, with a noise that quite drowned the inharmonious voice of this calliope. Our passage money was returned, and landing by a ferry boat, we continued our way up the Hudson by rail. At Niagara, we found on May 1st the front of the falls blocked by 2 great icebergs, formed during winter by the frozen spray. I noticed changes, not, I think, for the better here, in a great increase in the many vulgar tea garden-like additions in the immediate vicinity of the falls, which did much to lessen the impressiveness of the scene. It is not easy for man in the 19th century to meddle with waterfalls or mountain and river scenery without spoiling some natural beauty. On our way back to New York, we went down the Hudson by night in the celebrated steamer New World. It was a splendid moonlit night, and I remained on deck much of the time. Here, again, I found there was a chance of our river trip being cut short. I was sitting by an American fellow passenger when I remarked to him that we were not making much headway. "No, sir," he replied. "She is dragging over the flats. I guess we will get on faster shortly." I inquired how long we should be getting over these shallows. "Well, you see, sometimes they have to wait a while when the river's low." "How long?" I asked. "Well, that just depends, you know, upon when the rain happens. Sometimes they are stopped a few days. Sometimes 2 or 3 weeks. However, I guess we are going ahead again tonight." Our return to England was made from Boston, in the Cunard steamer Canada. She was one of the old-fashioned, wooden, bluff-bowed paddle boats, driven by engines powerful enough to keep her fore-saloon in such a constant state of vibration that it was not easy even to write there. Both fore and aft saloons were on deck, protected by bulwarks 6 feet high. In bad weather this upper deck was constantly washed by the sea, and in heavy gales a strong breakwater, 3 feet high, was rigged across it, forward of the paddle boxes, to keep the sea out of her engine room. We had a 4-berthed cabin, almost in the eyes of the ship. The usual allowance of thick, cold fog was met to the eastward of the banks, and all day large drops of condensed vapour fell on deck from the rigging like those before thunder. But beyond the rush of grey water past the ship and the beat of her paddles, there was nothing in the blank round us to indicate that we were moving. Still, on we thumped through it at a steady 12 knots. The officer, as he paced to and fro on the bridge, keeping what lookout he could, every 5 minutes pulling a small cord near the great red funnel, followed by a dismal squeak, which told us below that the fog was as thick as ever. The Canada was a strong old ship, and under full speed easy to steer. An iceberg, however, has no ears for the loudest foghorn, and it is a mere game of blind hookey in case of meeting one, or of the devil taking the weakest in a collision with another ship. It is strange how soon one gets hardened to this state of things, and we began to feel as much confidence in the blind rush of the ship over the sea as in the world itself rolling through space. This was especially the case in the fore cabin, where, after dinner on the 3rd day of the fog, we sat chatting over a few walnuts. The steam whistle had been silent for over 10 minutes, and a passenger, a Yankee skipper, remarked that he guessed the fog are clar'd some, when almost as he spoke there came a stampede over our heads as though the ship had been boarded by savages. The engine stopped, and looking out of the fore saloon door, I saw looming high above our bows the grey, flat form of 2 large topsails. It was the sight of these which had sent the men on the lookout and other hands forward rushing aft in dread of falling spars, etc. Our bow was already flying round rapidly to port when we struck a brig, and twisted her stem and bowsprit round almost at a right angle. and though our engines had stopped and reversed, we still held way enough to pass her at over 5 miles an hour, so that she was lost in the fog almost before the officer on deck had time to take her bearings. One of her crew, however, contrived to jump onto our bowsprit rigging and climb on board us. Luckily, the blow we hit the brig forward was hard enough to spin her bow round clear of our cathead, anchor, boats, and davits. In fact, no damage of any sort appeared to have been sustained by the Canada, from which a boat was at once lowered, and in charge of the first officer went away to look after the brig. The stopping of the engines and noise had, of course, brought every passenger on deck, while even the cooks and stewards peered out of their dens among the paddle boxes. One of these, a steward with a plate and napkin in his hands, rather amused me as he looked forward at the brig's sails with the remark of, "Oh, I thought it were Heiss," after which he went on polishing his plate as though there was nothing ahead of us. As he retreated again into his pantry, I said, "You don't seem to care much about running into another vessel." He answered, "Well, not much, because you see we've 4 foot of solid timber in our bows, and goin' as we does, werry few vessels would hurt us. But 2 year back we ran stem hinto a iceberg, and was all knocked hoff our legs by the shock, and our bowsprit and head was crumpled into matchwood, while that fo'c'sle deck there was lifted up like a leaf. And lucky for us it was fine weather, for we had to get all the bedding into her bows and put a sail round outside afore we dared go ahead, and then had to steam 800 miles back to Halifax to have a new bow put into her." As the Canada lay rolling heavily in the swell, there was plenty of time to note how her great orange-red funnel formed the only mass of colour relief among the grey mystery around her, and how white and opaque the new-made steam told among the fog as it roared in dense masses from her safety valves. For the boat was away over an hour before, just in the direction no one was looking for it, came the sound of oars, and a few minutes later the loom of the boat on top of a swell. On coming alongside, the officer told our captain that, though the master and mate of the brig would stay by her, the crew refused to do so, as she was salt-laden, and her planking was started forward down to the water-line. Under these circumstances, there was nothing for it but to send the carpenter in order to a survey being held before abandoning the brig. Another 2 hours passed rolling in the fog before the Canada's boat again returned, and with her that of the Rover's Bride from Cadiz with salt for St. John's, Newfoundland, 40 days out from Gibraltar. As her ancient master and older mate and crew of 4 men climbed up the Canada's side, it was curious to note the small amount of their worldly goods. The skipper was carefully nursing an old mercurial weather-glass, while in the boat lay a large bundle of water-stained charts. his ship's timekeeper and compass with something in a blue band box. The old mate came on board with a grey parrot in a cage in one hand and a large bundle of clothes done up in a blue cotton handkerchief in the other. For the rest, the luggage mainly consisted of oilskins and dirty bundles of bedding, some stowed in hammocks, others merely corded round with rope. Altogether, we were delayed 4 hours, and had scarcely gone ahead 5 minutes before the fog lifted. And there lay the old brig, with main topsail aback, about a mile off, with her boat also adrift between us and her. The evening remained clear, and we did not lose sight of her for an hour. Her old master and mate looked sad and lost as they paced our deck. The captain had been 16 years in his brig, and his mate, who was more than 70, had been in her 8 years. They told us the sea grass was a foot long on her bottom, and that if she made over 4 knots, she frightened them. They heard nothing of us until they heard our paddles a short time before we struck them. Had the Canada been a long modern steamer, she must have gone clear over or through this vessel, when no doubt all hands on board her would have perished. The old mate was much distressed at being carried off to Liverpool, because he was hoping to meet a son at St. John's whom he had not seen for years, and who, as he said, at his time of life he could now never hope to meet again. According to my wife's journal, the whole of this passage was rough, but I remember no weather or incident of consequence from the time of our parting with the brig until the evening of May 27th, when, after landing most of our passengers at Queenstown, the weather got thick with a strong wind to the southward. We were all sitting at tea when a cry out on deck was followed by the engine stopping. And looking out, I found nearly all the ship's company, including the engineer and some of the stokers, on deck, some even half up the fore rigging. The cause of which excitement was not far off, for within 150 yards of our lee bow, the sea was breaking heavily over what I afterwards learnt was the Conningbeg Rock, on which a lighthouse was then building. I was close to the captain, who had just run on deck from dinner, and heard him say hastily, "Dear me, I'd no idea we'd run so far. And that fore trysail on her, too. Get that sail in!" All sail evolutions on board the Canada were usually carried out to the tune of the boatswain's whistle, but I noticed that on this occasion no use of that instrument was made, and long before the banging canvas was brailed up, our engines were going full speed astern. Owing to the wind and sea, it was some moments, however, before the ship's way was checked even by them, and I had time to notice a little brig running for Waterford inside the reef, wallowing along under a foresail and close reefed topsails. The old master of the Rover's Bride was among others in the fore rigging, frantically waving his hat and singing out, "It's breakers, I tell ye! It's breakers!" I have been in one or two near squeaks in boats, etc., but I confess that I never passed a more anxious 30 seconds at sea than I did on board that Cunarder, until I saw that she really began to gather sternway. And I have thought since how we should have fared had she been a longer ship. As it was, she was only saved by the powerful back action of her great paddles. We spent the night, after this little shave, in a gale head to sea in St. George's Channel, and when we landed at Liverpool at 4 p.m. next day, saw by the evening papers that some anxiety had been felt for the Canada. The gale, though short, having for a time exceeded in force that of the night on which the Royal Charter was lost. I made an attempt to get on deck in the height of it, about daybreak, but the sea was 2 feet deep outside the fore saloon and was washing aft until stopped by the breakwater. Below we had a lively time, for ladies were flopping about and fainting on and off in the passage not far from our cabin, while about 2 in the morning a party of 9 invalided soldiers who were berthed forward on the other side of the ship, just after a heavier head sea than usual struck us, rushing along their passage almost naked, yelling, "She's struck! She's struck!" which comforting information did not, of course, tend to revive the other passengers in that part of the ship. No lights were allowed below after 9 p.m., and in our cabin I was not a little surprised and pleased at the foresight of our youngest child, Katie, when I heard her say quietly from her berth, "There is a piece of wax candle in my pocket, if Pa can find it," and how we found it and stuck it alight in an empty basin, and by it were able to be of some use and comfort to 1 or 2 of the unhappy ladies who lay fainting and terrified on the floor outside our cabin. The old master of the Rover's Bride was a Welshman named Bowen, and before landing growled much over our shave off the salties, and how the Board of Trade would hear about it. He had a strange yarn also that when the course was set, after leaving Queenstown, he sent his old mate aft to look at the compass, and when told the course said, "Go and look again," and that on his return the mate said, "East by north, Mr. Bowen." "Yes, sir," he used my name. "Then, sir," I said, "we shall shortly see or feel something arter than my old brig." But these little on dit and scandals were forgotten among all classes of passengers an hour or 2 after landing at Liverpool, and I don't suppose the Board of Trade was ever troubled by Mr. Bowen, though I noted among the shipping news many weeks afterwards that his old brig, the Rover's Bride, was seen and reported as a derelict, in longitude blank, latitude blank, quite a fortnight after we last saw her. On regaining our happy West Country valley after this little cruise, my wife made the astounding statement that she thought she should never feel uncomfortable again, which is just how Crusoe expressed himself when, with some little difficulty, he relanded upon his island after his first attempt to circumnavigate it. But this blissful state of mind seldom stands the wear and tear of even a few months. On the beach I found things just as I had left them, and soon had the foam and her little tender in commission. Our dog and cat were quite glad to see us, though for a fortnight after we left, Buzz, the dog, according to Conant, refused almost all kinds of food, even, as Conant said, a bit of fish. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. Keel of Rip Van Winkle laid and shed built over it. Sawyers at work, getting timber to pit, etc. Reasons for and against a clench-built yacht. How to ensure sleep on board one. The designing of the RVW. How her moulds were connected with church restoration. We begin to make a show in the dockyard. And genteel people and nautical men visit it. An admiral does so. His advice. A retired shipowner's criticisms. The boat builder criticizes his critics. Why the RVW took some time to build. Steam called to our aid. The Persuader. Riveting. Its effect upon visitors. Plan of RVW inside, etc. Getting a mast for her. I go in foam to Exeter after a spar. Find one, and after some trouble pay for it. Tow it to Sidmouth. Strange behaviour of spar on the voyage. Conant and I cut out some sails. Difficulties to be overcome in launching the RVW. How met, etc. Engage a crew for her. Invaluable qualities of William Barron. The keel of the Rip Van Winkle, in the meantime, still lay sleeping in the meadow opposite Sidmouth. And here it may be well to inform young readers ignorant of the properties of wood used by their grandfathers in shipbuilding that elm destined for underwater purposes, even in the royal dockyards, was not kept long seasoning before being converted into keel pieces or bottom plank. It was, however, not till autumn that the yacht's keel was really laid in place under a temporary shed or roof, 50 feet by 20 feet, in a piece of ground rented for the purpose behind the eastern end of the esplanade. This spot formed part of a coal and timber yard, and had large convenient saw pits close at hand. Unlike a house, one of the first cares of the prudent shipbuilder is his roof or deck, material for which should all be cut out and even planed as long as possible before it is wanted. One of the first things, therefore, after starting the foundations of the yacht was to select a clean block of yellow pine and have it sawn into deck plank, which we planed on both sides and then carefully stowed away to dry. Some may ask here, but what can two men do in the way of converting timber into yacht? The answer is that all the heavier part of such conversion is done on the saw pit or by the saw mill, so that the actual work of a civilized boat builder is upon plank and sided timber. That is, after it is cut of a certain thickness or technically sided so many inches. The yacht builder then placing his delicately curved moulds upon it, and after lining it by them, working it to the required form with handsaw and adze, unless the piece be thick enough to pay for again putting it on the saw pit. Sawyer's work is paid by the superficial foot, each cut counting twice the number of feet in the length of the piece, multiplied by the depth of it. Sawyer's bills, therefore, formed the largest items in the cost of the earlier stages of the work. The getting a piece of timber to pit and clamping it firmly in position with iron dogs was always a work of time. And as the boat builder looked upon heart of oak as more valuable than time, a long discussion generally ensued as to the exact direction the line struck upon it by a worsted yarn saturated in wet charcoal should take, in order to make the most of the piece, especially in the case of crooked limbs or the butt of a tree with a slight turn in it. But these preliminaries once settled, the long, steady swish of a half-ripped saw soon reduced the largest timber into handy plank. It was chiefly on account of the lightness of the work and small amount of timber required in proportion to the strength of hull that the old clench way of building was decided upon for the Rip Van Winkle, though even within the memory of old yachtsmen this style of work was known as cutter built. I have been told, indeed, that the celebrated Arrow was originally clench built. Modern yachting sybarites have, however, long decided that life would not be worth living in such vessels, sleep being out of the question in one, on account of the rippling of the water against her overlapping planks. By going to sea, however, a trifle short-handed, so as to give plenty of work as well as play for all on board, some sound sleep may be enjoyed, according to my experience, by the watch below in even a clench-built craft. So far nothing has been said about the incubation or hatching out of the designs of the Rip Van Winkle on paper, in lines evolved upon a half-block model, after many days and quires of glass paper had been consumed in reducing that model to the form which would combine the largest boat in the smallest compass. In small boat work, the form is dependent more upon the builder's eye than upon lines or moulds. But the side of a vessel 45 feet long is too large a surface to be taken in at a glance. 6 strong cross-sectional moulds were therefore made from lines drawn in chalk, and enlarged from the block model upon the floor of an empty room. And, as luck would have it, our old church had just undergone restoration, resulting in a crop or litter of small Gothic vestries springing up round its solid old Saxon tower. And after the local contractor had done his work, he had on hand several wooden arch centerings, the radius of which coincided happily with the curves of the moulds we wanted. They were therefore bought of him for a few shillings and converted into cross-sectional moulds to be set up on our keel as guides for the eye during the time that plank by plank the RVW unfolded slowly upwards from her keel. This keel was 38 feet long, by 1 foot 6 inches deep aft and 1 foot forward. It was 8 inches wide on top and 6 at the bottom, and after having a groove worked in it for the first plank, was secured upon the blocks with the oak stem and stern posts erected at either end, so that when the 6 moulds were in place, a fair notion of the size and character of our craft could be formed. Or, as the boat builder said, "We begin to make a show." So far, genteel people in our watering place had paid no more attention to these early numbers of my yacht than genteel people did before the flood to the early stages of Noah's Ark, while the few that had heard of her had never regarded her as a fabric really destined to float. But when it became known that the keel was really laid, nearly all the greater nautical authorities of the place felt it a duty to visit our dockyard and at once pour cold water enough upon our undertaking to have floated an ironclad. First in rank and importance came the retired admiral of our reading room and whist club, with very preconceived ideas on naval architecture indeed, but at the same time full of sound, impracticable advice and warning, such as the danger of dry rot proving fatal to my craft soon after she was afloat, as it did 70 years ago to an American frigate. Most urgent also was he to impress me with the vast importance of large scuppers, and at any cost 6 ports 3 feet square in our bulwarks, to allow the sea to escape from the deck on stormy nights in place of sending her to the bottom, as it did many of these 10-gun brigs, you know. Scuppers were that admiral's favourite hobby, so that it was painful to him to hear that the RVW would be almost without bulwarks, and that a roomy open cockpit or well room aft we intended giving her would be large enough to hold and keep on board, until pumped out, the biggest sea she was ever expected to ship. A more trying critic was my friend, a retired merchant and sea captain, a practical and positive man who spoke with authority, having built and owned tons of shipping. He had all Lloyd's rules at his finger ends, and as he had no further use for them now, kindly presented me with some of their old tables. giving the relative endurance of timber and showing, as he said, at a glance how long a vessel built as I proposed would be classed A1, etc. But as on referring to them it was clear that the RVW would never be classed at Lloyd's at all, and that according to these rules her timbers ought to be rotten in less time than she would take me to build, they were not used. Then again, as to cost, he pointed out, with great truth, that my expenses would really only begin when the hull of the yacht was completed. My assistant, the boat builder, had hitherto been only accustomed to work at home, under the eye of a favourite black tomcat, and rather winced at finding the dockyard in danger of becoming a popular afternoon lounge for people he termed gap mouths. So that it was in the quiet morning hours, especially between 6 and 8 a.m., that, with the silent help of our handy-billies, or tackles, most of the heavier stages of work were got over. Though never interrupted by strikes, work in our dockyard was far from being continuous. The boat builder had other boats to build and repair, and when he was thus employed, all work upon the RVW was done by the foreman, with at times the help of a boy or man to hold up a maul against the heads of the many copper and galvanized iron nails to be riveted. The entire number of planks on a side from keel to gunwale of the yacht was 20, and one plank fitted and nailed fore and aft on both sides usually took 2 days, so that, had the work been continuous, her outer shell might have been completed in about 40 days. But as the yacht grew in height, scaffolding had to be rigged round her, and work done upon it did not progress quite as fast as that which could be reached from the ground. Most of the first and heavier part of the labour, however, such as fitting the stout 4-inch cross-floor timbers and deadwoods, was done without the use of staging. Another source of delay was that all our ironwork, and even the larger nails and bolts, were made by a local smith and sent to Bristol to be galvanized. The inner timbers or ribs of the yacht, with the exception of 12 floor timbers, were all bent into place after the outer planking was completed. These timbers were 3 inches by 2 inches thick, and before being bent had of course to be subjected to steam heat for some hours, and as they were stouter than anything the boat builder had handled, special appliances had to be used for the job. The first of these was a long, narrow box, or trunk, of inch elm, supported on trestles over a washerwoman's boiler, or copper, seated upon bricks. This was provided with a closely fitting wooden cover, and was connected with the steaming trunk by a short bit of iron gas pipe. The timbers were 12 feet long, and 6 were steamed at a time, the fire under the boiler being kept up for 4 or 5 hours. Whenever one of these batches of ribs was ready, the extra help of 2 hands from the beach was engaged, because the bending and nailing of each rib had to be done in 10 minutes, or while the wood was hot. All the holes for the nails through the planking were bored ready, none being required in the timbers provided the nails were driven through them while hot. The boat builder always drove these nails outside the boat, while I and a strong hand inside forced the timber into place, in doing which we also used a contrivance of mine, of which, as it answered its purpose well, I have given a sketch. It consisted of a light pole or lever, long enough to reach from the keel inside the boat and project over her top plank some 6 or 8 feet. The lower end of this lever was fitted with an iron hook, and the outer end had a small block seized upon it. A short sliding gaff, about 2 feet 6 long, was rigged with jaws on the pole inside the boat, and when used, the hook in the lower end worked in a temporary eye bolt screwed into the keel inside the boat, abreast of where the timbers were to be bent. A rope was then passed through the block at the outer end of the pole, one end of which was made fast to a heavy weight on the ground, while the other end was used by a boy to pull down upon the end of the lever, as directed by those inside the boat. The end of the short gaff being applied by them to any part of the hot timber where more power was wanted to bend it than could be got by mere strength of hand, foot, or knee. We christened this contrivance the Persuader, because by it the most obstinate timber was either forced into place or broken. This, however, only happened once during the work of steaming in. Those who had to handle these timbers as they came hot and hot from the steam trunk had their hands protected by thick woolen mitts. Besides some shorter ones, 40 of these timbers were bent hot into the boat, each being fastened to her planking by 2 stout 4½ inch galvanized iron nails. Between them the planking was fastened by 2½ inch copper nails, all of which were riveted upon washers or roves inside. The number of these rivets was at least 3,500. None of the boat builder's time was ever wasted upon this tedious work. Most of it, indeed, was done in his absence by the foreman of the yard, who observed that whenever the riveting hammer was at work, the most inveterate lounger rarely remained long under the building shed. From the earliest numbers of the R.V.W., every bit of new work was at once well paid or painted over with a mixture of Stockholm tar, boat varnish, and linseed oil, the application of which aromatic preservative was a pleasant relaxation for arm and ear after a spell of riveting. As soon as the planking and timbering of the hull was finished, it was followed by the heavy work of fitting a stout oak gunwale inside the top plank, into which the ends of the deck beams were fitted and tied to the sides of the boat by strong oak and iron knees or brackets. Then followed the laying of the deck with a raised hatch 18 feet long by 8 feet wide and 1 foot high, built into it amidships abaft the mast. Beyond this hatch aft, a space 12 feet long by 8 feet wide was left open as a well room or cockpit, round which the lockers were fitted. The cabin doors opened into this cockpit upon a platform raised 2 feet above the floor of the cabin. The height or headroom in the cabin under this hatch was a little over 6 feet. The accompanying longitudinal plan gives the arrangement of the saloon, ladies' cabin, and forecastle of the RVW. Some time before these internal fittings were carried out in the plainest style of varnished yellow pine, the materials for masts, sails, and rigging were got together. Owing, however, to the length, 60 feet, of mast required for the pole rig of the yacht, I had some difficulty in procuring a suitable spar at a reasonable price. My friend, the retired shipowner, kindly offered his services in the shape of an introductory letter to a London firm of spar makers, from which I was to get my mast at cost price. The answer of that firm was of such a character which would have brought the price of this important number of the RVW to a figure out of all proportions to any of the preceding numbers. Therefore, after consulting the boat builder, I determined upon a voyage to Exmouth in the foam to look for a stick. There was a nice breeze off the land on a lovely summer morning when, with a £5 note in my pocket and some bread and cheese for the voyage, I and a young shipwright's apprentice, a lad named Hart, and one of the few saved in the boat of the steamship London, which foundered in the Bay of Biscay, left Sidmouth for Exmouth in search of a mast. Including a beat up the river, this little voyage was usually made in 2 hours, and we reached the nearest landing to some timber ponds at Exmouth soon after 11. There were the ponds, with plenty of long spars afloat in them, but no owner or even a house was to be seen near these solitary salt lagoons. And it was only after wandering some distance that I found a fisherman drying his nets, who directed me to a small shipwright's yard where I found the proprietor of the spars caulking an old pilot cutter, who in the course of time condescended to go and look them over with me. We measured nearly every likely stick more than once before finding one the required length and size, and even this had an ugly kink near the small end. It was, however, 65 feet long and 1 in diameter at the butt end. So, though, like the rent in Pepys' cloak, this kink troubled me, I agreed at last to give the man £3 18 for it when afloat in the river. This, with the aid of a horse and pair of wheels, was after some delay done. And then came the hardest part of the whole business, that of getting change for my £5 note, which was only obtained after another long, hot walk over heavy sand to a small riverside public house, and the purchase of a quart of the worst cider I ever tasted. The owner of the spar was, however, equal even to the cider, and after drinking it called for pens and inks, and scrawled me out a receipt for £3 18. The long, rough-barked pine tree, as it lay afloat alongside her, made the foam look very small, and the shipwright asked what I was going to do with the spar. I said, of course, tow it to Sidmouth. This led to a discussion as to the best way of doing so. the chief point in which was to be sure and make my tow rope fast to the big end of the spar. Therefore, after some manoeuvring to get that end astern of the foam and toward the sea, we started with a fair wind out of the X. We had not gone more than a mile before I found that, owing to the slight turn in it, the spar was constantly rolling over, and fast untwisting my tow line, spinning, in fact, like an enormous minnow astern of the boat. I then tried 2 tow lines, one over each quarter, but this did not mend matters much, and the faster we went, the quicker the spar spun round. I therefore hauled down my sails and took it in tow by the small end. Things went on better after this, until we got clear of the river into the swell of the channel, upon which the spar at once showed inclination to run with its long nose above water and charge the foam astern, and was near so doing that I decided to try and lift the small end of it out of water and lash it down on top of her stern. She had fine wide quarters, and with some ballast shifted forward, made nothing of the weight of the spar. From this time I had no more trouble. The long stick, when it ran upon a sea, even seemingly to help us forward, and we made the passage of 10 miles home quite an hour sooner than Harry Conant, who had proposed meeting us in his boat halfway, expected. He only met us a short distance from Sidmouth, and finding on taking us in tow that his boat would not keep a tow line taut, he therefore cast off, and landing before us, was ready to help haul the future mast of the RVW up the beach. After which a few days' application of draw knife, jack, and trying plane soon licked this rough stick into shape. As I said before, Harry Conant was a first-rate rigger and sailmaker, and furnished with a sail plan and measuring tape, he and I contrived, for want of a regular sail-loft, to cut out all the sails of the RVW in a smooth pasture meadow several months before she was launched, Conant working upon them and rigging at home in his leisure hours. Like many of our great ironclads, the RVW was not launched with a rush, but gently floated offshore by the tide. One difficulty of this job was that between where she lay upon the blocks and the sea, the ground rose more than 6 feet toward the esplanade and sea wall, from which, of course, the beach fell rapidly seaward. In order, therefore, to get her over this embankment, she was placed upon a strong axle-tree fitted with a pair of solid wooden trucks, or low wheels like those of an old ship's gun carriage. This axle-tree was placed under her rather forward of amidships, and was strong enough to carry her weight, about 6 tons, and long enough to support chocks at both ends cut to fit the boat's bottom and hold her upright. Both ends of this axle-tree were well stayed fore and aft at right angles to the keel, the after end of which rested and moved upon short rollers placed under it. A double block tackle was then rigged from the yacht to the sea wall, the fall, or end of which was taken to a capstan on the esplanade. by means of which two men were able to slowly heave her and the cradle on to the esplanade. The remainder of her journey seaward was downhill, and the same tackle reversed was used to check her way as she descended slowly to low water mark. Before, however, a day was decided on for this final move from a place of safety on the sea walk, the barometer and look of the sky was carefully noted, in order to make quite sure of fine weather and smooth water, as under any circumstances there would have been a risk of total loss before she even floated. The tide also had to be considered, not merely with a view to depth of water, but for time to lower her down, ballast her with shingle, and jury rig her, before she started for Exmouth to be masted and complete her fit-out there afloat. A launch, or rather a floating off, of this kind of course created little public excitement. But on the day fixed for it I had no want of first-rate willing hands to help carry it out among the fishermen, from among whom I had now engaged an old friend as the permanent crew of the R.V.W. And had I gone the world over, it would have been hard to find a better man, afloat or ashore, than my sturdy multum in parvo William Barron, a first-rate beachman, a good shoemaker, who had served on board a revenue cutter, was a good house and ship painter, and had been a gentleman's servant. He was then in the prime of life, and one of the most cheerily tempered fellows possible, and looking at his portrait, taken this year, seems to have remained so ever since. Barron must be now nearer 80 than 70, and yet last summer he started one morning at 5 a.m. by excursion train from Sidmouth to pay us one of his usual visits, after having spent the night at sea with his prawn nets, and arrived at Southampton as fresh as the basket of prawns he brought with him. My second-hand or mate was a young Exmouth pilot just out of his apprenticeship, of the name of Tupman, but he did not join the yacht until she was fitted out ready for sea at Exmouth, to which port Barron, assisted by Conant and his son, was to take charge of her. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. Floating of the Rip Van Winkle. Does not seem inclined to do so, but in course of time changes her mind. Her start jury-rigged in the evening for Exmouth. We join her there. Fitting out at Exmouth. Windlass, etc. How we got the mast into her. I am boarded by port officials who want to know a lot of things. They measure the R.V.W. We hoist a flag for our second-hand Tupman and sail late one evening for Dartmouth. Arriving there before daylight and turn into the harbour at daybreak. More fitting out at Dartmouth. men's bunks, etc., our cooking arrangements on board, etc., our swell companion at Dartmouth, number of souls on board RVW, why not bodies, trips up the Dart to Totnes in dinghy, Baron and Tupman's work on board, late hours kept by dinghy, our commander-in-chief issues an order, difficulties in carrying it out, slack rigging, out of water and coal, how overruled and obtained, an early start for Salcombe, an invisible entrance and buoys, lovely scenery, trip up to Kingsbridge, the bread of Salcombe, the doubtful loin of mutton of that place, and what became of it. We lose some bottled stout. It was past 6 p.m. on the 4th of June when the first ripple of the tide touched the cradle of the yacht, and I shall never forget the curious expression on Baron's face as the tide rose round her bow, as he looked out of the forecastle hatch with the news that the water was quite as high inside her as it was out, and how I sent in a hurry for the boat builder, while Baron and Conant handed bucket after bucket of salt water over her side. The boat builder made light of the matter, merely remarking that it wasn't no more than he expected, and that she'd take up all right after a bit. And so she did, and about dusk was afloat off Sidmouth, and ready to sail under a jury rig of Conant's largest lug sail forward and her own mizzen aft. But during her short voyage that night to Exmouth, she required pumping out more than once before they anchored near Starcross in Exmouth Bight, after which she became as tight as a bottle. A few years later, my wife, 3 children, and I went on board. The RVW, however, wanted many things before she was really ready for sea. Her long mast lay on deck. She had no windlass or hawse-pipe fitted, the castings for these ordered at Topsham having not been received before she left Sidmouth. My mate Tupman boarded her the morning she anchored at Exmouth, but finding that at last a week must elapse before we should be ready to sail, begged, as he had just been married, to stay ashore honeymooning until wanted. And as Conant still remained on board busy with the rigging, this was gladly granted. The first thing, of course, was to get the windlass finished, for without it we were tried by the nose for want of power to get our sheet anchor. This took 3 days, I mean the windlass fittings, after which I asked the skipper of a large collier brig lying near us to let me come alongside and hoist my mast into place by means of his mainyard, which he very politely granted, stipulating only that his crew might receive something for any help given us. It did not take long to weigh anchor and warp alongside the old collier, or to sling our long spar to her yardarm and lower it into place. After which, in the able hands of Conant, the RVW soon assumed quite a rakish look, so much so, indeed, that we were soon afterwards boarded by a mysterious government official, I believe connected with the Board of Trade, who wanted to know many things about my craft which I did not know myself, such as what yacht club she belonged to, and if to done, what port she hailed from. Was she registered, and if so, what was her tonnage, etc. The net result of which inquiries proved clearly that the R.V.W. was in the eye of the law of all nations an illegal floating body of suspicious character, with no papers or documents to identify her, or give her a right to enter or leave any port in Her Majesty's or anybody else's dominions. Feeling the gravity of the situation, I humbly inquired what would have to be done and paid to make the R.V.W. an honest craft, and was told that first she must be officially measured, and that to do this much of the shingle ballast would have to be moved, and that when the necessary dimensions were obtained, they would be sent to London, and in due course would be returned with the proper papers, etc., for which there would be a small fee of 2 shillings and 6 to pay. So far as I was personally concerned, I was quite satisfied with the tonnage of the R.V.W., and really did not want to know anything more about her than I did already. I knew that when I pulled her empty hull out of the coal yard it weighed about 6 tons. She was as big a boat as I could make her for the money she cost, 315 pounds, which, to say nothing of my time, was more than I ought to have spent on her. As, however, the man seemed hard up for a job, and had evidently had rather a dull time of it lately, I said he might go ahead as soon as he liked, and hoped he would let me have the required papers with as little delay as possible, the length of my stay in that port being uncertain. Our cabin carpet and flooring were therefore removed, and Baron made excavations amongst the ballast, in which the officials carried out their researches to discover the real capacity or displacement of the R.V.W. When it was all over, I asked the head official what it came to, and was told that until the data obtained by him had been worked out in London he could not exactly say, but thought she would register 20 tons some hundredths. I never heard how many, though I believe this with the papers of the R.V.W. may still be discovered by the curious in some dusty pigeon-hole of the customs at Exmouth. In short, 3 days later we hoisted our only flag, a Union Jack, for Tupman to join us, and about 9 the same evening weighed anchor for Dartmouth. It was a lovely night, with a nice breeze at west-northwest, or a little abaft our beam, as we stood across Torbay, past Berry Head, and by 1 in the morning we were off the Dartmouth Mewstone. This was the first time either Tupman or I had handled the boat, and as the wind was right out of harbour, we lay on and off till daylight, when, as we tacked up the narrow harbour, we were glad to find her very handy and quick in stays. We brought up off the town near where the Britannia naval cadetship was afterwards moored. Here we remained a fortnight, with a carpenter on board part of the time, fitting what sailors call standing bed places, or bunks, in the forecastle, for Baron and Tupman, who had so far slept on the side lockers. But as what landsmen call fresh air was to them a matter of less importance than what they termed snugness and comfort, these bunks were built close up under the deck beams, and according to Tupman's directions, he having passed some years in a pilot cutter. They were all boarded in except an opening in front just large enough to crawl in and out of. When finished, they gave great satisfaction, and judging by the noise always required to rouse the watch below, sleep in these cupboards was of the soundest quality. Nothing on board the RVW would have pleased a modern yacht's skipper. Cooking was done in an old-fashioned portable deck galley, in which Baron contrived to boil, bake, and fry, sometimes on deck forward, when the result was handed below through the cabin skylight. While at sea, it was used in a corner of the cockpit aft, dinner being served from it through the cabin doors. We had also supplied ourselves at Exmouth with a large brown baking dish, decorated with cream-coloured spots, like those in which the savoury Sunday dinners of working-men are cooked. And whenever we lay within reach of a baker's oven, this dish, freighted with a piece of beef or leg of mutton, flanked by potatoes, etc., and protected by a large tin dish cover, was taken ashore and brought off hot to us by Baron in the dinghy. In this way we secured during our cruise a large hot joint at least once a week. Moored close to us at Dartmouth was a very swell schooner yacht, and as Tupman and Baron watched her crew every morning polishing up her brasswork and rubbing down her glossy black sides with chamois leathers, as they would the panels of a carriage, they rejoiced quietly in the absence of brass fittings and the rough tarred topsides of the RVW. And I understood one reason why two such good men were contented with me. Not counting the perishable beast Buzz, we were, to speak nautically, 7 souls all told on board. Though why seafaring people should be thus spiritualized has always puzzled me. No one calls railway or omnibus passengers souls. They are always persons, bodily filling places or seats. It might, however, often be well if people, especially passengers, could leave their bodies ashore when taking a voyage. Souls, we are taught, being so easily provided for in every way, while this would do away with that mortal dread of the sea so trying to some people. No one in a storm fidgets about his soul. It is his bothering body he always wants either to save himself or someone else to save alive for him. And except in the case of a body too seasick to care, I have observed that the greater the real or fancied danger at sea, the less people trouble about their souls. This is, however, a digression, and I must not pursue the question which I was led into by a little discussion between our mate and my wife during our first evening at sea, as to the comparative feeling of security by people afloat and ashore, which he tried to prove was a mere matter of faith, or that we were as safe at sea as anywhere else, which, looking upon seafarers merely as souls, might hold good, but which, I regret to say, did not prevent my wife wanting to know where we were more than once during our first night at sea. Our stay at Dartmouth gave ample time for several voyages up the river to Totnes in the dinghy. The beauties of the Dart were then not as well known as today, when every autumn the little harbour is so full of yachts that, as a sailor would say, there is not room to swing a cat among them. The dinghy had a lug sail, and leaving Tupman and Barron to take care of themselves and the yacht, my wife and little girl, with the two boys, the dog Buzz, and I, as we paddled, sailed, or drifted up it, had this lovely river almost to ourselves, stopping to land here and there at tempting points and little bays for a ramble inland, and reaching Totnes about high water and dropping down again with the ebb toward evening to our small floating home at Dartmouth. And I think even my wife, with all her dislike of the sea, enjoyed these little excursions. The distance between Dartmouth and Totnes is rather under 10 miles. But the river winds round so many pretty headlands that with the tide the voyage never seemed long. During our absence, Tupman and Barron had no boat to leave the yacht in, and how they passed their time was a mystery. Barron, as steward and maid of all work, had most to do, and seemed to spend much of his time scrubbing the floor of the cockpit aft, while Tupman, perhaps, was writing our official log or love letters forward to his new wife. Sailors, however, have always a knack of getting a friendly cast ashore. But on our return, after a late tea or supper, there generally came a request to take the boat and go into town for something or other, so that our 7 souls were seldom all settled on board for the night until 11 o'clock. The dog Buzz, pattering up and down the deck alone as anchor watch, being the last to turn into his bed in a side locker. Then the restless dinghy would often let us know when the tide turned or the wind shifted by rapping a double knock alongside. As Admiral of the fleet, my wife now issued an order that all future manoeuvres on board the RVW at sea were to be conducted in daylight and fine weather. And to make sure of carrying out this command under sail, I had, before leaving the port, to closely note my aneroid and the sky for such meteorological warnings as in those benighted coneless days might there be hoisted. While, to ensure a daylight passage, I always made an early start. I had, in fact, like the skipper of a Chinese junk, to wait every voyage for a little private monsoon. My crew knew nothing of these arrangements, and when late one evening I told them that next morning at daylight I should sail for Salcombe, 3 difficulties were at once started by Tupman. First, our new rigging wanted setting up again. Secondly, the water cask was empty. And thirdly, we had no coal aboard. I suggested the application of faith to our rigging for that short voyage, and that he and Barron must start at once in the dinghy for water and coal. Barron, of course, saw no lions in the way, but it was past 9 before he and Tupman went after the water and coal, and before they returned I was in bed. We weighed anchor, or rather unmoored, for we had two down at 4 next morning, and as we ran out of the harbour I asked whether they had got the coal and water. "Yes, sir," said Baron, "but that old coal merchant didn't bless us last night. You see, sir, we was latish, and his yard was shut, so we had to find where he lived, and when I roused him out he looked out of the window, and I s'pose he mistook me for a skipper of a steamer and asked how many ton I wanted. But when I said 1/2 would do for tonight, and would he oblige us with a loan of a sack to carry them off in, his language before he banged his window down was orful. But I think it was the sack that vexed him more than the small order." "Then," said I, "you never got any coal after all?" "Yes, sir, we did. We borrowed some as we rowed back off the skipper of a coal sloop." Baron appeared quite satisfied with this arrangement, and when I asked how we were to return or pay for them, merely said, "Law, sir, don't trouble over that. I told the skipper how we was situated, and in such things one sailor is glad to help another, 'cause they never knows when they might want some little things themselves." We ran past the Start with a light northerly breeze early that morning, and soon after breakfast were luffing in round Prawl Point for the entrance of Salcombe Harbour. Tupman had been there before, and, knowing it, stood on close under the land as though we meant to run ashore inside of Bolt Head. And seeing no break or entrance among the rocky cliffs around us, I stepped into the cabin to consult the chart and channel pilot, and just came out with my head crammed with the bearings of various coloured buoys, etc., to find we were off the mouth of the harbour with nothing like a buoy to be seen. Which was not surprising, as on consulting another part of the pilot book some days later, I discovered a note to the effect that these buoys no longer existed. Coming from the eastward round the Start, the way into Salcombe is invisible, or shut in until you are almost at the entrance, which is not over a 1/4 mile wide. But the water was so clear as we tacked in that we were able to stand on upon each short tack until we saw the seaweed on the rocks a few feet under our forefoot. Once inside, the water is deep, with plenty of room and good anchorage. We were delighted with the splendid variety of rock and river scenes round us as we sailed up to the little town, where we lay for many days in order to explore every nook and corner in the dinghy. Our first trip being up to the picturesque old towns of Kingsbridge and Dodbrooke, celebrated as being the birthplace of Dr. Wolcott or Peter Pindar, also as having been the place where the white ale of this district was first brewed. It was at Salcombe that we bought those large, round, flat loaves which kept sweet and fresh on board for days. Butcher's meat, on the other hand, was scarce, and it was a Salcombe loin of mutton that, the day after it came on board, the weather being close and electric, was handed over to Baron, who, feeling uncertain about it, at once changed it with a passing fisherman for a piece of fresh skate. Baron disliked waste, and I think it was on a hot day here that he expressed great regret at finding several exploded bottles of stout in one of our lockers, wishing, as he said, he had only knowed before what they were going to do. Canned meats, condensed milk, etc., were not common then, which made housekeeping in a small yacht in out-of-the-way places not so easy as today. Our youngsters also were accustomed to plenty of new milk, and whenever possible one of the men landed with a large milk can, and in company with the two boys and the dog, Buzz, often walked a mile or two inland before getting it filled. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. Summer weather on the South Coast. The wings of the morning. We sail for Plymouth. Anchor off the Hoe. Add some stones there to our ballast. The port admiral objects through a coast guardsman. We apologize. Last resting place of those stones. A long trip up the Tamar. The navigation of tidal estuaries by strangers easy on a flood tide but risky on the ebb. The younger members of my crew and their good conduct. The library of the yacht. Gayness of Plymouth after Sidmouth. We lay in stores and sail for Fowey. Enter that harbour full sail. Rig of the RVW first idea of from the old Swan of the Warren. Comfortable corner in Fowey. Exploration of river to Lost Withiel, etc. We nearly take root at Fowey, but on reflection sail for Falmouth. Pull up the foul to Truro and go by land to Penzance. The yacht has her bottom scrubbed. We rejoin her from Truro in the dinghy after spending a week at Penzance. Sail again for Plymouth, but anchor in the Yelm. No supplies there. A change of weather. Our anchor drags, and we leave the Yelm about midnight and run into the Sound. Weather-bound in Catwater. An epidemic on board. We sail for Salcombe. Anchor there for the night. A beat-out of Salcombe. Thick fog in the channel. The bell on the start. A bricksome smack looms up and asks where he is. A fine afternoon into Dartmouth. On our south coasts, in fine true summer weather, there is a regular land and sea breeze. That from the land springing up soon after sunset and lasting until 9 or 10 the next morning, when, after an interval of an hour or two of calm about noon, the wind comes in from the sea, and may be fairly trusted until it dies away toward sunset. It was in this kind of weather that, literally taking the wings of the morning, we ran out of the little port of Salcombe, not to remain in the uttermost parts of the sea, but past the Salcombe Mewstone and Bolthead and Tail, across Bigberry Bay, past scenery Mr. Murray, in his handbook of that date, describes as exceedingly romantic, although almost as unknown as the shores of Kamchatka. I don't know whether he has scratched this out yet, but I know we had lots of time to admire it, because here the wind fell light, and with the tide against us we lay almost becalmed until the sea breeze rose and took us on before it closed by that grand outlying home of the sea mew, the Plymouth Mewstone, and past the breakwater into the western entrance of the Sound, where we brought up close under the Hoe. Among other matters, while anchored at Dartmouth, we had carried off in the dinghy nearly 2 tons of large clean stone as additional ballast, and finding the trim of the RVW would be still improved by a ton or 2 more, Baron and I innocently went ashore here the day after we arrived and loaded the dinghy to the water's edge with handy-sized stones, and had just done stowing 2 loads on board and were taking in a third, when a spruce coastguardsman in white ducks, with a spyglass under his arm, hove in sight, bore down upon us, and pointing to a notice board some distance off, informed me that these stones belonged to the Admiralty, and must on no account leave the shore, and that he had the Port Admiral's orders to obtain my name, etc. Though I did not quote it, the chorus of Marryat's old sea song of "Port Admiral, you be damned" occurred to me. But Baron was more happy and profuse in his apologies, and having been in the service, would be the last person to think of touching Her Majesty's property. We had certainly not seen the notice, and the heavy penalties incurred by "any person," etc., painted on it. Tupman, however, on our return, said it was only what he expected. We had already quite a ton of Plymouth Hoe under the cabin floor, and having in a weak moment left my card with the polite coastguardsman, I was in constant terror during our stay here of being boarded by an officer armed with a search warrant for those sacred stones. He did not appear, however, and they remained on board the RVW for nearly 2 years, or until I became so much attached to them that a memorial cairn or rockwork was built of them in the garden of the first house we lived in at Southampton after our escape from the happy vale of the Sid. I have sculled a heavy Thames skiff with 3 adult passengers and 3 children on board from Oxford to London in 3 days, and once rowed my wife in a light boat from Ross to Chepstow, 40 miles down the Wye, in the day. But the heaviest day's work I ever undertook was in my dinghy from our anchorage off the Hoe up the Tamar above Cothiel and back. We left the yacht about 9 a.m. with a large supply of sandwiches, a bottle of milk, and some beer, not forgetting some water and some scraps for Buzz. Being only 11, 2.5 feet long by 4 feet 3 wide, our boat was rather heavy for a single-handed scull of nearly 36 miles, and whenever our Commodore gave leave the lug sail was hoisted, not only as auxiliary power but to afford shade from the sun. We took, of course, a good tide with us, and happily tide is no respecter of size or form of boat, so that we reached Cothiel about 2 p.m., where the river looked so enchanting that it was impossible to resist exploring it a mile or two further, where we landed at a little riverside place called, I think, Cherry Orchard. The navigation even of an unknown broad winding estuary like the Tamar is easy enough in a small boat upon a flood tide, and long distances may be saved in one by cutting boldly across shoals and banks from point to point, because with a flowing tide, even taking the ground entails only a short delay for water enough to float again. But the return voyage down with the ebb requires more care, even in a small boat, when, like the Tamar, a river spreads at high water or half ebb over broad shoals of sand or mud which are rapidly left dry in places far from either shore. So that, as you scull down what looks like midstream, the bottom of the river seems to come suddenly to the top, and if after scraping over a bank of this sort the boat was stopped upon it with a fast-falling tide, I always stepped overboard at once, and if the water deepened ahead, hauled her over it. But if this was not the case, she was pulled astern to try back for deeper water. In such cases, every moment is important, in order to avoid being caught aground far from shore with the prospect of remaining there until the next tide. On soft mud, of course, this plan must not be attempted. But in these Devonshire and Cornish estuaries, most of the shoals are hard enough to stand upon, and lightened by the weight of one person, a small boat is more easily piloted into deep water. I have gone into these details because I am sure that had I lost time on board my boat trying to shove her ahead or astern with an oar, we must inevitably have been left aground to spend half the night on some desolate flat. As it was, we reached the RVW at 8:30 p.m., and were not sorry to find the kettle boiling and the cabin table laid for supper or late tea. Also, that no further news had reached Baron from the Port Admiral. In so small a boat as our dinghy, long excursions like this up the Tamar and other rivers with 3 children might have proved anything but pleasure trips but for the invariable quiet, orderly obedience of those children. At their age life, even on board the RVW, was necessarily one of restraint. But during the 3 months we all lived in her, I cannot recollect any trouble from them. I think the Mark Tapley character of these youngsters was greatly owing to the fact that we had always taken them with us wherever we went, so that the Rip Van Winkle, the Foam, or even the little dinghy was for the time home to them. While, as nursemaid and private tutor combined, Baron was invaluable either afloat or during a run ashore with him and the dog Buzz. Then again, though far from being luxuriously furnished in other things, the R.V.W. had a solidly concentrated library, in the shape of all Marryat's novels, 22 volumes of Household Words, 9 of the Penny Magazine, and the whole of Knight's English Encyclopedia. So that when confined on board in wet weather, there was something to read for all upon most subjects. After our long retirement among the wilds of Devon and quiet of Sidmouth, the busy gay town of Plymouth and its handsome shops had, I almost believe, more attractions for my wife than even the rocks of Bolthead and Bigbury Bay, and we spent many pleasant mornings ashore here, marking and adding little refinements to cabin furniture, and the day before starting for the old port of Fowey, we were careful, after our Salcombe experiences, to lay in here a good supply of fresh meat, butter, and vegetables. The distance from our anchorage at Plymouth to Fowey was about 22 miles, and having secured my usual monsoon, we ran out of the Sound, round Ramehead, and made the entrance of Fowey early in the afternoon. The mouth of this harbour is not more than 200 yards wide, but having a leading wind, we ran straight for the anchorage, among several small vessels under all sail, the peculiar rig of the yacht enabling one hand to lower her sails at a minute's notice. The jib, fore, and main halyards being let go by him, and the mizzen by the man at the tiller. In this way I was able at once to reduce the ship to bare poles, while Tupman steered and Baron stood by to let go the anchor. Her jib ran on a stay, and in moderate weather was as easily taken in as a foresail, while all 4 jib-headed sails could be hoisted by one hand and a youngster. This rig required few blocks beyond those on the main and foresheets, and there was less than a dozen on board all told. The heaviest part of her mainsail, in hoisting it, was carried by the mast hoops up the inclined plane of her raking mast, and the head of it by hanks running upon a wire jackstay set up abaft the mast. This simple rig, suitable rather for a sea-going houseboat than a yacht, was not original, but suggested by that of the Swan of the Warren of Exmouth. She often brought pleasure parties to Sidmouth, and during the time they were ashore, her owner, Mr. Britton, handled her easily alone for hours, or until the return of his man and party in the boat. The day after we arrived at Fowey, we shifted the yacht into a small landlocked inlet just above the town, on the west side of the harbour, where we lay so near shore that after letting go one anchor, we moored ship with a line made fast to an apple tree. This cosy little corner had quite a fascination for my wife, and here the R.V.W. lay more than a week as quietly as a Thames houseboat. One comfort of such a berth was that, being out of the tide, we were undisturbed by changes in it, or by other craft bringing up or getting under way near us, while even our anchor light, which persistently went out at midnight, gave no anxiety. We explored the Fowey River in every direction, including 4 miles up to Lostwithiel, and from there walked to the grassy wild briar-grown ruins of Restormel Castle, for historical account of which see Murray. In fact, we were so much impressed with the beauties and amenities of Fowey and its convenience as a boating place that we felt almost as inclined as we had been at Salcombe to encamp there permanently and rent or build a damp little waterside hermitage on the shore of its pretty harbour. There is a risk, however, that living in such a place you become attached to it like a limpet or some fungoid lichen upon its rocks. I therefore sailed at once for Falmouth, where we left the yacht and pulled up the Fal in the dinghy to Truro, Tupman accompanying us to take the boat back, while we went on by land to Penzance and the Land's End for a week, in order to give the men time to lay the RVW ashore to scrub and tar her bottom, which was now very foul. After our week at Penzance, Tupman met us at Truro again, and we rejoined the yacht, now anchored in St. Mawes Road. Our cruise westward ended here, and after a few pulls in the dinghy among the winding creeks of the lovely Fal, we started for Plymouth, or rather the mouth of the Yelm, a narrow inlet to the eastward of the Mewstone. Our voyage, with light airs and calms, was slow, and we were not off the Sound until after sunset, when, my wife having read somewhere about the beauties of this little river, we ran in and anchored near the entrance for the night. I have generally found that the finer the natural scenery, the worse the food, and that a point may be reached in this direction where it cannot be got at all. Tupman and the boys were ashore at once in search of milk. He was away over an hour, and said on his return he had climbed the hills above us and walked a mile before finding even a farmhouse, and then he had some difficulty to get a little milk. He had been here before, and wished to go farther up the river, but seeing how narrow it was, and what an awkward place it would be to get out of with a westerly wind, I decided to remain where we were. We had not been anchored long when the weather showed signs of a change, and I was roused by our Commodore about 11:30 p.m. with the news that she was sure we were dragging our anchor. I listened a moment, and sure enough came that dull, grating message up our cable from the bottom, which once heard cannot be mistaken, and looking out of the cabin doors found a fresh wind had sprung up. I called Baron to give her 3 or 4 fathoms more chain, and as I stood watching the landmarks, a large fishing boat ran in close by us from sea, and hailing us, said we were on his mooring. I told him we were on our own anchor, and asked what the weather was like outside. He answered, "Blowing fresh and dirty." On hearing which, I told Baron to call Tupman, and tell him I intended getting under way at once, so as to clear out of this corner and get inside the breakwater before the wind, now to the eastward of south, shifting to the westward. This was about midnight, and Tupman turned out rather slow and sleepy, and tried to induce me to wait till daylight. But I had such a horror of being caught to leeward in a trap for some days, with no supplies near, that I told him I meant to start now while we had a leading wind out, and then went below to warn the Commodore that things might be lively on board for an hour or so. And leaving my second boy, who was never seasick, in charge of the cabin and any movables below, I went forward to help the men get under way. It was nearly 1 a.m. and a dirty-looking morning, but there was a moon, and the R.V.W. was not a boat to mind a little sea, and under her snug canvas we had a splendid sail out round the Mewstone, and past the Shagstone and Turkar buoy. Were inside the breakwater just as day began to break. The wind was fair, and we ran up the Sound and anchored in Catwater long enough before sunrise to turn in again for an hour or two before breakfast. We lay here weather-bound for nearly a week, and the day after anchoring the wind blew so hard that the men, even in our plucky little dinghy, were unable to pull across to Plymouth Town, and Tupman confessed that he was glad we left the Yelm when we did, for had we been weather-bound there, we might as well have been on a desert island, with all the mouths we had to feed. The only anxiety we had during this breeze was from a big lump of a stone sloop lying just to windward of us with no one in charge. But she held on all right. It was here that a slight epidemic first showed itself on board among the younger part of our crew, in the shape of chicken pox, contracted no doubt in the Penzance lodging. But it proved of a mild character, and our little girl Kate was the only one who remained a day in bed with it. And directly the weather became settled, we decided upon a change of air, and weighing anchor, made a good passage of 4 hours to Salcombe. It was on leaving this pretty little port the second time that the skipper and crew of the R.V.W. first really felt proud of her sailing qualities. The wind was right into the harbour when, in company with a local sloop, we started for a 2-mile beat out of the narrow port. The sloop had the start, and we worked tack and tack astern of her until near the harbour mouth we passed her, and after another board or two saw her give up and run back to her anchorage. Perhaps we might have followed suit had we known what it was like outside, for we had hardly rounded the Prahl before the wind fell light, and so thick a fog settled down upon us that it was almost impossible to see a length ahead. We were bound round the Start, about 4 miles off, and then on to Dartmouth, and kept our course a little to the southward of the Start as well as we could, until we judged ourselves nearly abreast of it, when we edged in for the land again, until, warned by some corks of a crab-pot, knew it was not far off, and almost immediately afterwards heard the bell on the lighthouse high in the air above us on the port bow. The wind now freshened up a little, and after standing to the eastward for a while, a Brixham trawler loomed up suddenly in the fog just ahead on the other tack, and asked, as she bore away past us, how far they were off the land.
we answered. We had just heard the bell on the start. Then, asking where we were bound, and being told, said, "You will find it as clear as a bell a mile or two to the nor'ard." We shaped our course accordingly, and he proved right, for after passing Berry Head, we sailed into Dartmouth in bright sunshine. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. Determined to sail farther east. Leave Dartmouth for Weymouth. Thick fog outside Mewstown. Shape a course for Portland Bill. The nautical instruments of RVW. We make Portland. Anchor inside breakwater near Chesil Beach. Night alarm by Thames barge. I am boarded by officials owing to our unofficial flag. No papers. Not registered, etc. Conclude, after a survey, that Weymouth is not a place to remain in, and sail for the Solent. St. Albans race. Arrive in Solent. Meet Royal Mail steamer Parana. Her swell and result. Anchor at Southampton. Run up the Itchen. Moor ship off Itchen Ferry. Take a cottage at Woolstone. Pay off Tupman. Description of Itchen Ferry, etc. My wife drags her anchor. Advertise the yacht for sale. Advise to sell her by auction and move her into Southampton docks. Our neighbours in dock. The Fox, etc. We are mistaken for a Dutch family, and become lions in the dock. Baron talks Dutch. A night alarm in the dock. The dog overboard. Difficulty of getting fresh water. Baron gets some on trial, etc. The day of sale. Yacht agents, marine store dealers, etc. on board. Eloquence and brandy. Sail collapses. I become wiser and poorer. An ignominious termination to our cruise. How it might or ought to have ended. Expensive adjectives. Leave the yacht. Baron ashore. He roasts a leg of mutton, etc. After drifting thus with my family for more than 2 months up and down the habitable parts of the southwest coast of England, and finding no resting place to our mind on terra firma, I now decided, as autumn was coming, to sail eastward, and weighed anchor on a fine clear morning about 6 for Weymouth or Portland roads. We had, however, scarcely got as far as Dartmouth Mewstone before running into a fog as thick as that in which we passed the Start 2 days before. Indeed, we had barely time to shape a course for the Bill of Portland before our last landmark, the Mewstone, vanished like a ghost in the mist. The nautical instruments on board the RVW were limited to a hand lead, a pair of dividers, a parallel ruler, an aneroid, and an old boat compass, purchased, before leaving Sidmouth, at a low price from a fisherman, or rather retired smuggler, he, as he said, having no further use for it. It was a large compass in an oak box, and having a heavy needle and card, and being slow and sedate in action, was very suitable for a small lively craft like ours in a seaway. It had, I knew, guided its original owner's lugger across Channel on more than one dark night, and proved true to us in this short trip across West Bay in a fog. For when, luckily, about 3 in the afternoon, the fog cleared a little, we made the Bill about a mile off on the port bow, and with a fair wind rounded it close inshore, and brought up inside the breakwater near the Chesil beach, our light draught allowing us to lie here in about 2 fathoms, where, as Tupman told Mrs. L., she might sleep in comfort, there not being water enough inside us for any other vessel. I regret to say, however, that any small faith my wife may have had in Tupman was entirely lost. When about 12 that night she was roused suddenly by a great rush of water and banging of heavy sails, as a large dark-winged Thames barge ran close past, and shooting up in the wind, let go her anchor just ahead of us. I looked out and saw that, as usual, our riding light had gone out. The day after our arrival at Portland was Sunday, and for want of something else to do, Tupman hoisted what he called our house flag in honour of the day. Now this flag was simply 2 pieces of white and blue bunting stitched together by the Commodore, as a private signal between the yacht and her crew when the boat was away. Its effect, however, upon the mind of the local Coast Guard officer was such that it had not been at our masthead 10 minutes before he came off with a boat's crew, and after rowing round us, inquired our name, which was not painted on our stern, and when told it, said, "Rip Van, what d'ye say?" and appeared to think we were joking. He was a Scotchman, and I invited him on board, and for the first time since leaving Exmouth was asked for the vessel's papers, which I had almost forgotten, and told him that if any existed, they were still waiting for me at Exmouth. Then he wanted to know where and by whom the Pennywinkle was built, and where we were bound, and finally, after a long discussion, said he supposed he must report her as an unfinished vessel in the hands of her builder and owner bound for Southampton. It was that flag of strange device which had evidently bothered him, because, as he remarked, he could not find that it belonged to any known yacht club or yacht. Portland Breakwater forms a fine harbour of refuge, and a safe anchorage for men of war and larger craft. But to us it wanted the quiet repose of the small landlocked harbours of Devon and Cornwall, while the tidal harbour of Weymouth did not look tempting as a permanent resting place for a small yacht. I therefore took the first fair wind early one day for the Solent, and we rolled merrily before it until off St. Albans, where we found the ebb still so strong against us that even with a nice breeze we barely held our own, and tumbled about for over 2 hours in the short cross sea or race off that headland, so that it was past 3 in the afternoon before we ran over the bridge between the Needles and Shambles Shoal into the Solent. We had, however, a long flood tide now with us through the Solent, and ran fast past Hurst Castle and the lovely shores of the island. Just before passing Hurst, we met the old Royal Mail steamer Parana. The weather here was of course quite smooth, but she came close by us, and the swell from her enormous paddles was so heavy and steep that it caused the RVW to pitch her largest anchor off the rail overboard, leaving it for a moment swinging in such a way that it threatened to knock a hole through our bow. Tupman and Barron with difficulty contriving to secure it again before it did so. I was rather surprised at this anchor going overboard, because shortly before we spent a long time tumbling about in the race off St. Albans without a sign of its moving. Luckily, our precious dinghy was on deck, for had she been towing astern, she must have been smashed against our counter or the outrigger aft. I have sailed since for years in the Solent and Southampton water among the largest steamers, but never met so short and steep a swell as that kicked up by this old paddle wheeler. Tupman was well acquainted with Southampton water, and we ran past Calshot and anchored off the town quay about 6 o'clock, and remained there till next day, when we shifted our berth and moored the RVW in a choir to one among the pretty fishing boats off Itchen Ferry. There was no railway or smoky iron shipbuilding yard then on that side the river, and on the high ground at Woolston, above the mouth of the Itchen, were many tempting detached houses surrounded by gardens overlooking the water, with a foreground of lovely gorse-covered common, tempted by which and a low rent we soon decided on taking one. Before leaving Sidmouth, after packing away certain household goods in the shape of pictures, china, and books, we had sold most of our furniture, so that we still had to remain some weeks on board the yacht until our new home, which we christened Salcombe Cottage, was ready. Tupman was paid off and returned to his wife at Exmouth, Barron remaining on board as crew, cook, and general servant. A more picturesque anchorage than this off the old red brick village of Itchen Ferry 30 years ago would not be easy to find, and we lay here for some time, with good landing hards for supplies, etc., close at hand on either side the river. We were close to the moorings of a small fleet of half-decked trawlers and shrimpers, which every Saturday, as they lay legged up on the hard for a scrub, formed a busy, picturesque foreground of men, boats, and nets. And I only recollect one occasion in which even our Commodore had an anxious moment in this berth, and this was when, during a short absence ashore of Barron and myself, she, Buzz, and her little girl being in sole charge, a lad on board a small yacht astern hailed her with, "Do you know, marm, you're a draggin' of your anchor?" And the dog, Buzz,
Barking furiously at the boy, she hailed him back like a real Commodore with, "Well, if I am, I can't help it." We found, however, on our return, that it was a false alarm, the RVW having only swung with the tide a trifle nearer the smaller yacht's bowsprit than usual. Having no further present use for the yacht, and knowing that she would be too large for single-handed day cruising, she was now advertised for sale. And shortly afterwards, in a weak moment, I was persuaded by a local auctioneer to try and sell her by public auction to be held on board. And in order to facilitate this, we left our moorings in the Itchen for the inner dock at Southampton. This inner or floating dock was a far quieter and cleaner place than today, and our only neighbours in the corner we selected were Lady Franklin's celebrated Arctic search vessel, the Fox, and Lord Dufferin's little 80-ton schooner, Foam. On board the Fox, a man was in charge who had served in her under Sir Leopold McClintock, and we had many a yarn with him about that memorable expedition. She was a sturdy-looking small screw steamer with bows and sides of great thickness above and below her water, or rather ice line. Strangers and visitors going round the docks, under the guidance of an old dock loafer, always came to stare at this vessel, and with the object, no doubt, of keeping his audience longer in hand, this mendacious or inventive man contrived to include the Rip Van Winkle in his programme. And Baron heard him one day explaining to his party how this small vessel had recently crossed the Atlantic with a Dutch family on board who were now living in her. Baron adding that he carefully helped the man by answering questions addressed to him in an unintelligible lingo invented for the occasion. Sunday was the great show day for the Lions of the Docks, and on one of these we were amused. While at dinner in our cabin, we heard Baron, as he handed down a bowl of hot potatoes to us through the skylight, answer some sightseers who had been watching him fry some chops on deck in this unknown tongue, or as he called it, double Dutch, which mystifies anyone what wants to know all about us. Next to Baron, the dog Buzz was our best cork fender against inquisitive visitors. He was not a dog to entertain strangers, and all attempts to board his ship were resisted by him in a most determined way, while, unless accompanied by one of her crew, nothing would induce him to abandon his post on board. I often wondered he was not lost overboard during our cruise, when keeping his anchor watch in a tideway up and down the narrow deck round the cockpit, and shall not soon forget an alarm he gave me late one night in the docks, when I was awoke out of a sound sleep by a heavy splash in the water between the yacht and the quay. Sound close to an inch plank is greatly magnified, especially when one is half awake. Baron was not on board when I turned in, and I rushed on deck just as I was, expecting to find him in the dock. He was not at any rate on board, nor was Buzz in his locker or on deck, and everything round the yacht was as still as the grave. So feeling sure that either man or dog, or perhaps both, must be in the water, I shoved the dinghy overboard to have a look round in her. The jetty we lay at was built on piles, and after paddling once or twice round the yacht, I at last caught sight, in a gleam of lamplight, of a small dark thing under the jetty, which I made out to be the dog, half out of the water, hanging on to a cross stay by his forepaws. He was so frightened that no coaxing would induce him to move, and I had great difficulty in getting the boat near enough to lift him into her. After which I turned in again almost as damp as the dog, and shortly afterwards heard Baron, who had been spending the evening with some friends, step on board. Poor Buzz was not a true sea dog, being born to be drowned, which came to pass some years after this, when, in chase of a cat, he slipped off a wall in the night into a water butt. Policemen or watchmen were supposed to patrol the docks at night, but the only trouble we ever had from them during the 3 weeks we lay here was an objection on their part to Baron filling our water cask at a tap near where we lay. He had done this many times, and when interfered with came to me to know what to do, and I told him I would see the dock people about it. On my return, however, I found him, like Mother Hubbard's dog, with a 4-gallon breaker full, which he said he had got on trial, or for me to taste, from a young man who sold fresh water from a boat in the docks at 18p a ton. I don't know how he kept up his supply after that, unless it came from the original tap when the policeman, as he often is, was somewhere else. The appointed day for the sale came at last, and with it a solemn, inquisitorial-looking band of hard-featured mariners, all strangers to me, but evidently not to the auctioneer. My wife, youngsters, and Baron spent that morning ashore, getting things ship-shape in our new home so that I might have nothing to distract me from the business of the day. And I had ample time to note how this party of old marine store and yacht dealers seemed full of important secrets, gathering in little groups of 2 and 3 about the cabins, always speaking in those low, mysterious tones adopted by the assembled company and friends of a dear departed relative at his funeral, until at last I almost felt, as I moved among them, like the guilty ghost of myself, and went on deck to avoid hearing something painful. I am not over-sensitive, however, and have since observed that this preliminary hum of cautious whispering is not confined to the sale of property afloat. It was at this stage of the proceedings that my auctioneer drew me aside, and after inquiring what was the very lowest figure I was disposed to let her go for, and on hearing it, confided to me that everything now depended upon him and his eloquence, in combination with the effect upon the brain of the assembled company of a mixture of cold grog to be placed at once upon the cabin table. I therefore inquired delicately the exact proportions he thought would prove most efficacious. He said at once 1 or 2, or, as he explained it, a bottle of brandy to 2 of water.
Looking at the hard-headed group assembled about that cabin table, it seemed to me doubtful whether a mixture of even 2 to 1 would have much effect on their brains. The grog was soon prepared, and almost as soon vanished. And silence having been called by the man of business for an eloquent address, a long pause ensued before a mysterious bid or two came from some invisible party, after which this convivial meeting broke up. I don't know or care what became of that auctioneer. This was more than 30 years ago, and he has had time to drink himself to death. But I know that he left me then a wiser and poorer man by £5, with the RVW still on my hands in the Southampton docks. Besides the waste of money and brandy, this was a feeble and ignominious end for a 3 months' cruise in a remarkable craft like the Rip Van Winkle. Even up to our last day at sea in her, a more artistic or exciting end might have been managed, beginning, for instance, in a calm outside the Needles, and a sun sinking beyond a long, low belt of jagged cloud forms, with a pale, sickly light above, across which flit the spectral shapes of the torn, ragged locks of a typhoon. And after telling Tupman that I don't like the look of yonder sky, I leave him at the tiller and go below to consult the aneroid. Then he turns to my wife with, "Nor do I, marm, though I've seen the likes of it in the tropics." And she, who has been admiring the sunset, says, "Do you really think, then, Mr. Tupman, we are likely to have a storm?" To which he replies, "Sailors, marm, are born for all weathers. Still, with all my heart, I would for the dear children's and your sake we were inside the White. But Providence, having seen fit to leave us out here, with the tide against us, we must have faith, and never forget the old song which tells us, Mrs. L., there's a sweet little cherub as sits up aloft," etc. And even now, as I come on deck again and relieve Tupman at the helm, a hysterical shudder trembles among our slackened cordage and sails as they hang yet useless and motionless aloft, heavy with the clammy night dew from our tapering spars. That's a good beginning, and half an hour later, the storm blast is upon us, and the sea becomes a seething, boiling scum of shapeless spoondrift. In fact, it loses its head altogether, cut off by the howling tempest around us. Weather permitting, the RVW was a decent kind of sea-boat. But, like my wife and a friend of hers I met at sea, she did not care for this sort of thing. Still, she tried to do her best, and, with every sail, rope, spar, and timber madly groaning, now tore through the dark, yeasty striped surges off black gang chine, as though she felt instinctively that each life on board hung upon her power to weather St. Catherine's Light. Well, she didn't, and after missing stays, as she inevitably would under the circumstances, and a feeble attempt to wear off shore, a crash follows, while Tupman and I are below consulting the chart over a glass of grog, and in 5 minutes all that remained of the yacht was her dinghy,
which, steered by Baron, safely rides ashore under the scowling cliffs of Blackgang with the Commodore and my 3 children. The worst of this kind of word painting is that it uses up so many pots of scarce and expensive adjectives that you almost want a boy in buttons to look them up in the dictionary for you. But putting that aside, I think the above is a better ending, and it would not only have saved a bottle of brandy and other expenses of the auction, but have cut this water biography short, while the mast and large timbers of the RVW would have made good foreground bits for artists on that lonesome shore. Even the Ark, after Noah and his family left it, must have looked well against an evening sky on top of Ararat. But when a light furniture van, the day after that auction in the docks, drew up on the jetty alongside the yacht, and all our traps, bedding, books, pots, and pans were loaded on it for conveyance to Woolstone, the Rip Van Winkle, as we left her, hardly showed at all above the quay among the large craft about her. It was perhaps as well, after being so long at sea, that we had to remain in dock for a few weeks, because in that time we all quite lost our sea legs, and walked respectively up and down Southampton High Street without that strange roll which often marks the real yachtsman just landed after a long voyage. Baron, who was a ready-made man Friday, accompanied us to our new home on shore, and after scrubbing all our floors as only a sailor could, cooked for us the first real roasted leg of mutton we had tasted since leaving Sidmouth. He remained with us here 3 weeks, and I wished I could have kept him altogether, so handy and useful was he in a house. His man Friday kept his house tidy, for it was his duty to do so. Old song. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. The Rip Van Winkle winters in dock. 2 tempting offers. I refuse them and haul out of dock. Mr. Blocks. I obtain his assistance. Official red tape. Mr. Blocks carried out of dock in RVW alone. Terrible scene with him on board. An interesting family event. Its consequence. A 3rd offer for yacht. I part with her. She is rechristened and sails for Jersey. I keep the dinghy. Itchen ferry fishermen. Yachtsmen and racing craft. I design a half-decked boat. She is built, etc. Mr. Marks and my brother christen her. Navigation of the Itchen. Jersey boat. An unexpected turn. Tugs and their followers. I nearly suspend my certificate. My boat jumps an oar. A bad lookout. Getting under way too soon, etc.
The RVW lay in dock until the following March, at a weekly rent of 1 8 pence, during which time I had two offers for her, one from a celebrated yacht skipper and pilot who wanted me to swap with him for a small cheque and an old 10-tonner, and another from a retired captain in the P&O, who offered a valuable collection of old masters of the Dutch and Flemish schools in part payment. I never saw those pictures, and not being a judge of old masters, there was just a chance, had I accepted his offer, that they might have proved a gross of green spectacles. I therefore now determined to haul the yacht out of dock and moor her in the Itchen, where she would lie rent-free, with no risk of being converted into old masters. And as, with my then limited knowledge of the port, this was not a single-handed job, I had to look round for a mate. Among the waterside people of Woolstone was a stout, round, little naval pensioner who added considerably to his income by applying repeated coats of many-coloured paint to a small yacht there. He was quite an artist in this business, and from his love of a bright canary colour for blocks and mastheads, was sometimes spoken of as Mr. Yellow Blocks. He was a good specimen of the old seaman gunner, and one of the select few wounded by the enemy's fire in the Baltic, having lost the end of a finger by a splinter from a Russian shell. He was a capital fellow, and his only fault was that whether stroked the right or wrong way, he was always in the opposition. So that when I required his services, I usually began by opposing his plan of operations and then telling him to do it his own way. This change of front enabled us to pull together because, as he said, "You see, sir, you varies so." The unlocking of the Rip Van Winkle, as he called her, was not a matter to be easily undertaken by him. And as he and I, with his boy and my two, rowed over to the docks, the usual arguments as to how it should be done took place. I suggested a tug. "Well, he never knowed sich a hextortional idea. Why, if you was to go for to only look at one, they'd want a small fortin. And it must be a blowin' o' blue pigs if him and his boy couldn't tow her out of dock." It was not blowing pigs of any colour when Mr. Blocks and his boy commenced towing the RVW toward the entrance of the inner dock. But she was foul below water, and they were making slow progress across the dock, when a breeze sprang up right ahead, and finding they were losing ground, they made fast to a warping buoy. I then left the tiller and took the boy's oar, and after half an hour's hard work we got her to within warping distance of the lock, into which a light collier had just gone ahead of us. Then Mr. Blocks, seeing she had a tug ready to take her out, asked her skipper if he would be so kind as to oblige with a pluck into the river. The lock gates were already open, and there was just time to make fast astern of the brig, when an official pounced down upon me on board the RVW for my pass or receipt for a fortnight's dock dues, without which
no vessel could leave dock. The money was easily found, but I had to go ashore to get the pass, and only returned in time to see Mr. Blocks flying out of dock astern of the collier with no one aboard the RVW but the three youngsters. This was very provoking, but I am always being pounced upon by officials of some kind at inconvenient times or when I am busy. There's a man just come to see me if my water taps are leaky. I always leather them myself, and yet he says, "One leaks a little." Then there's the income tax man, who wants to know what I live on. And when I tell him, "Not on writing books about boats," says, "Yes, but you must live on something." Then I tell him, "I live mostly on boats," and he says, "That won't do," etc. Well, after this interruption, I had to recross the river by the ferry, and by the time I got on board again, Yellow Blocks, who had let go his tow line and anchored in the middle of the river, was mopping his face in the cockpit, panting and puffing with indignation and pity for himself. "Left unawares, alone in a craft like she, without a hand able to let go of a rope, let alone making fast, and ever he thinks to worry temporary. Yes, he never seed nothing so temporary aboard any vessel afore, and never experienced a half-hour like it since he were born, and wouldn't take sich a job again, no, not if you was to go on your bended knee and offer him a 5-pun note to do so." When he paused to take breath, I said, "Well, your anchor was all ready to let go." "Oh, yes, and he let it go, and pretty nigh tore his and half doing so." Mr. Block's hand did not look much the worse, and after this explosion things went on more smoothly. The yacht was laid ashore for a scrub, over which I left him and his son to argue for a couple of days, after which we took her up the river with the tide and moored her comfortably fore and aft, where she lay upright at low water on a soft cushion of mud. She remained here for over a year, when the question of all cruising in her was definitely settled for us by the rather unexpected arrival at Salcombe Cottage of a fourth child and third son, sent no doubt to fill the place of our second boy, who, being born a good sailor, had now left us for the Britannia training ship. It was just after this interesting event that, having gone on board the yacht one day to air her and pump out rainwater, two very sad-faced shipwrights, after rowing round her once or twice, hailed me with, "No offence meant, sir, but if they understood right, which they'd 'eard the vessel were for sale, and was just taking the liberty to have a look, if, in course, there was no offence in doing so." On which I, in course, asked them to come on board, and tried, ineffectually, to make them feel at ease. They belonged, however, to the now nearly extinct humble servant type of artificer, and after a careful survey of the RVW left me overwhelmed with profound apologies for making so bold as to intrude, etc. A week later, the most melancholy of the two men, who were brothers, appeared at Salcombe Cottage. and hoping there was no offence, and if he might say so, as no harm was intended, what might be the value I put on my vessel? Not as they was thinking much of buying, but understood as she was for sale, thought no harm would come of inquiring at what price.
I invited him to sit down, which he could not be induced to do, and telling him I was chiefly anxious to sell on account of a recent domestic affliction, and that I wanted rather to get the yacht off my hands than the money, which was more or less a lie, he remarked,
as the mansion,
alluding to Salcombe Cottage,
spoke all that, but if they were to make so bold as to make an offer, there would be no harm meant or done.
The upshot of which was that having now paid my footing as a shipbuilder, the R.V.W. was sold to those melancholy, humble men of heart for less than half her value, and was removed to their yard or dock, where she lay for several months until, after being altered into a cutter, she was sold by them to a Jersey cow dealer with a view to trade between the islands and Granville. I had another painful interview with the melancholy one when this sale took place, and had to fill up and sign a long form of particulars as to the material and fastenings of the R.V.W., which he begged, if no offence, and I'd no objections, might be described, not of course meaning any harm, but as some might like to alter the name if it was there put down as Rip Van Winkle pro tem. She was in fact rechristened Alexandrina by her new owner, and turned up under that name one day at Southampton with a cargo of potatoes. But the last I saw of her was on the evening she started on her first voyage to Jersey, when, in a light wind, I sailed round her in a half-decked boat, and her new owner and skipper said, "You wouldn't do that if I was outside," and at the same time offered me a passage on board her to Jersey. This, of course, I had to decline, and console myself as I wished him a pleasant voyage, with the thought that after all the idle time spent on her, some one might now be able to turn an honest penny in the Rip Van Winkle. I did not sell her dinghy, though not long after the sale of the yacht I had an offer, via Mr. Blocks, of £4 for her, from a barge owner, which, as Mr. Blocks said,
he should be ashamed to mention to a gent like me what he knowed wouldn't on no account whatsomever sell that boat for twice the money.
In fact, Mr. Blocks now rapidly developed a quite paternal interest not only in the dinghy but all the family, and when he met any of us, afloat or ashore, seemed to think we had been dropped from heaven for his especial joy or benefit. So that soon after I became the owner of a new half-decked boat, his interest in her became so oppressive that to escape it I shifted my moorings from the coast of Woolstone to one among the fishermen off Itchen Ferry, who, having boats of their own to look after, had less time than Mr. Blocks to devote to me and mine. Fish and shrimp trawling in the Solent and Southampton water was, I fancy, a better business then than now, and most of these men began life afloat as soon as they could hold a tiller or tend a fire in the dark little forepeak of their father's boat.
There was great esprit de corps among them, combined with constant rivalry between each boat when beating to wind or running home to market. And this kept up a constant supply of most efficient fore and aft sailors and yachting pilots, though I do not think they were much improved by this employment. I never took much interest in yacht racing, and take less every year, as the type of racer, since I first knew the sport, recedes further from that of the older racing craft, which, after their cup-winning days were over, not only made comfortable cruisers, but good, wholesome fishing and pilot boats. And since the introduction of outside lead, the process of evolution or change has been so rapid that a boat built in the winter of one year is often out of date by the close of the yachting season. So that unless an owner of even a small craft is ready to spend $200 or $300 upon a new boat annually, he is quite out of the game, while in the larger classes the expense is so enormous that no one under a millionaire will soon be able to compete in them. In my time I have built or owned 6 boats, and can honestly say that from the first time to the last they have all been boats for which a man could find some use, and in which he might earn a living. The first boat I had, after giving away my yacht, was designed to be simply as large as I could build her for the money and length, 18 feet. And on leaving Southampton she was sold to a fisherman who, on my return there 4 years later, refused more than the price I got for her, though her sails and gear were then almost worthless. I had many pleasant cruises during the 5 years I had this boat, with my little daughter Kate as crew, until she became such a good hand at the tiller that I was able to trust to her steering even in a crowded tideway. We never gave the new boat a name, until one day my brother George and his friend H. Stacy Marks, being on board in a 2-reefed breeze and choppy sea, after many attempts to light their pipes and keep them going, christened her my Water Spaniel. She was built by a working shipwright at Woolstone from moulds drawn on my painting-room floor, and cost £45. This was 30 years ago, and I still meet her cruising about the Solent and Southampton water. The navigation of the Itchen past the docks and steam ferry to our moorings was a first-rate school of river work, especially against wind and tide, among vessels and tugs coming in and out of dock. In crowded riverboat sailing, I have always found that most accidents are owing either to a bad lookout or to some previous false move. Close shaves must often be the rule in this sort of work, for without them such navigation would almost be impossible. Still, as long as there is plenty of wind or motive power, a small sailing craft is as easily handled in a crowded tideway as a steamer. But in light winds this is not always the case, and I remember one day seeing the funnels of a Jersey boat moving out fast above the dockhead, and knowing she could not see my boat, kept inshore out of her way under the upper dockhead. The wind was light, and I was not a little surprised when, instead of going down the river as I had expected, the steamer turned short round this upper dockhead almost on top of me. She was in the hands of an old friend, Captain Goodrich, and I had just time to down helm and come up in the wind as he sung out, "All right, Leslie," and passed me with his paddle box a few inches clear of my bowsprit end. He was not outward bound, but up the river for repairs, and was coming out of dock at almost full speed in order to make a sharp turn round that dockhead. Tugs, especially with 2 or 3 vessels in tow, are often awkward to deal with when beating up or down a river, because, though the tug may be able to slow or stop, she dare not do so on account of the vessels astern of her, and I once narrowly escaped being dismasted by a light collier, cast off with full way upon her from a tug, when the collier turned short round on me toward a ballast wharf. It was calm, and I only saved my mast by 2 or 3 strong backstrokes with an oar, or sweep, which luckily I had handy. I always hold an impartial inquiry on board after such occurrences, but I cannot say that, had either of these shaves ended badly, I should have suspended my certificate. This was not the case, however, one day when sailing out of the Itchen before a nice breeze, I found myself, for want of a little foresight, running close past a long ballast lighter, which was poling slowly up the river in such a position that if I bore away I should be under the bows of a large ketch beating up with the tide across the river, while, if I luffed, there was not room to pass between her and the lighter's stern owing to a long steering oar. I and the ketch were both going fast, and there was not an instant to spare. And to escape a decided smash, I luffed sharp round, and charged the bow steering oar with the chance of going over it, or breaking it, or my boat's forefoot. I asked the man at the oar as I did so to raise the inner end of it. I had not time to see whether he did or not, but my boat came short round between the ketch and the barge's stern with a foot or 2 to spare. The men on board the ketch evidently expected a smash, and looked as much surprised as I was myself at the way the boat slipped in between them and the lighter. Now this was a clear case of a false move, for half a minute earlier nothing would have been easier than for me to have gone the other side the lighter and astern of the ketch. As it was, I escaped one horn of the dilemma, thanks to the handiness of my boat, better than I deserved. Another occasion in which I nearly came to grief for want of a good lookout was after having been at anchor all day fishing below Netley, with the wind across the river. I had hoisted my mainsail preparatory to getting under way, but had not observed a large outward-bound P&O boat coming down, and steering with the evident intention of passing just clear of my stern and ahead of some other boats also at anchor. She had not sounded her whistle, and seeing we were all at anchor, no doubt did not think it necessary to do so. But the first I saw of her was after I had started my anchor out of the ground, and while hauling it up found I was driving astern right across her course. It was too late to let go my anchor again, and I had barely time to ease my mainsheet, hoist the foresail, and pay off under it down the river, before the great steamer was close upon me with her three masts in line. Happily, big steamers are not wide, but as I bore away from her and watched her masts, I was not sorry to see them open out clear of each other. I don't suppose the pilot on board her blessed me, because it was a clear case of bad lookout. Well, to make matters worse, had anything gone wrong, I had my last small boy in the boat with me that day.
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. I take part in a naval review. A night in a railway station. The pride of the morning. Sou'westers, oilskins, and summer toilets. A crowded landing place. HMS Achilles boat stops the way. I get on board an ironclad dry. Captain Vansittart and his ship. A sail in a man-o'-war's cutter. To Spithead and back. A long row. I leave Woolstone. Reason for doing so. Go to Deal. The dinghy makes her first appearance on that beach. I add to her freeboard and cruise in her in the Downs, etc. Deal boatmen and their gear. The lugger Tiger. A lugger split in two. Ship on fire in the Downs. A heavy gale. Wind force. Deal boatman's cuddy. Our neighbours at Deal. J.W.M. Turner at Margate. The Van Kook lifeboat. Sandown Castle, etc. We leave Deal. Take a villa at Erith. Why? Economy and advantages of moving. The dinghy sails for Erith with our cat on board. Boating at Erith. Great increase of steam traffic. John Brett on the river. Lower Thames compared with Upper. The last of the flood round Crayfordness. Peter boats, etc. Pick up a capsized canoeist. An old waterman's prophecy verified. I return to Southampton. Sell my old dinghy. A short history of her. Her untimely end at Chelsea. My second son had not long joined his first ship, the Achilles, when, as the papa of a real live midshipman, I got an invitation to see the review of the fleet in honour of the Sultan on July 17th, 1867. And to be in time for the boat from the Achilles in the morning, I had to take the last train from Southampton the night before, which arrived at Portsmouth soon after midnight, where, in company with many others, I spent an hour or two before daybreak in the railway station, after which, refreshed by a cup of coffee, I strolled down to South Sea Beach. It was a dirty, fresh, blowing morning, and soon after 6 a.m., seeing a boat leave the Achilles, I walked back through Point Gate to a sally port, where I found, even at that early hour, a crowd of elaborately dressed ladies and gentlemen, all waiting for boats from the respective ships named in their cards of invitation. There was a small something, the pride of the morning we called it, falling with a wide stretch of grey and white broken water between this place of embarkation and the two extended lines of men of war at Spithead. And as one after another the ship's boats dashed in, the wet, shiny oilskins of their crews contrasted curiously with the summer toilets of the assembled sisters, cousins, and aunts. The water in front of the quay was now a mere jumble of heavy, rolling steam launches, ship's cutters, and smart gigs, reminding one of a crowded street blocked with gentlemen's carriages near one of the great London theatres of the opera. Only in place of the names or titles of the owners of carriages, it was the name of the man-of-war to which each boat belonged that was called out by the party waiting for her. It was almost a dead noser out to the fleet, and as the steam launches started with 2 or 3 boatloads of guests in tow, it was something like a case of "come under my plaidy," as officers gave up their oilskins to the more unprotected among the ladies. It was a work of time before a party for any particular ship got fairly off, there being almost as much of a scramble among the boats as that attending the embarkation of passengers in an Italian steamer by the boatmen inside the mole at Naples. Boats whose party had not arrived stopping the gangway, and those wanted being the outside ones, which led to much chaff among the different officers in charge, especially if one of them was at all slow in shipping his party. "Now, sir, when you are ready, we are. Or perhaps you'd kindly drop astern if you're not in a hurry, and make room for those who are. There's plenty of time for you," etc. The launch from the Achilles was one of the last to arrive, and had to wait some time before she could get alongside the quay. I was lucky enough to find a corner in her forward, under a tarpaulin tilt, and got on board the ship dry. But from the way the spray flew over her afterpart and the 2 boats in tow, many new bonnets and hats, in spite of a cloud of umbrellas, must have been ruined in the short trip out to Spithead. Once on board the great ironclad and inside the shelter of her high bulwarks, one hardly knew, except for the hum of it among the lofty spars and rigging, that it was blowing a double-reefed topsail breeze. Admiral Vansittart, then in command of the Achilles, was a most kindly host to all on board his ship that day, and I spent a pleasant quarter of an hour in his pretty cabin hung with flowers and bird cages, while a pair of white cockatoos roamed at large about it. Lunch for the friends of sub-lieutenants and middies was served in their large, airy gun-room, and though no daylight ever penetrated the apartment below, where my boy slung his hammock and kept his chest,
I came to the conclusion that in such a ship, commanded by a man who took as much interest in the youngsters as Captain Vansittart did, there might be harder times at sea than those of a middy on board HMS Achilles. The fleet was anchored in two long lines, the northern one formed of ironclads, which in those days were mostly full-rigged sea-going ships, and the southern of the old wooden auxiliary screw line-of-battle ships. By the Queen's desire, none of the ships moved that day, so that the review was merely a procession of the Royal Yacht, the Admiralty Yacht, and others up and down between the men of war. The wind blew hard all day, and in order to make sure of an early train for Southampton, I took advantage of one of the ship's cutters starting for shore, and with two other visitors dropped into her and made my first and last trip under sail in a man-o'-war's boat. It was while this fleet, with that valuable middy in it, lay here that I boarded the Achilles in my own boat one Saturday to get leave for him until Monday. I had a long beat against a southeast wind to Spithead, which after leaving the Achilles in the afternoon died away, and with a foul tide we barely held our own for 2 hours, so that I had to row the boat nearly 20 miles in a calm before reaching the Itchen about 8:30 that evening. I have been spoken of by friends as unstable as water, but it was the then doubtful character of the water supply and other insanitary matters which led to my leaving Woolstone. And after a week or two spent in looking round, we pitched upon a large, low-rented house upon the north end of Deal Beach, to which we moved our furniture and the dinghy by rail. There was nothing but a roadway and a narrow strip of shingle between this house and the Downs. Indeed, so sea-beaten was this bit of beach that it was only in finest weather that I dare leave my little boat upon it at night, while every spring tide the sea passed through the shingle under the house and welled up in a lane upon lower ground behind it. In spite of this, the house itself was perfectly dry, the basement being filled in with concrete 2 feet thick. My little boat was then the only one on the beach not owned by a professional boatman, and her first appearance there soon brought a group of the North End boatmen round her. I had rigged her up with a lug mainsail and a foresail. She was 2 feet 6 inches shorter than the smallest class of punts on the beach, and the first time I sailed in her, the men were surprised to find she was able to rather more than hold her own among them to windward. I found beach work at Deal, even in this small boat, comparatively easy after the heavier seas of Sidmouth. But when out in the strong tide rips of the Downs, I should have been glad of a larger boat. And in order to better face this kind of sea, I added to the dinghy's freeboard a 4.5-inch wash streak. This was done by a local boat builder who was curious to know where she was built, and when told said, "Well, I allowed she was built by a shipwright because everything is so strong about her." Some months afterwards, I found the same boat builder on the beach going carefully over my boat with his 2-foot rule, and he told me he was measuring her in order to give a price for one like her to be built for an old sea captain who had met her off the South Sand Head lightship, turning to wind like a little horse. I soon established pleasant relations with the boatmen, and found plenty of handy bare-legged deal urchins to help at a launch or haul up. From our windows we could see the Goodwins, and in gales of wind through a glass all that went on upon them, and among the shipping in the Downs, while in fine weather, after she was deepened, I was able to be off and out among the shipping in a few minutes, or to enjoy in her longer cruises to the South Sand Head one way and Ramsgate Harbour the other. Owing to the more permanent character of the beach and sheltered position of the Downs, the deal men were able to establish upon it far better capstans and launching gear than was possible at Sidmouth, while their boats were all larger and more heavily ballasted than the little Sidmouth or the Beer Head luggers. The crews of all these larger luggers, or catboats and galley punts, had nothing to do with the work of hauling them up, which was left to gangs of old boatmen, employed by the boat owners at a fixed rate of 6 pence for each trip. On the other hand, the deal boatmen often kept the sea for a week or more at a time, tending ships and pilots up the Thames to Gravesend or down Channel beyond Dungeness. I remember missing one of the largest luggers, the Tiger, for more than a fortnight, and was told she had remained nearly the whole time under Dungeness, fearing to run home through the heavy sea off the Admiralty Pier, Dover. While had it been a headwind, she would have been back at once. I saw one of these largest new luggers hauled up in halves, having split from end to end after a bump upon the sand in launching with an anchor and chain on board for a vessel in the Downs. A few days of strong southerly wind filled the Downs, and the ships then seen from our windows at night looked like the street lamps of a great city. And one of the strangest sights I ever saw was when a large Italian barque, in making a flare-up signal for assistance, took fire, from a bucket of paraffin capsizing on her quarter-deck, and breaking away from her anchors off Walmer, drove in flames through the whole fleet of ships to leeward of her, and burnt out upon the Goodwins near the Gull light vessel. Her crew were all saved by deal boats. It was blowing almost a hurricane from southwest, and it was wonderful to watch the little black storm sails of the luggers and galley punts by the light of the fire and the moon as they flitted in and out among the crowded fleet of tossing shipping. There was a heavy sea rolling in all the time, and the wind being offshore, the crests of the waves were torn off in whirling clouds of spoondrift as the long lines of swell ran in on the beach. The force of the wind that night must have been great, for a window was blown in at the back of our house, and the glass carried 18 feet across the room, while the strength of 2 people was required to force open the door of the room. Yet these weatherly, open boats were at work through it all under canvas. The larger luggers, though without any true deck, are provided with a kind of movable cuddy or large box, fitted in them between the main and fore thwarts, into which there is room for 4 men to creep in and sleep. The whole thing is perfectly watertight, with a small sliding door aft, and 2 little sliding windows forward. This gives the men a chance to keep some dry clothes and food on board when out cruising for more than a day. Though No. 5 Sandown Terrace was a substantial, well-built house, we soon discovered that all the rooms facing the Downs, with a nor'easter in winter, were almost untenable. But we had for next-door neighbours 2 old ladies who had lived in the terrace for years, and when we complained of this to them, they said, "Why, you've not pasted up your windows," and explained that from November to the end of March every chink of theirs facing the sea was hermetically closed by strips of cartridge paper carefully pasted over them. These old ladies wore short waists and turbans, and when the most able-bodied of them got under way for a morning cruise on the breezy esplanade, there was something about her as she rolled along under a big parasol which always reminded one of an 80-gun ship of the line of the Georgian era in full sail. They belonged also to that extinct, nerveless race of women who liked and encouraged barrel organ grinders, so that for an hour or so of every day of our stay at Deal, the rugged roar of the surf was mingled or softened by popular airs of the period. I was also much interested to find that, as natives of Margate, they knew J.W.M. Turner as a young man, when he used to visit friends of theirs there to see a young lady to whom he was then engaged to be married. The old ladies took no interest in Turner the artist, and spoke of him only as a poor, delicate youth, who was not expected to live long, and said that the young lady's relations wished the engagement broken off on that account. In a motherly way, these 2 elderly sea nymphs took an interest in my little boat and her crew, as indeed they did in all the boats and men who hailed from the north end of the beach. A tarred sea-walk extended from our house northward to the ruins of Sandown Castle, much of which then lay in huge masses of masonry, against which, in a gale, the sea broke furiously. It had lately been partially destroyed by gunpowder. Between this ruin and our terrace, the Van Kook lifeboat was housed, the gift of E.W. Cook, the marine painter. But I heard, a year or 2 after we left Deal, that owing to the rapid encroachment of the sea, this boat and house had to be removed further inland. Before living here, I had often read of people being blown down or carried off their legs by wind, but scarcely realized such stories until one evening I had to drop on all fours on this esplanade in order to keep myself from being blown off it into the surf on the beach. At such times all the smaller boats, including my own, were lashed to a lamp or other post, to keep them from being blown away, which reminds me that at Sidmouth I once saw a 16-foot boat, which had been lashed alongside a post, actually impaled upon it, with the post sticking through her bottom, the wind having turned her over on top of it. We remained 2 years at Deal, arriving there in August 1867 and leaving in August 1869 for Erith, where we took a commodious but jerry-built villa on high ground near Bexley Heath. My first plan for this move was to charter a Thames barge and load our things into her at Deal, but the uncertainty of the date of arrival and expense of transshipment at Erith decided me to trust them to Pickford and Company and the rail. We undertook this move, I think, with a vague notion that Erith was near London and the art world, but had not been there long before we found that practically this was not the case. Some persons may say here that we were wasting our substance on railways and riotous moving. I have come to the conclusion that this was not true in our case, and that an ordinary family trip for change of air costs more money and is not half so amusing or instructive as a household removal of even 100 miles by road or rail. While to those not too indolent to enjoy it, the packing and unpacking of furniture, pictures, and china, and their rearrangement in a fresh house, is a form of recreation, both mental and bodily, far exceeding those afforded by an ordinary seaside watering place. Our new villa, though on high ground, was not too far from the Thames for boating, and I had a mooring laid near the pier at Erith for my dinghy, which made the voyage from Deal of 80 miles in charge of an old boatman who asked 18 shillings for the job, or about 7 shillings less than she would have cost by rail. He left Deal in her about 7 the same evening that I did, and turned up at our new house the day after my arrival there, with the domestic cat who had been his companion in his arms. This little cat started carefully packed in a hamper, but the old man said he soon let her out of that after getting out to sea, and that puss at once made herself at home on board. I had not sailed on the Thames for nearly 20 years, and found it greatly changed, especially above Erith, Tripcott, and Galleon's Reaches, where both the air and water were far from sweet-smelling, while just before and after high water a long, close procession of screw steamers up and down the river made tacking across it under sail almost as risky as crossing the traffic of a crowded London street would be on a tricycle. This state of things did not, however, last long, and after tide time the river became comparatively clear of steamers, when, in company with my old red-sailed friends, the Thames and Rochester barges, there was plenty of room to tack across the river from Erith Brands and Purfleet up and down Longreach to Greenhithe, Gravesend, or through the Lower Hope into Sea Reach. I had the pleasure on one such trip of John Brett's company. The day proved almost calm, It was indeed a day of reflections, and I was amused as we drifted with the tide past Purfleet at a mental note he made aloud upon the effect of light and shade on the low ripples, of edge softening, edge gradation. That's the main thing about them. Owing to the enormous amount of varied human interest concentrated on its banks and afloat on its crowded stream, I have always felt that, aristocratically, the tidal waters of the Thames rank far above those of the upper river, which indeed would be a mere purling stream flowing past smooth-shaven lawns with no more human interest attached to it than a Hampshire trout stream, but for the locks and weirs by which it is canalised, and connected by barge and flyboat with the world's great tidal highway. And I have been much interested of late years in the rediscovery, so to say, of this vast mine of artistic wealth by artists like Whistler and Wiley, while among writers nothing can be finer to my mind than Richard Jefferies' article, Venice in the East End. I have seen much of modern Venice myself, but never saw anything there to surpass the picturesque variety of colour and stately river bustle of the last of a flood, as one after another homeward bound steamers and great clippers in tow of tugs come sweeping into Erith brands round Crayfordness, snugly sheltered under which, like a gypsy encampment by a roadside, unconcerned and heedless of all this flow of passing commerce, lies a fleet of little Thames Peter boats and shrimpers, all covered in forward with dark blanket tilts, with blue smoke curling from a black stovepipe poked through them. Then, by hugging the low, green Kentish foreshore with a leading wind, there were 5 miles of straight sailing down Longreach to Greenhithe and Fiddler's Reach, clear of steam traffic. But beyond the ever-changing variety and bustle of passing craft, it was tame sailing, even in a small boat after the Downs or the Solent. And except picking up a man who had capsized his canoe in a race one windy day, I met with no personal mishaps or adventures worth mentioning during the 2 years I remained at Erith. Before leaving Southampton, an old waterman there strongly advised me not to part with my new half-deck boat, because, said he, "You be sure to be back here again soon." I asked why he thought so, but, like a true prophet, he would or could give no reason for his opinion except that people always did come back. The old fellow was right, and after 2 years, when we left our commodious new villa at Erith for a substantial old red brick house in Moira Place, Southampton, I soon felt the want of a larger and faster boat than my dinghy. She made the voyage from Erith on the deck of a steamer, from which she was safely lowered into her old quarters at Southampton Docks. She, however, 4 years later, again returned to the Thames, after being sold to a Southampton boat builder, who resold her to a boating man at Chelsea, where, I was told by my friend
Landseer Mackenzie, who took an interest in this little boat. She ended a long boat life of over 30 years in 1889 by getting crushed under a floating landing stage. When I built her in 1853, her material cost me £4, and I sold her for the same money 16 years afterwards. If she could only speak, every boat has a water biography of her own. And I have gone rather fully into the life history of this little one as some encouragement to any amateur carpenter who may be inclined to take up that most fascinating of handicrafts, boat building. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Difficulty of getting a boat. Hear of one at Oakham's. The way there. I see the Lily. Fall in love with her. She becomes mine. Not a young boat, but cheap. Her birth, parentage, etc. A good boat compared with a horse. Advantages of boat over horse. Safety of modern lead-keeled racers, etc. Southampton water. Large boats easy to handle there. My lady friend and her 10-tonner. My third boy takes his sister's place at the tiller. Precaution against his getting overboard. Fishing. I start a beam trawl net. Drawbacks and pleasures of the sport. Steering with the trawl warp. I am knocked overboard. My boy does not care. I got inside my boat again. An old watch still ticking. A cold bath. Watch all right again. It parts its cable one day and takes a bath alone. Is recovered. How to treat a watch after being 4 hours in the sea. The Lily in winter quarters. Fitting out at Oakham's. Energetic skippers. Sugar, its effect on them. Work to be done. How to judge of it. Ready for sea. London owners. Weather, its effect upon fitting out. The beginning of the end. After trying in vain to repurchase my half-decked boat, the Water Spaniel, and finding nothing suitable for sale among the boatyards on the Itchen, I turned my attention to Oakham's Yard, where from information obtained quite independently of the great Oakham himself, I hoped to find a certain pretty little fishing boat for sale. Any reader in quest of a boat for sale or hire has only to walk down the main street of our great seaport until, where it ends in a broad expanse of quay, he can go no further by land, and keeping along the quay to the right, he will find a narrow lane leading toward a low archway or water gate built, so Mr. Murray tells us, in the 11th century.
Beyond this gate, right facing you, stands a little white, clench-built wooden house with bright green window shutters that evidently once were cabin doors. This is the private residence of Mr. Oakham. To the right of it, a small wicket, also an old cabin door, leads into his yard, where lie clustered, like a flock of seabirds at rest, a number of small yachts hauled up in winter quarters. The boat I expected to find was not, however, hauled up in the yard, but moored just beyond it at a little dock, which in the days when Southampton was frequented by the quality as a watering place, had been built for a sea-water bath. A glance at the Lily as she lay afloat here was enough to tell me that she was one of the fastest little half-decked boats in the port. Her owner, who had no further use for her, was anxious to sell. She was, therefore, at once taken out of the dock, and after a close survey became mine at the low price of £15. She must have been cheap, because the day after her purchase Mr. Oakham said he would have given more for her to sell again. The Lily was a 19-foot Itchen ferry fishing boat, and when I bought her must have been nearly 30 years old, her name appearing as a winner of prizes in regattas for 28 years. But having been faithfully built of the best material by Alfred Payne for an experienced waterman, she was still almost as sound in plank and timber as when she left his yard. She was built before the days of outside lead ballast, but had 400 hundredweight of iron on her keel and a ton inside. Her sails were old, but lasted me nearly 2 seasons. After some years of selfish indulgence in boat sailing, a fast, powerful boat becomes as necessary to a man as a means of outdoor exercise as a good horse. In her, with a fresh breeze, he can always enjoy and be sure of a few hours' gallop over the nearest stretch of broad salt water. A boat is quite as much a companion as a horse, while, after a short acquaintance with one, there is all the difference between sailing in her and a hired one as there is between riding your own cob and one from a livery stable. Though sometimes advised to do so by sarcastic pedestrians, you cannot get inside your horse as you can a boat's cuddy in a shower. While, though a boat like Lily will do anything you ask of her but speak, she is, unlike a horse, devoid of foolish nervous fear. When I first began boating in the early forties, what is now called single-handed cruising was almost unknown among amateurs. And though a far less risky outdoor recreation than hunting, or than even riding along a turnpike road, people had a curious vague dread of it. Much of this has passed away, and hundreds of amateur boatmen, and even ladies, are now as much at home and really safer in a sailing boat than they would be on the back of a hunter or bicycle. Outside lead ballast has had something to do with this by having made it almost impossible to capsize a boat, while, if sufficiently decked or covered in so that the water cannot get below, The smallest modern racer or pleasure boat is as uncapsizable and unsinkable as a boy's toy model, which, even if placed in the water mast downwards, will at once turn right side up again. Boats of this sort when I was young were unknown, and one had then to look out for squalls and take care of a boat in one. Now I often say that my boat, with a ton of outside lead, looks out for herself and takes care of me in a squall. Southampton water is essentially a comfortable, single-handed cruising ground even for old men, while, owing to its landlocked character, boating may be indulged in upon it in almost any weather which a mast or canvas will stand to. The short, steep sea, which gets up in all tidal waters with the wind against the tide, is admirably provided against in the class of boat used upon them, like the Lily, half decked in forward and with broad waterways round the open well room or cockpit aft. Up to certain limits, the size of a boat for cruising in such waters is immaterial, and I have a lady friend who for years has handled her 10-ton cutter during long day cruises in Southampton water and the Solent, with the help only of one man nearly 70 years old. Soon after returning to Southampton, my youngest boy took his sister's place on board my boat. He began boating, indeed, so early in life that when alone with him in the boat, I always tied the end of a rope round his middle in case of his scrambling overboard. He objected at first to this, but until able to swim, it was not safe to leave him a moment in the cockpit aft without taking this precaution. Manny, as we called him, and I had many long cruises together, and though not an ardent fisherman myself, I used generally to contrive something of the kind for him at one end or another of a cruise. Having been built as a fishing boat, the Lily had a regular trawl deck aft, and a year or two after I bought her, I fitted up a small beam trawl net for her, which, though it seldom added much to the family supply of fish when it went down to the sea, always brought to light many strange wonders of the deep, and was an inexhaustible source of amusement to my little boy. While on the coldest day the work it entailed was more than enough to keep one warm. This was especially the case when the net got hold of what the fishermen call a tarrack, or a large bit of decayed timber, not uncommon in Southampton water, being, it is supposed, the remains of a submerged forest. When this happened, the boat was brought up suddenly, with the full strength of the tide running past her, and to release the net, or lift what it had fouled, the tow rope had to be at once taken forward in the boat, which was then, if possible, sailed over the net in the opposite direction it had just been towed. At times, even this failed to release the net, and the boat's main halyard tackle had to be used to lift it and the tarrack from the bottom. Sometimes the net would all at once become filled to the mouth with a kind of seaweed, and after being raised with difficulty to the surface, had to be emptied alongside by hoisting the small end up by the halyards. Old or unbuoyed moorings or anchors were also a source of anxiety and trouble in trawling. Manny
was, however, too young to care for or share these drawbacks to the sport with me. And when, after a 20 minutes' haul, the white underside of a few flat fish, or the silver scales of a good-sized bass, gleamed through the dark meshes of our net as it came in on the trawl deck, his delight was enough to compensate me for much hard work. When a trawl is down at work, the boat is steered almost entirely by the position of the warp over her stern or one quarter. By shifting it a little forward, she is brought to the wind, and by taking it from one quarter over her stern to the other, she may be jibed round before the wind on the other tack. It was in doing this that one day I was knocked overboard by the main sheet blocks, and found myself outside my boat astern of her in the water with my little boy alone in her. He was hardly tall enough to see over the sides of the cockpit. But when I first came up, I told him, in order to check her speed, to try and haul the foresheet over to windward. But recollecting instantly that having jibed it was already in that position, I said, "All right, Manny, let it alone." Luckily, the Lily was not going fast, and getting hold of the trawl warp some distance astern, I soon hauled myself alongside and climbed on board again by the mainsheet tackle which had knocked me out of her. I felt light enough in the water, but like a lump of lead in my wet clothes when I tried to rise out of it. On getting on to the trawl deck, the first thing I did was to pull out my watch, and finding, thanks to a tight case and close-fitting pocket, it was still going, I gave it to Manny to hang up in the cuddy. This was the only time during a long boating experience that I can say I owed my life to being able to swim. I was pleased at the composed way Manny took the incident, and to show him that it was a matter of no importance, I hauled in the net at once and lowered it again for a fresh haul. The day was fine and warm, and by the time we had made the next haul and my clothes were nearly dry, Manny, like a kitten at play, had entirely forgotten the whole business. Since then, I have once been accidentally in the water outside my boat. But it happened in port, when a short dinghy turned head over heels as I stepped forward in her to alter the position of the Lily before docking her for scrubbing. I was alone, and the time of year and day, November, 7 a.m., with a sharp white frost, made a retreat homewards desirable. I did not forget my old watch, and as soon as I was out of the water, it was out of my pocket and hanging dry, and still ticking inside the cuddy while I walked home for a change. This watch, however, some years later had a longer saltwater bath, when, in stooping over forward to clear my boat's bobstay of a small boat's gunwale, it flew out of my pocket, and the chain, after taking a half-turn round the bowsprit shroud, snapped, leaving the watch to go plump to the bottom alone in 8 feet of water. This happened close to a quay, and an old waterman standing on it remarked,
"Never mind, sir. We knows where she be. Don't say nothing to nobody, and you'll have her again at low water."
which I did 4 hours afterwards. And thanks to a sound constitution in that old chronometer watch, built in London 6 years before I was born, is going now, and has kept good time ever since its last sea bath 8 years ago. After this incident, I took care, however, to fit it with a stout hemp cable of Hambro line in place of the silver chain. Boating friends who had had watches wet inside with sea water assured me that mine was ruined. But I always found that they had allowed their watches to dry before placing them in the hands of the doctor. This, if possible, should never take place, and a watch into which sea or any other water has penetrated should always be kept immersed in fresh water or oil until it can be placed in the hands of a watchmaker. About the end of October, the Lily nearly always returned to her old haunt and was carefully hauled up in Oakham's yard. 25 years ago, when I first knew the place, not half a dozen private boats or small yachts made use of it as winter quarters, while none of them exceeded 10 tons. Oakham has now been dead many years, and under his successor the business has so increased that there is hardly a square foot to spare today among the yachts hauled up there in winter. But long after the decease of Mr. Oakham, his name and certain old traditions, among others, hung about the yard, and every year as spring advances, signs and sounds among the yachts indicate that more than one enthusiastic yachtsman has already given orders to fit out. Some days before such sounds are heard, burly skippers cruise round with smudgy telegrams, seeking counsel and advice from others of their class as to the meaning and answer required to a short message, such as, "Get mermaid ready for sea at once. Wire time required." It matters little whether a craft be 3 or 30 tons as to the answer her owner is likely to get, while, as the skipper has to go over every detail of the job with 3 or more brother skippers before he composes his telegram, the owner seldom receives a ply earlier than the following morning. "It's no good goin' an overfist about a job, or to go and tell a gent 3 weeks, and then have half the work to do again." But now and then an energetic skipper, after a few hours' deliberation and a long consultation with the great Oakham himself, has been known to wire a reply to his owner the same day. "Weather permittin', by about fust of next month." Should the craft be a large one, say of 30 tons, the first few days of fitting out are devoted by the skipper to a private survey, held either on the sunny side of her, or, weather not permitting of that, before the forecastle fire, which is always started by her skipper early in the business of fitting out, in order to hair things up a bit. But wherever he may select to hold this important survey, the skipper, if the crew is to be chosen by him, becomes at once an important focus of attention to the loungers about Oakham's. The first great points to be settled are the probable length of the commission, the wages per month, and what his gent finds in the way of clothing. Long before all these details are arranged, the skipper has accumulated quite a handful of pink telegrams, each of which has to be read before he answers the latest one. In this way, the first few days of fitting out pass pleasantly away.
and towards the end of the first week, when what is known as some sugar in the shape of owner's money arrives, everybody's grog is sweetened by it, and a resolution put by the skipper is carried by the crew in the parlour of the Union Jack, that it is too late in the week to make a start today, but that all hands are to turn up early on Monday morning. The captain of a very small yacht may, as was the case with the Lily, represent the whole crew. But as these little cutters generally have at least as many ropes, blocks, etc., about them as a big one, and each one of these has to be overhauled, scraped, and varnished by one man, it may happen that the fit-out of a little 3-tonner will take as long as, or longer than, a big one, before the day comes that, with every spar, rope, and block in place, she lies ready for sea on her cradle, the sun glancing off her polished sides as from the panels of a new carriage. We always say ready for sea at Oakham's, though many of our little fleet seldom venture beyond the mouth of our port. Still, there is a feeling on board such vessels that this is only a matter of taste, and when one of the smaller craft, with her condensed crew of skipper and owner, does not turn up at her moorings before dark, such a yacht is spoken of in our yachting circles, and even at times reported in the shipping news of yachting papers as the blank Mr. A.B. cruising. London yachting men are often great fidgets, and think nothing of a run-down at Easter by train from town to disturb the calm of Oakham's by a grumble at the progress, invisible to the naked eye, in the decorative external repairs of their craft in a paltry 3 weeks. I used even to do so until, by doing most of my own work, I found out how much there was to do and the time it took to do it. Now I often wonder that the annual fiddling, ornamental toilet of a yacht ever gets finished at all. Two quite opposite kinds of weather are required for different stages of the work. For a mast scraping, painting, or caulking operations, it can hardly be too fine and dry, while during the removal of the winter coat of rough varnish from the deck, the skipper rejoices in a small drizzling rain, which keeps a certain caustic composition known to yachtsmen by the mysterious name of skewgy-mewgy, damp and active under the scrubbing brushes of her crew. So that while one crew are splashing about on a wet day with buckets and their trousers rolled up to their knees, scrubbing decks, the mate of the next ship hangs aloft on a masthead stool, grumbling at the rain as he scrapes a winter jacket of white or red lead and tallow from his mast. Maybe his growls are a little qualified at times when he sees that the result of his work is drifting and falling upon the fresh scrubbed deck of his rival, the Mermaid. "What's he got to do with where the stuff falls? He didn't make the wind and rain, did he? And wishes they were somewhere else." On these wet days, however, there are always plenty of choice little hole and corner jobs, so to say, for the skipper himself to enjoy a pipe over, if so disposed, in dry corners of Oakham stores, such as scraping block pins, pointing or knotting a rope's end, serving rigging, etc. And unless he be one of that hard class of old smacksmen who are never happy but when half wet to the skin, there he will be found, attended by a small knot of those talented men who always appear to make a comfortable living in such places by looking on. As long as he is ashore, no skipper, however, is safe from the telegraph boy. Or at last a message comes from London, rapidly followed by the owner himself with all his sea traps, at the nearest station to Oakham's, where he is met by his overworked skipper in full uniform. And from that time his days of useful work or play at Oakham's are numbered. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. The Lily is armed. Boys and guns. Some experiences. I buy a new dinghy. Make mud patents and become a wildfowler. Exploration of creeks, etc., with the boy Robin. He learns to shoot and walk upon mud. First attempt. Planted in mud. Variety and extent of creeks. List of wild birds. Rough weather. A hard beat home. Water in forepeak. A pump out. Mainsail split. Pick up our mooring and lose the dinghy. Her narrow escape. History of my mainsail. A weak point on it. Robin alone in the Lily among the wildfowl. A morning row. Robin in India. The old Lily drops her iron keel. My moorings tested by a timber raft in a gale. Lily salved by Bill Kirby. Lily among Lee. Careless neighbours. An anchor through bottom of Lily. She sails into port in a sinking condition. Why she kept afloat at all. The landlubber's plea. My mate, little nut. Her dread of a squall. How she kept a reckoning by nose. I fall in with a friend afloat and a new boat. Foam the second. Itchen ferry rig versus sloop for single-handed sailing. Description of foam number 2. Winds and weather in Southampton Water and Solent. Hamble River. Up to Burseldon. 18th century ships built there. The training ship Mercury. Beaulieu River. Buckler's Hard. Old ships built there. Solitude of Beaulieu River today. A wet night in it. How navigated by an old trader. His lookout. Directions for sailing into Bewley Haven. Conclusion. 2 lives insufficient to exhaust various conditions of cruising under sail, etc. When Manny, or Robin as he was now called, was about 12:30, my water-biography became greatly mixed up with him and a new 12-bore single-barreled gun, which from that date nearly always formed part of the armament of the Lily. My experience of the average boy is that if kept from guns he takes to pistols. And, having in my younger days some personal knowledge of that dangerous combination, the boy and gun, in the shape of 2 escapes myself, one from the bursting of a 30-shilling gun and nearly losing an eye from the long-range fire of another, besides once just missing a friend one day at close quarters by careless handling of one, I was naturally anxious that my youngster should first make the acquaintance of his gun under my supervision. Besides this gun, I had added to my fleet a light 9-foot dinghy and a pair of mud pattens. And thus equipped, we made for several years in the autumn months voyages of discovery together up all the winding leaks or creeks which run for miles inshore from Southampton Water toward the New Forest. The extent of these inlets and variety of wildfowl feeding upon their banks at low water is not apparent to those merely sailing up or down Southampton River. And our plan of exploration was to anchor the Lily as a base of operations, food or retreat in bad weather, in or near the mouth of one about low tide, and leaving her to paddle up it in the light draught dinghy. At first Robin used only to take the easiest shots at the tamer flights of sanderlings or oxbirds. But he rapidly got to be a good shot from a boat, and after the first season I seldom went with him in the small boat, but lay at anchor or cruising on and off in the Lily near the entrance of the creek, one of which was rarely explored in this way, or all the waterfowl in it duly stocked in less than 2 hours, because it frequently chanced that something killed had to be retrieved from soft mud on the pattens or mud shoes, which always led to some delay. He soon acquired the art of walking safely on them, but I shall not forget one of his first efforts to retrieve some birds on them off a very deep, soft mud bank, when, standing for a moment too long to look round, both feet sank about a foot into it, and he called out to me that he could not get them out. I was only a few yards from him in the dinghy, but where he stood, rooted in mud, pulling hard first at one foot and then at another, until he was seized with the kind of panic felt by people in the water when out of their depth for the first time. I told him he must get clear or wait till I could get nearer with the boat when the tide rose. But as he recovered from his first helpless feeling, his strength returned, and getting clear, he learned that you can no more stand still upon pattens on soft mud than upon a bicycle. The banks of most of these creeks vary at low water from 3 to 6 feet, and soon after entering one a boat is quite lost to sight, while they extend so far toward the mainland that the report even of a gun is not heard in a boat outside one. And when my boy first began to explore them alone, I passed many a half hour of anxious suspense on board the Lily as I lay waiting his return. Not that I was at a loss for something to do, for nobody need fear that who keeps his own craft in order. Added to which, the natural history to be studied, and sky effects to be noted, lying quietly in a boat in this way are an unfailing source of pleasure. Robin rarely came back empty-handed, and among the birds he used to bring were oxbirds, red and green shanks, dotterel, knots or newts, curlew, whimbrel, coots, plovers, ducks, teal, sea pies, etc. After killing one or two first, he never fired at gulls, but shags or cormorants were always shot when they gave him a chance. I may mention here that though we never fell in with any, a flock of 20 of that rare bird, the avocet, was seen here in January 1881. They were very tame, and I am sorry to say 8 were killed and sold to a local taxidermist. On these rather long expeditions we sometimes got caught in bad weather, and one of the hardest fights I ever had to windward in the old Lily was from the large leak just above Calshot Castle to my moorings off West Quay. This creek winds inland a long distance and unites with another higher up the river. And though it was blowing fresh when Robin left me in the boat, the water in the creek was smooth, and the Lily lay snugly sheltered under the lee of the high banks most of the time he was absent. The wind, however, hauled into the northwest, and about 2 p.m., just as I finished dinner, began to blow hard right down the river. Robin had his lunch with him in his boat and plenty of cartridges for his gun, and far up the creek knew nothing of the change and strength of wind, so that I had ample time to prepare the old boat for a dusting before his return, by close reefing her mainsail and foresail and stepping down the old storm jib ready for setting on her bowsprit. He did not turn up, however, until past 3, by which time the first of the flood had covered the sheltering banks, and the Lily was tugging impatiently at her anchor, anxious, no doubt, as I was, to be off home. Robin brought back what he called a good bag of 3 brace of plovers and newts, beside a bunch of oxbirds. I told him to stow his gun and everything that wanted keeping dry in the cuddy, and hurry up, so that we might get away before the strength of the tide kicked up more sea. As we left the creek under a close-reefed mainsail and small jib, I saw my old friend John Nichols, the pilot, come out of Hamble close-reefed in his little 8-ton cutter, the Fawn. We had but 1 suit of oilskins between us. I told Robin, therefore, to stay in the forepeak, except when actually wanted outside. The first 2 tacks across the river were made in comparative comfort, but as the tide grew stronger, so did both wind and sea, and before the end of the 3rd tack, Robin sung out from the cuddy, "I say, look here, the water's washing up in her to leeward," so that I had to ease the main and foresheets and what is termed "jill her along easy a bit" for a pump-out. This had hardly been done when Robin, who had returned to his cuddy, called out, "I say, that bowsprit's kicking up an awful row. I expect something will carry away." And I told him to come out again to the tiller while I stowed the jib, ran in the bowsprit, and set the close-reefed foresail. Robin turned in again and found matters a lot better. She was, however, going head and shoulders into the short, steep seas like a porpoise, and soon wanted another spell at the pumps. This kind of thing went on until just above Netley I saw, to my disgust, the after leach of my mainsail beginning to give out, as they often do, just above the last reef earing. I eased the sheet a trifle, but slowly the rent grew longer, until 3 hours after leaving Calshot I found myself just able to weather the pier in a smother of foam and sea, with a split in my mainsail 4 feet long, but still hanging on by the hem to the sheet. The moment I passed the end of the pier, I was more or less on a lee shore, with the pier dead to leeward of me, and if we failed to secure my mooring buoy, knew that in such a breeze no anchor would hold, or keep her from driving on to it. 3 hours at the tiller in this kind of weather, with eyes constantly full of salt water and the spray flying over the boat as we stood in towards her mooring, made it almost impossible to see anything before one. I knew, however, by other boats riding near, about where the buoy ought to be, and calling Robin out of the cuddy, told him, as I brought her head to the wind, that though I could not see it, our buoy must be close under her bows. He jumped forward, and throwing himself face down on deck with his arm over her bow, sung out, "I've got it!" And a moment afterwards, between us, we got in the buoy rope and had her fast hooked by the nose to her chain. The wet canvas was soon stowed, and I was glad to light a pipe and rest a bit under the lee of the cuddy, out of the blinding wind and spray. These moorings above the pier at Southampton are, in a nor'-wester, exposed to a long drift of sea, when boats ride so heavily there that now and then even half-decked ones, like the Lily, unless attended to, sink at their moorings. That is, if they do not break adrift and get knocked to pieces against the pier, while it is sometimes not easy either to board or leave one for shore in a small boat. And as I lay resting in my cuddy, I turned over in my mind whether to risk a landing in our little dinghy or wait for a larger boat to come off for us from West Quay. This question and my repose was cut short and soon settled for me by the dinghy unhitching her painter, by which we had towed her from Calshot, and drifting away toward the pier, where I knew she would become matchwood in 5 minutes. Luckily, a steam launch was moored right in her line of drift, and seeing a man on board, I managed to hail and ask him to try and get hold of her as she passed, which he did, and we landed soon afterwards in a large boat sent from shore, where I learnt that shortly before we took our mooring a more powerful boat than mine, with 11 hundredweight of lead on her keel, had just been forced to run back into the Itchen to escape sinking after an attempt to beat up only 2 miles from Hythe. My friend Nichols was at his moorings in the Fawn more than an hour before we got round the pier, and said next day, "I thought when I saw you get under way that you'd run for Hamble and walk home." And though I never did such a thing before,
Perhaps had I foreseen that split in my sail, I might have done so, and saved the 14 shillings which it cost to mend. That mainsail was not new, being one I bought from my friend Mr. Knight, author of Cruises of Falcon, Alert, etc., who had used it a season or two in his boat, the Ripple. I know it had twice crossed the channel in her with him. But for the benefit of owners of single-handed cruisers, I may point out here that sailmakers seem to forget that the fourth or last reef ear-ingle, etc., in the mainsails of such boats being rarely used, except in hard winds or squalls, should be stronger than those below it. This is seldom the case, and I had lately quite a strong mainsail give out in this way. One ought, of course, to be provided with what is called a trysail for such occasions. But when caught in a breeze in awkward corners, there is not always time to stow a mainsail and set a trysail. Though I often started with Robin on these expeditions before breakfast, and we were not home sometimes before dark, he, boy-like, always had an idea that we did not reach his shooting in time, and left it too soon, and in order to prove this, begged to be left anchored in one of the large creeks on board the Lily for 1 or 2 nights. And knowing he could come to no harm, the Lily was victualled one fine day in August for 2 days, and after carefully mooring her in Hour's Leak with 2 anchors, I left him there, monarch of all he surveyed, among the mud flats and waterfowl, and took passage up to Southampton in the old B, Cowes trader, promising not to rejoin Robin or my ship again for 48 hours. The weather kept fine, and I kept my promise, and did not disturb his solitude before the appointed time, when I left West Quay at 5 a.m. in a light skiff, and with an ebb tide, after an hour's paddle of 6 miles, reached the Lily before 6 o'clock, where I found Robin so sound asleep in the cuddy, with the door shut, that he did not hear me get on board. The result of his 2 nights' watch was almost nil, and after boiling the kettle for breakfast, we unmoored ship, and in almost a dead calm slowly tided and rowed the Lily back to Southampton. The boy Robin is now an engineer on the East Indian Railway. He became a first-rate rifle shot as a volunteer, both in the Winchester School Corps and the regiment he belongs to in India, where he this year won the Viceroy's Cup, and has passed more than one solitary night's watch in a tree looking out for a shot by moonlight at tiger, being one of the few men who combine the qualities of a good snapshot with long-range rifle shooting. I kept the old Lily for 14 years, and sold her for more than I gave for her. During that time she had several escapes of becoming a total loss. She dropped her iron keel of 400 weight one day somewhere in the mud, and I did not discover the loss for some weeks, though she puzzled me at times before I did so by her want of stability under sail. She was fouled on one occasion on her mooring in a northwest gale by a timber raft of 800 railway sleepers, which tested the strength of my chain by riding with her to it for a short time.
This happened early one morning, and the old boat was only saved from being knocked to pieces by the activity and energy of my friend Bill Kirby of West Quay, who with difficulty cleared her of the raft and making sail ran her safely on the mud the other side the river. She had also a bad time of it one winter when left afloat longer than usual among ice, in which she became frozen for 3 days, the ice being too thick to get at her from shore in a boat, though not strong enough to walk out upon to her, and we fully expected that, if it broke up at night, she would be either stove and sunk by it on her moorings or be carried away down the river in the flow. Luckily, the first signs of the break-up occurred in daylight, and a passage was forced through it in a boat to her, after which, one hand breaking the ice in front of her with a stout oar, she was brought safely into port. The distance was not great, but the oar used to break the ice was reduced to a mere pointed stump in doing so. One of the most provoking things to those who lay down efficient moorings for their own boats is the careless way in which others' owners leave craft insecurely anchored near them. And I remember boarding the Lily one day in a gale to pump her out, and finding to my surprise that she was quite half full of water. I had a good pump, but after working at it for some time did not gain perceptibly on the water. I had in fact only boarded her in time to save her from sinking, owing to her having sunk at low water upon a yacht's anchor, which had dragged under her during the preceding night and made a hole in her bottom. It was blowing a gale with a good deal of sea, but I had just time to set the foresail and, working the pump with one hand, steer her with the other into West Quay Harbour, where I found, after the tide left, that she would have sunk before I boarded her had it not been for a piece of iron ballast which lay over the hole and partly closed it inside as the tide lifted the boat off the point of the anchor. I had warned the owner or skipper of this little cutter some days before that she was anchored too near me, but he was too lazy to move her, and when written to for compensation for the damage, pleaded stress of weather, a plea which has protected many a landlubber under similar circumstances. After Robin left home, my only mate and companion on board the Lily was our trusty and affectionate little dog, Nut. Nut, I believe, like my wife, never really enjoyed sailing, and only regarded the hours spent in the boat with me as something to be endured or got through. She had a curious dread of a strong wind, and when the boat lay over to it, always scrambled up to windward under the seat I sat upon. In moderate weather she would curl up for hours and pass the time away apparently asleep. But though unable to see anything round us where she lay, Nut invariably knew, by some mysterious nose reckoning, where the boat was, and at the end of a cruise, about 5 minutes before picking up the mooring, would come out from under her seat, and, jumping upon it, look round for the well-known landmarks of home. And having made sure that she was not out in her reckoning, put herself away again until the sails were furled and the boat alongside for shore.
It was while cruising in the Lily with my mate Nut that I first made the acquaintance of a kind friend, one of the best single-handed boatmen I ever fell in with. He did not care himself for match sailing, but when on the water in his boat, built especially for him for single-handed use by John Pickett of West Quay, he always enjoyed a trial of speed and watermanship in her with any boat he chanced to meet. And as we were both single-handed, this led to many friendly contests between us. My friend's was a beautiful little boat, which might be described as a cross between the deeper keel boat and the centreboard or uniboat. She had outside lead on her keel, but with her centreboard up drew less water than the old Lily. She was sloop-rigged. That is, she had only one headsail with a short bowsprit. The Lily was a foot shorter, and I should have had no chance against my friend's boat had she not been a trifle under-canvassed. I also had the advantage at first of knowing the water and set of the tides better than a stranger. So that in light winds, working against tide, the Lily at times had the best of it, while a large cotton jib I made for her often gave me the advantage in a long reach. On the other hand, the gear of my boat, like her hull and skipper, was growing old, and I had often to be careful in a breeze not to put too much strain on it or her hull. I think it was feeling this that first led my friend to propose a new boat for me, to be built at his expense, but according to my own plans for speed and single-handed cruising. I told him that I was getting too old for a new boat, and that it would be like an old man marrying a young wife if I accepted his kind offer. He, however, overruled this and all other objections and said simply, "I want to see and meet you in a boat in which you can carry sail safely in all weather." The result was that in May 1886, Foam the Second was launched. She was designed and built by Arthur Payne, son of the builder of the Lily. My friend also had a larger and more powerful boat built for him, in which he kept to the sloop rig, and though she drew more water than his first boat and had nearly 2 tons of outside lead, he had her fitted with a centreboard. I have always held that for single-handed sailing the Itchen ferry rig, with the 2 headsails of a cutter, is easier to handle than a sloop, especially in a squall or bad weather, when, with a small jib, sail can be reduced quickly by lowering the foresail. My friend's new boat had a counter and modern overhanging stem, and though a much longer boat overall, her waterline was a foot shorter than the Foam's, which had an upright stem above water and a square stern. My only directions, in fact, to Payne were to build a 20-foot boat, making any improvements he could on his father's boat, her draught of water to be 3 feet 6 inches, and the weight of lead 2,500 weight, with spars and sails in proportion for easy use by one hand. As this little boat rather exceeded both my own and designer's expectations in all-round speed, comfort, and handiness, I give here the lines of her hull. The Foam's upright stern post and deep keel help her to run true on a sea,
while the size of her rudder obviates the use of much weather helm on a wind, and helps to keep the boat on a straight course for a short time when left to herself, while a single hand is attending to other things. It also enables one to bear away quickly without easing the mainsheet, and when picking up a buoy or coming alongside a quay can be used as a drag upon her speed by putting it hard over quickly in opposite directions. My friend's boat proved a fast, powerful boat, both in light and strong winds to windward, but her floor was rather short, and the foam could always outreach her. Indeed, on this point of sailing it would be hard to find a faster boat, and just after she was launched, in a trial with a new racing craft by the same builder, she proved able, when towing a 9-foot dinghy, to hold her own, though the racer was a foot longer on the waterline and had no boat behind her. The foam is also very fast to windward in smooth water. Her average speed with a fresh beam wind is 7 miles an hour, and with a northeast breeze a trip from Southampton to Portsmouth and back of 35 miles can be made in about 5 hours. The most favourable winds up or down Southampton water are those from northeast or southwest, both of which are soldiers' winds in the river and across the Solent to Cowes. With the wind at southeast, it is a dead beat down to Calshot, and with a nor'wester, a dead beat up to Southampton. In fine summer weather you may often run down Southampton water in the morning before a northerly breeze as far as Hamble Point, and there, after a spell of calm, pick up a fresh southerly or southeasterly breeze from the sea, which after midday will probably haul round with the sun to the westward. In such weather, however, the wind generally falls light toward evening, and unless certain of a good flood tide, you stand a chance of not getting home to tea, or even a late dinner. One of my favourite short-day voyages is from Southampton up the Hamble, past Warsash, Hamble, and the pretty training ship Mercury, to Burseldon, an old-world red-brick village on the left bank of the river about 4 miles from Hamble's Spit Buoy. Here, in the 18th century, 10 or more fine frigates were built for the Navy. Among them were the Galatea, Quebec, Eagle, Jason, and Ruby, besides the Anson and Ardent, 60-gun ships. The way up all these smaller tidal rivers is best seen at or about low water, when the high mud banks are exposed. I cannot leave Hamble River without a word of admiration at the public-spirited devotion of Mr. C.A.R. Hoare, the founder and supporter of the above-mentioned Mercury. One feels, indeed, that he must have had Elizabethan ideas of the duties of an English gentleman when he fitted her out single-handed, so to say, as a training ship for boys for his Queen's Navy. For so far the whole initial and annual expense of this patriotic work has been allowed to rest entirely on him. An attempt even to obtain from the Council of the County of Southampton a small part of the fund placed in their hands to assist technical education has so far failed. Probably one reason why this valuable institution has had no outside help is that the Mercury is not a receptacle for waifs and strays, but a training ship for the education and maintenance of poor boys only, whose antecedents allow Mr. Hoare to hope that in helping them he is working upon material which in after life may stand the strain of honest, useful work. For he feels that sound heart of oak sailors can no more be made of the children of drunken loafers or cornermen than sound ships can be built of poplar trees. Putting aside the first expenses, £8,000, of fitting her out 8 years ago, the ship has cost Mr. Hoare about £3,000 a year, the only reimbursement for which has been the £25 received for each boy passed into the Navy. Surely there must be among the rich gentlemen of England others with enough Elizabethan blood left in them to induce some of them to give Mr. Hoare a helping hand towards manning our ships with English boys. But leaving private help out of the question, Mr. Hoare's work has certainly at this time a claim on government, or, what is now the same thing, the support of the people. Southampton is one of our largest ports, surrounded by an amphibious population, but at present the Mercury is the only practical school for the technical training of young sailors in the port. Another lovely and interesting voyage is up the Beaulieu River, which is easily navigated in a boat like the Foam, 7 miles from its mouth in the Solent to Beaulieu, past Buckler's Hard, where also in the 18th century numbers of men of war were built, including 2 of 74 guns, and the Agamemnon and Europa of 64 guns, besides several frigates. Both Hamble and Bewley Haven, as it is called in old maps, must in those days have been bustling, busy inlets, resonant with the click of caulking mallets and the shipwright's maul. A letter, however, cannot even be posted today at Buckler's Hard, and it would not be easy to find a place surpassing the solitude and repose of Beaulieu River as it winds through broad banks of green ooze bordered by the thickly wooded shores of the New Forest. But to thoroughly enjoy its scenery, at least one day and night should be spent on the river. It is easy, when sailing up this now almost unknown creek, to forget at times that we are within a mile or 2 of one of the most important English waterways. And the scenery, as the boat tacks up reach after reach through the forest, impresses one with the idea that you are sailing on some unexplored South American or African stream instead of an English river within 1 hour's sail of Cowes or Portsmouth. And yet, after sleeping soundly in the Foam's cuddy one night, I found that even this forsaken old haven was not entirely without trade of a sort, and that I had run some risk of being roused out at midnight while anchored in it. The night was a pouring wet one, and to keep the open part of the boat dry abaft the cuddy, I had rigged a waterproof tent over it, under which I hung a riding light. But when I turned out at daylight, I began to think my boat must have drifted during the night, for there, in the grey of the morning, lay just astern of me a weather-beaten old ketch, and knowing for certain by the tide that nothing could have come into the river during the night, I dropped back to her in my dinghy to ask her crew, one solitary old man of about 70, where she hailed from and when he brought up there. He answered with, "Dropped down from Bewley last night." "Then," I said, "you must have had a wetting." "No, I didn't. I were below in the rain." I asked whether he saw my boat. "Oh, yes, I seed her and the light, 'cause I come up about 12 o'clock, just afore I let go my anchor." Which was lucky, for if he had fouled the foam on the ebb tide, she would probably have parted her chain or carried away her bowsprit. The old fellow was bound to Southampton, so we got under way together, and I learnt from him his simple plan of navigating the Beaulieu River by night, and how he started his old ketch on a drift down it with the tide, trusting to its sweep to carry her along about midstream, and to the certainty of not falling in with anything to run foul of. The mouth of Beaulieu River has no doubt greatly changed, even since the time large ships were built on it by one Adams of Buckler's Hard, and is not easily seen now from the Solent. But by standing straight in for the shore from Leap Buoy, it will be found marked by 3 small poles on the mud on the port hand, while 2 posts on shore, with boards across their tops, kept in line, are the leading marks into the river in the best water. I think one reason for keeping these old shipyards so far up a long winding creek must have been to insure them from night attacks and the burning of ships on the stocks by enemy cruisers. I have sailed in Foam No. 2 for 7 years, and in her met all kinds of weather and squalls, mostly alone. That is, if one can call it being alone in such a boat. But after a boating experience of over 50 years, I may say that I have never made a trip afloat without learning something. The changes or combinations of wind, weather, and tides are so endless that had a man 2 boating lives allotted him, he would still meet conditions under canvas afloat he had not met before. It is this which gives to every little voyage in a sailing boat the freshness and interest of a game of chess, especially when the cruising ground is the crowded waterway of a great seaport. End of chapter 14. Recorded by Peter Kelleher, Eastport Medway, Nova Scotia. End of A Waterbiography by Robert C. Leslie.